in a much better position as far as the stint lengths are concerned. Now, whether they can quite produce the same average lap times is another question.
So we've swapped streams now as we're into the second half of the race. If you are just joining us, welcome along. I'll quickly run down those top positions again. At Road Atlanta, we're at the VCO iRacing Grand Slam Petit Le Mans event. John Hindhaugh, Jeremy Shaw, you see, look, I mean, him's the radio.
Well, that's a massive compliment, thank you.
John Hindhaugh, Johnny Palmer, Nick Damon is out in a lower split at the moment. He'll rejoin us later on. It's been a very impressive run for Team Redline Orange, who lead with Jonas Wallmeyer. Max Verstappen, the other driver, qualified second. The Team Redline Red team have been running in second. They're down to third at the moment. That was the pole-sitting car with Maxi Benecchi in that car, and currently it is Max who's driving. Between them, Rivano Sim Racing Rosso sneaked in there with another Max, Maxime Briand, but he's just pitted. So that will leave Johan Harth in third position, and Matt Farrow off kilter a little bit to the top teams for Team Redline Purple. Now, they tried something odd early on in that Team Redline Purple car. Matt Farrow, too many Maxes and Max at the front of the field. Matt Farrow did a triple stint and tripled the tyres, and it worked for about 2 2/3 stint, and then he lost time. He was leading at the time, so it worked for them at the time in terms of track position. And then since then, that car's had a couple of whoopsies. Oh, and the leader's just had a whoopsie as I say that, at turn 2. All 4 wheels off. That's going to get a couple of incident points. How unusual. That was pretty much the definition of an unforced error there. How bizarre. Am I missing something? So that's at the top of the field anyway. Let me rattle through this. Otherwise, anyone joining us now is going to be getting annoyed, and I hate it when commentators start running stuff down and then get tangentially interested in something else. And so GT IMSA, 8th position for Lasse Bach for Williams eSport. Antti Ahola for Corva is getting much, much better fuel mileage than anybody else. And he's just done that car's fastest lap of the race, the 7:07 then, in second, but due to pit shortly. But they are way ahead of anybody else on their fuel mileage. 3rd position for Dakota Fripp and Vendaval Sim Racing Pink. And by the way, that fast lap for Antti was only 2/10 away from the fastest GTE lap of the race, I should say. 3rd for Dakota Fripp. And that's the Vendaval car. Then 3 seconds further back, Sim RC with Nathan Lewis behind the wheel of the 76. He's got only 1.6 seconds on Diogo Cipinto, and both of those guys have been driving very quickly indeed and closing up on the cars ahead. Diogo driving the Manatee Racing BMW in the top 6, completed by Ricardo Ferreira for AAA Esports. And GT3, Charlie Collins leads for Sim RC. That's the Titan car, the 176. He's 12 seconds ahead of Bela Racing Sven Haase, 451, the Euronics coloured car. Williams eSport in 3rd. That's the BenQ Williams eSports car, 16 seconds further back in 3rd for Moreno Sirica. Dominic Ferraris is in 4th in the 42, the Vendaval Sim Racing blue car. DV1 Triton Racing in 5th, Piotr Jagosinski and Tom Valentini. For Sim RC Carbon is in 6th, the 276 car. Right, we've rattled through those, and apologies if we were trying to follow those as we were going through, but I just wanted to get you all up to speed. Let's pick up a couple of incidents. This one for the 3rd place GT3 car, the Marla car, which was absolutely nailed going into the braking area at turn 1, but actually only just in the braking area. That's severe damage there. And that is one of the GTE BMWs again. Well, that BMW, which was the Urano car. That's Fabrice Cornell's, I think, behind the wheel of the 7th place car. And, well, that is just absolute. That's a terrible misjudgment at this level. Terrible misjudgment at this level. Misjudged his braking and his line into the corner. And, I mean, that's just ruined the Marlers race. I've seen nothing like this. Saturday night stock car racing. Sorry, that was Team Redline. That was Team Redline. Thank you. The car is back in the pits looking very second-hand. And it was Sammy Matty Trogan at the wheel. Sammy not wanting to be braking early, to be honest. So just a big issue. And that was Patrick Christoph Moser, who's also in the pits for Team Redline GT. I'm shaking my head. Johnny Palmer was so shocked by that, he couldn't even bring himself to say anything.
I haven't, no. I'm still digesting it, frankly. I mean, you talk about clumsy moves. That was just, I don't know, just a complete misjudgment. You're never going to make the corner, and thankfully the Audi was there to slow the BMW, but what it's done is pitch the Audi at top speed straight into the barrier, and goodness knows how long that's going to take to fix now.
It's a misjudgment, JP, on so many levels.
Yeah.
As I said, it's Sammy Matty Trogan behind the wheel, so we're not talking about somebody who's braking way before they should do. He'd been out there. Oh, hang on. That's the 32 car, 7th for Yas Heat and Joss Ladd. Just getting a bit overexcited through turns 1 and up the hill to 2, but manages not to hit anything.
Did well. That's the car that's been actually gaining on the 2nd and 3rd place battle for many, many laps, but
yeah, and
an error.
He was pushing hard. He was right on the edge of the track. Just had his entry to turn 1 slightly compromised, I think, by the Audi.
Yes.
It's one of the Sim RC cars. He's got massive understeer at this point. He's saying, please don't hit the wall, please don't hit the wall, please don't hit the wall. I didn't hit the wall. Thank you. Sammy Matty had been... Sammy Matty had a short stint, and that was his... He was going on to his first flying lap, so maybe there were some problems with the 186. But I still think that's a misjudgment from the Redline car, because he's misjudged his braking and he's misjudged his line.
Two slow cars rejoining again from a completely different part of the track.
Now, that is the Urano car, isn't
right.
it?
That's the 181.
Or is that the Redline car? No, it's the Redline car. See, they are in the front. That's the Redline car. And I think that's just come out of the pits.
Well, it was coming off one of the cutouts, though, just before the S's, and not the bit that we're using. And the Audi in front was involved as well. So this is a few moments ago. Did they go off together? Audi wide. They just side-to-side contact? No. Yes, there. And that puts them both off to driver's left.
Hang on. So that's Patrick Christoph Moser again?
Yes.
So that's 2 incidents with 2 different Audis. And I think Moser's quick back to the pits and took the tour. That is
it's never going to get around that corner,
driving.
No.
And that's the 3rd place car in GT3 and the 5th place car in GT3 that Patrick Christoph Moser has taken out in the space of a couple of laps.
That's bizarre, because this is the top split.
Level.
Yeah, it's a top split, and you don't get driving like that very often at this level of, what did we say, 30 different splits, groups? So, I mean, really the cream of the cream, and I don't really know what to say.
The best of the best of the best.
Where do I stop?
Of the best.
Patrick Christoph Moser not really showering himself in a great deal of plaudits in the space of 2 laps. I mean, the first incident was by far the bigger, and it might be that the car's not steering brilliantly now that he's had... I mean, the BMW will have taken a pounding as well, the speed that it hit the Audi at turn 1. So
just don't get that at all at this level.
The second one's a little questionable, but the first one
Nick
is
Taman
weird.
will not be happy about that at all when he gets back.
No.
Meantime, the front of the field, Jonas Valmeyer did his 32 laps, which is absolutely standard. Standard Liège, and the Dutchman gets in, and it is one Max Verstappen with the weekend off, keeping his hand in, doing a bit of multi-class racing, although in fairness, passing the Haas, it's a bit like that as well, isn't it, and the Ferraris. They're a bit like, you know, LMP2 to LMP1.
Good point. Yeah. Multi-class racing in F1's been around for quite some time.
So that's everybody and the secondary class, anyone with a Ferrari engine. So let me see, what have they got then in terms of 49? So they've now got a 6-lap cushion on fuel, I reckon. It's extraordinary, isn't it?
Did Jos ever do multi-class racing? Jos Verstappen? Oh, yeah, he did.
Le Mans. I think
He was a Le Mans Series champion at LMP2 level. 2008.
Right.
Now,
yes, when he drove for the Team Netherlands team.
When he drove for Van Merkstein Motorsport.
Which was still the it was the same car. That was the purple and white car, Van Merkstein car, and that was the Porsche Spider, wasn't it?
That would fit, wouldn't it? Yeah.
The same car that Penske raced in America.
Bear with me a moment, and I'll tell you exactly. But yes, Porsche. I remember the Spider definitely.
It was another all-Dutch entry, if I remember right.
Did he do Silverstone that? Yeah,
the
just down as a Porsche. Yeah, with Van Merkstein himself.
Correct.
First name Peter.
Yeah.
So there you go.
And I think they took that car to Le Mans as well. And I have a feeling they might have took that car to Le Mans the next year, or maybe the year before, I can't remember. But I've got a feeling that also in that car was, I can see his face, ex-Jaguar driver. Oh, that's going to annoy me. At RSL_studio.
Oh, well, actually, a guy who's still very much present in the IMSA Championship and at Le Mans these days too, in GTE. Fellow Dutchman.
Go on.
Jerome Bleekemolen.
Oh, was it? No, that's not who I was thinking.
Wasn't who you were thinking, but that's who he was at Le Mans with in Van Merkstein car. He was also, the following year, in LMP1 in an Aston Martin. So that would have been the Aston Martin Lola.
Oh, nice.
In 2009, I think. My little web search has hit a dead end. Bear with me a moment. Get back there again. Yeah, so 2009 LMP1 Aston Martin Racing in the 008 Lola with
Jan Lammers is who I was thinking of.
Ah, okay. Yes.
I think Jan Lammers was involved in that somehow.
2009 Verstappen in the Lola with DT, Darren Turner, and Ant Davidson.
Oh, I'd have lost money on that. I would have lost money on that.
So there you go.
4 3/4 hours to go. And it would seem that all the advantages are with the leading car. Let's pick up some battles for you. Dakota Fripp for Vendeval Sim Racing Pink is staring half a second or a second up the road to Nathan Lewis and half a second behind at Diogo C. Pinto. That's the battle at the moment. Second, third and fourth in the effectively GT Le Mans category. All going through turn one now. Nathan Lewis is in the yellow and black car just ahead of the multicoloured blue number 2. They're going down through the S's. Sitting in behind him, the Manatee Racing, Diogo C. Pinto. It's the 78 car. So those three within just over a second, 1.1, 1.2 seconds. And there's another Sim RC car right ahead of them, which is one of the GT3 cars. They'll be on the radio making sure that that doesn't get in the way of their second place GTE runner. Under the Mazda bridge, down the back straight, getting up to maximum velocity. Those GT3 cars are quick in a straight line, and it's going to have to be a dive down the inside for Nathan Lewis, which he's done. And now the Audi has the rest of the GTE battle behind it. Down the inside, under 11, down to 12. That's a tough pass, but it's done. Really nice driving, actually, by both involved there. That was the 6th place GT3 car, so that's Tom Valentini in the Sim RC Carbon car, and he just breathed out of it in 12 enough. Smart move. All of those 3 BMWs have now battled through. The Porsche, by the way, Gianni Vecchio, who qualified the car in 4th and started it, back up to 9th position now. And I think they've dropped off the lead lap in class. That's the Soul Porsche. The very much Blackpool FC Tangerine. But it could be an away strip, that, mate. Tangerine and
slightly more
white.
Slightly more white than Tangerine, yeah.
I like that.
That is the away kit this year, so
yeah,
that
it's
fits,
very nice.
Definitely.
We've got blue with red shorts.
Ooh.
Those traditional Sunderland colours.
Yes, obviously. Blue, what, two-tone blue?
No.
Stripes?
No.
Just blue.
Blue with red trim and red shorts.
Ooh, that doesn't sound very good at all.
We always used to just have a white away strip.
Keep it simple.
Yeah, with either black or white shorts, sometimes red shorts.
Yeah.
We even once had one that had very thin red pinstripes in it.
Okay. Well, they all sound better than this blue and red combo. New for this season. I'll see it and make a decision.
The one I really did like was the mid-blue and black stripes. So like Milan.
Yeah, okay.
That was good. That was we're back to Nike this year. Having been the first European football team to ever have a Nike football strip.
Harking back.
And they still have their European operations base in Sunderland, actually. The team that do all of their football club deals. 19 seconds at the front of the field. Verstappen from Benecke. Then Johan Harth. As I said before, JP, they do seem to have all the advantages. They've got a quick car. Well, now that's interesting. So 1:08.871 is now the fastest lap of the race, and I missed that changing over, I have to say, because it was the number 7 car that had the fastest lap of the race. It's now the 33.
It's 7 minutes ago it happened.
Right, okay, so that's in this stint from Verstappen.
Yes, very early on.
Right, okay. So I was about to say they haven't got the absolute fastest car, but they have. They've got a car that's very, very mean on fuel. Lean and mean on fuel. It's handling well. It's had a couple of little side-by-side moments, but nothing too much to write home about. It was when Verstappen was driving earlier on, but they don't seem to have damaged the car at all. And with 20 seconds ahead of their teammates, sorry, I got a bit of cramp. They seem to be at the moment controlling this race.
Yeah, I agree. And as you said, that was the fastest lap that they were as elusive to them to that point, but timed at 4 minutes past the hour, just gone. Max Verstappen puts that right in car 33. So the red line orange car now onto another lap and has almost a gap of 20 seconds over Maxi Benecke. But Benecke is just about the man who can offer the same sort of speed as Verstappen and sometimes slightly better. So let's see whether he can eat into this 20-second advantage over the next stint. You still get the feeling that it's not going to be quite enough because the 33 is so good on its fuel mileage as well. 32 laps completed for Jonas Valmeyer on both of his previous stints, and I'm expecting much the same from Max Verstappen as well on this one. Started as he means to go on with a best lap of the race so far. Dominic Ferber, who has just also made a stop and handed over to his teammate Beneke. So we're in store for a double stint on this one as well, you would think. Track conditions quite clearly very good indeed now, because a new personal best for car 7 has just been produced by Beneke, so 108.948. Both the leading cars,
that's tight.
Heavy on fuel, but still can find the time. They are below the 1:09 marker, and not many cars, in fact they're the only two, I make it, that have done that so far, getting beneath the 1:09 mark. Just looking
Certainly
to see whether
anything that's still running.
Yeah, that was the point I was about to make. We have had some very good times for it. For instance, the 169 Dallara, 109.1, that's no longer in the race, and a 109.2 from the 43 Logitech car.
Track temperature just cooling down a little bit. There's a wee bit of cloud cover. Started at 32 Celsius, now down at 28. The Michelin tyres will be liking that. And maybe we're getting a little bit of a golden hour here. Shadows just beginning to lengthen here at Road Atlanta. Sun goes down exactly where Beneke is now, turning into turn 7. And he's staring into the sunset there. Already part of the back straight where the trees, the more mature trees on driver's left are casting shadows. Actually, the whole width of the back straight in places is in shadow. That will cool that surface. This is a version of Road Atlanta which goes back a few years now, and it's the older tarmac, and it is quite light in colour, and it's very sensitive to changes in sunlight on it in terms of the track temperature. Right, battle for 8th position, and Gianni Vecchio stung by the relative lack of performance by the Porsche, I'm sure. Just dives down the inside and goes past Rasmus Busk in the HM Engineering BMW. And that's 8th position for the Porsche. He actually made that look so easy, you think to yourself, what's he sitting down there in 8th position for?
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it? I wonder whether that Porsche gets better as it progresses through the stint.
Well, and it's cooler. I wonder if the cooler temperatures are helping.
Yeah, maybe. So perhaps did the guys with the Porsche know that there was going to be this lack of performance at first, and then it was slowly going to come back to them? They've dropped too far down, to my mind, to trouble the top 3 in the next couple of hours.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see what we've got.
23 laps into the stint, and that's about halfway, just over halfway.
Yeah.
That I would expect from the Porsche. The previous.
I reckon Lasse Bach is on pretty much on a lap on his own. Oh, hello, Dominic Ferraris. This is another one of the leading GT3 runners, and dumped out of what, 4th place. Looked like there was a touch there from the number 10 BMW of Max Del Orco for the SRC Squadra Corsa Red team.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that again is through the first part of the S's.
How close was the BMW to being collected there? Amazingly got away with it as the Audi came back across the track, though.
I think I might have been...
just slapped it into reverse and made sure more contact was made.
Yeah, I think I made less pleasant than that and just came off the brakes a bit there.
Yeah.
Amazingly, I think he's held on to 4th position in that car. Yes, he has. He's still got 7 seconds on Piotr Jagodzinski.
Well, that will be not a happy car to be driving now with all of that. With the rear wing completely buckled.
I was just trying to work out what's going on at the front of GTE, or GT Le Mans. 8th position for Lasse Bach for Williams eSport. And I reckon he's got the best part of a lap on the field, you know. Because Nathan Lewis is 1:10 behind him, and a GTE lap is 1:15. So, if we go down to 8th spot and have a look to see where they are. And that Sim RC car has got a pit shortly as well. The 76 car in second place. So it's all a bit more muddled in GTE. The car that's got the mileage at the moment, Antiahola, down in 6th position for Corva. They are barely 15 laps into what will be a 45-lap stint. And everybody else has got 7, 8, 9, 10 and more laps on them. And there is the Sim RC car coming in out of second place, spot on time, just as I was beginning to get interested in that class. So that means that Diogo Cipinto will go through for Manatee Racing. Dakota Fripp will go through for Vendaval. So now second and third. Ricardo Ferreira through in fourth. And Jürgen Frank will be taking over that 76 car, well known for his exploits in the Sim RC team. There's Antiahola going past the start-finish line into fifth for Corva. I'm going to have to start back timing this now. We've only got 224 laps to go, Johnny. I'm going to keep saying Jeremy because I'm at Road Atlanta.
Well, you're at the Road Atlanta, yeah.
Will he just slap me every time I do that?
It makes sense in your mind. I fully understand that.
A lot of things.
You're 2 metres away from me, though. I'm not able to slap you from over here.
There's a lot of things that make sense in my mind that
that aren't necessarily true.
No, or sensible, in fact, or even mindful.
Another good lap time from Beneke. A 108.9 is his best of the race so far, and better than his teammates been able to produce as well. 0.2 of a second quicker than Max Verstappen. The problem is Verstappen does a duff lap. It's not duff at all. It's still in the low 109s, generally speaking.
Extraordinary.
That again goes to what you were saying earlier on about this difference between a good lap and a bad lap being about 1.5%. And Verstappen certainly in that window able to produce incredible consistency. And Beneke trying his hardest here. He's doing nothing wrong, but he cannot chip away much more from that 20-second gap that he's doing.
109.1 across the line for Verstappen. It's holding just on 19.8, 20.1, 20.2. Verstappen gets a little bit of traffic as he goes past the new 6th place GT Daytona car. That's Tom Valentini. Oh, when he's a little bit wide, got airborne at turn 5. That's Verstappen I'm talking about. But that car looks perfectly dialed in. There's no muss, no fuss, no big glowing red brakes. He's just scrubbing off the speed where he needs to. Beneke, by the way, did a 19.6 last time around, so sorry, a 9.6 against the 9 flat from Verstappen, so it's hovering around that 19-20 seconds mark, 19.7 as they go through the splits. We've got dynamic splits here. Apex Racing, just underlining what Johnny was saying about how lovely it is out there at the moment. Another new fastest lap for the car, the number 96 in third for Johan Haaf, 109.1. So, you know, we've got plenty of people in the low 109s, 109.1, 109.2 for the Movano Rosso Sim Racing team, 109.1 for Redline Purple, 109.2, 108.8 though for Beneke. There's only 2 cars in the 108.8 for their best lap, and Beneke is in the 108.8 again as he trims the lead down to 19.4 seconds. He's coming. It's tiny margins though, tiny margins.
That's the problem, is when Verstappen has an average lap, it's only really losing him half a second here and there.
If that.
And, that's probably the biggest margin we've had. Verstappen doing a 109.4 as a slow lap in inverted commas, and then a 108.884 from Maxi Beneke, and that's only a 100th and a half off the best lap of the race. So Beneke's getting very close to that. 15 thousandths, yes. So incredibly tight indeed, 13th thousandths in fact. So it's not going to take much more for Beneke to go quicker than Verstappen, but they're really just matching each other right now. And when you're matching another car for pace, 20 seconds seems like a very big chunk of time indeed. Lots of curb this time for Verstappen.
Watch him run up this curb here, straighten it out, then turn in.
Turn in way over the curb. Car leaps into the air, then finds hard standing again. He gets it bolted to the left-hand side. That was Beneke, actually, who does enjoy that exit from turn 5, pushing
the Beneke line, isn't it?
It seems to be,
yeah.
Pushing the limits to...
But he does it consistently. It's not as if he's making a mistake, JP.
No, he's deliberately putting it out there.
Oh, Verstappen responds. New fastest lap of the race, 108.871.
Yeah. No, very impressive, as I think Hart's gone quicker again, hasn't he? Yeah, 108.935 in third position.
Oh, hang on. What's happened here? Horrible moment for what was the number 8 rather, Ricardo Ferreira, coming down to turn 12, trying to stay out the way of the red line purple prototype. Just got the left-hand side Michelin's onto the dirt, down between 11 and 12, and hits the tyres underneath the Michelin tyre very, very hard. He knows it's going. Oh, I've got it. I don't have it. 5th gear. Oh, my goodness. Straight away, quits to the pits, and that's going to be a very long repair. Also in behind still is the Marla racing car, excuse me. Sami Matti-Trojan. So they're still trying to do some repairs after he was unceremoniously punted out. I think they'd had some problems before that, because Sammy had done a short stint and it was on his outlap before he got hit by the Red Line GT team. That was a weird few moments, wasn't it? For it was, who was it who was driving that car? It was Christopher who was driving that car, wasn't it?
181.
Yeah.
Patrick Christoph Moser, yeah.
Yeah, Patrick Christoph Moser, that's right. So all kinds of work going on those two cars, but still 4 hours 25 to go. It would be silly to think there won't be a bit more attrition, but any thoughts of a top finish here, I'm afraid, have gone for all of those cars. And we do have now Luis Glania and Biela Racing Team Euronics is the last car to disappear. So some 15 cars out of the race. 2 didn't start, in fairness, so that's 13 retirements. Charlie Collins leading in the GT3 category, comes through turn 1, putting a lap on the number 12 car of Sergei Maturana for the Jose Bordelas Racing Team. Now he's got the leader right behind him. So the leader in GT3 with the leader in class, and just gets out the way.
Yeah,
which, you know, if you can do that, fine.
Verstappen, though, leapt over the curb at 3, I think that was, and put a load of dirt onto the track as well. I don't know whether that dirt probably won't stay on the track for those behind.
No, it does. Yeah, it does.
I've been noting the tyre pickup build-up offline, but correct. I wasn't sure when you shortcut a corner whether you actually brought bits of dirt on to mean that for those behind, they have a lot less grip around that corner, especially where you need it through turns 2 and 3.
Johan Harth in from 3rd position. That's a 31 lap stint for Apex.
Good pace towards the end of that from Johan.
That was his first stint, so don't expect to see that car go up on the jacks. He should be staying in that car. It should be 32, 33 seconds stationary only. So 10 seconds from now. Also coming in, Matt Farrow for the Red Line Purple car. Now, he did get 32 laps last time around, but he's only going to get 31 this time. He should be getting out then, unless he's going to do another triple. But if he does, I'd suggest that he puts a new set of tyres on. And here's Beneke out of 2nd place. Again, 31 laps. But that means we've still got 6 laps for the leader.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 extra laps the previous time.
So it'd be 7. Could be 7, yeah.
Could be 7 for Verstappen, yeah. So not only have they got the speed, they've got a firm advantage in the pit stop cycle as well. A lap further every single stint. 280 now completed. This will be 281 for Verstappen, and expecting him to stay out for another 7 laps, give or take, and depending on how close they want to push it, but I think they're just perfectly within their fuel window without too much risk at all. Both drivers seem very happy with the speed and the fuel consumption as Beneke and the 7 car, Maximilian Beneke, rejoins in 3rd position.
So is this a triple for Maxi?
No, it'll be a second of 2.
Yes,
I'm
you're
guessing.
right. So that was fuel only. Welcome back to Nick Damon. Hello, mate.
Hello, gang. How are we all?
How was your stint?
We went really quite well, actually. 0 damage of any sort in 60+ laps.
Well done.
Excellent.
And where are you sitting at the moment?
We are 6th from dead last after a disconnect. So we've pulled away to 6th. We're battling. We're alternating. I picked up the car in 5th and left it in 5th. And when we get halfway through this stint, we'll be back in 5th again, because there's about 3 cars rotating on the pit stops. There's a couple of cars a couple of laps ahead, but that's only 2 minutes, which is like a quarter of an accident. So we're
quarter of an accident.
So it's really well. I mean, it's a very different proposition being a pure LMP2 race, I can tell you.
Yeah, I bet it is. In some ways, all right, concentration-wise, it means you've got to be spot on all the time, but it means that it's only you and your pace you've got to worry about, I presume.
Well, not really, because of course you've got to try and get there is traffic even there, because some of the cars are being driven by people who are a bit slower, and some of the cars are a bit walking wounded as well. And you've also the reverse of that. You've got people who are making big comebacks after early accidents. So you've got some fast guys who are 3 laps behind you. So it's very rare you get a clear lap to do your own thing. And of course you get this very frustrating point where there's people who are a couple of laps back, but their car's now repaired, but they have no intention of actually letting you go through, and you're only about a second quicker. So you end up, and of course we're in the situation here. We're in total car protection mode. So you end up thinking, you only flash your virtual lights off, and before they just ignore you. So it's kind of you wait for them to fall off normally.
We've had some interesting incidents here, JP, haven't we?
Yeah.
We had
some racing incidents, others really not at all, and completely avoidable. Yeah, please, Nick wasn't there.
Nick, you would have been appalled at some of the incidents. We had the Team Redline GT car take out the 3rd and the 5th car in GT3 within the space of 2 laps. Same driver.
Yeah.
And just nonsense driving. Absolute nonsense driving.
It basically drilled an Audi R8 at the end of the start-finish line. Just the car seemed to
Sammy Matty Trogan.
Not slow at all. Yeah, and I'm talking about Christoph Moser. Forget his first name now. Bear with me. Patrick Christoph Moser. Now, I wonder whether the second incident where he was involved with a 5th place GT3 car was as a result of the first, because he damaged maybe his BMW.
True.
It had broken steering, and that was more of a kind of clumsy moment where the two were going into the S's and had to make room for one another and didn't quite do it. But the first one was just a brutal accident. Yeah, again, I'm going to have an opportunity to see it.
Oh,
just turned into a wall.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
That was it. 2 words necessary. That's exactly, I think, what you said Nick was going to say. Oh, dear.
It was a misjudgment of when Sammy Matty, who's not who's a good driver, was going to brake, and then even then he couldn't miss him. He's got all that track on the right. Shall I turn in? Maybe not. I'll just absolutely nail the rear quarter. And he's off to the TV compound.
I take it that Sammy is in
the pits
car's
still.
Out, isn't it?
Yeah,
been fixed, but
and then I think 2 laps later, he was involved with another one going down through the S's. We've had a couple like that.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the interesting thing is, of course, the track conditions for the split I'm in are exactly the same. So the heat, the temperature, everything else, and it's been cooling down actually The grip out there is pretty good. It's not as bad on the marbles as you might think it is. It's not too bad all the way around. I was expecting to be greasy, but it's fine. I double stinted the tyres. Actually, it's not strictly true. I took a front left and double stinted the other three, just for safety's sake.
Well, here, Max Verstappen's just put the fastest lap of the race in, and he's been trading tenths of seconds with Maxi Benecke at a distance of about 20 seconds. But now, of course, he's now got a 6-lap fuel advantage. So he is, in fact, the only car in the lead lap for those parts of those 6 laps. And he's just put he's put the lap again on the red line purple car, which is now 2 laps down.
When, Nick, did you get out of the car? Was that around about the top of the hour, top of the last hour?
About 20 minutes ago.
Okay, because we were wondering whether there'd been a bit of a happy, maybe not full hour, but happy half hour perhaps, because really good lap times being produced by the top 3 cars, both getting underneath the 1:09 marker, and your race will have been run to the same time, won't it?
Before me, I was watching the times for my teammates, as it's easy to say, and I think it's definitely a little bit quicker than it was about 2 or 3 hours ago. Because we're just dipping down half a second a lap on the clear.
What sort of times are you guys putting in?
A good one's a 1:11.5, but we're averaging 1:12 flats. Obviously less in traffic, so we're basically 2 seconds off what these guys are doing, which is fine, really.
Yeah.
No, that's all right.
It's good.
1:08.8 was the fastest lap that Verstappen just put in.
I think the atmospherics are bang on right for the engines to breathe and to produce a really good time. And there's a lot of rubber gone down on the track surface as well. And obviously in multi-class you've got different types of rubber, but in your race it's all the same rubber, and that reacts well to the tyres that are being used.
Well, it's the same. They don't model different compounds, thankfully.
Oh, they not?
The tyres are modelled differently, so you have different wear rates and across the various.
Stop stirring, Palmer.
No. Hey,
they probably will quite soon. They've started.
My suggestion, they will now.
They've started modelling all the different compounds in the F1 car now.
Have they?
Excellent.
Yeah.
Have they really?
The F1 races now have 3 different compounds with different wear rates and different temperature windows they work best in and everything.
I'm astounded as to how far we've got already. We were talking about the tyre pickup that builds on the fast corners, but then a car went off. It was a race leader, wasn't it? Max Verstappen went off.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, he's in the pits now, but he brought a bit of dirt from the grassy area onto the track, and I went, that won't affect the cars behind. But John said, no, it does.
That'll stay there.
It means that a little bit of grip maybe is lost at that corner for the next few laps. So
another 32-lap stint for Verstappen.
The accuracy in this simulation is just superb, and if they can continue to improve it, then fantastic.
That's what they do. Every single update, they make things a little bit more realistic. They try and make the biggest. Of course, being a motorsport, the most important thing is the tyres, and it's the modelling of the tyres and how the tyres interface with the track.
And the tyres.
Exactly, and the tyres is the most important. That's what they work on the whole time to try and improve. And on the whole, they appear to be going in the right direction. I mean, I think what I would say is that the marbles are more of an issue on the slow corners than outside on the fast corners.
Right,
so
interesting.
You don't kind of wipe out with high-speed understeer. But if you go out wide, especially for example at turn 7, then it's a little bit of a pain to put it mildly. Even though most of the marbles are on the grass, but it still goes. Oh, I'm going.
Right, Verstappen is out of the pits, and here comes the 7 car in second place for Maxi Benecke. He goes through now, so he's back on the lead lap. But my goodness me, so 27 seconds now between them, and that's all in that pit stop rotation. And BMW going off behind the second place car there.
I did that once. It's fine. Just a 1X.
think that was that the number
70
something? I thought it was 76, maybe. No, not the right colour. 707.
Oh, right. Okay, that's important.
And he got taken off.
Yeah, that was a touch.
Didn't give him enough space.
Well, we've been watching the Corva car because they are doing in GTE, Nick, what the Verstappen car is doing at the front of the field. Oh yeah, that was a big hit on the front end. Lucky not to break the steering there. They are miles ahead of anybody else on fuel.
Yeah,
I mean, miles ahead of anybody else.
There are fuel maps on the BMW you can use. People tend not to. It will be done with right foot lift and coast. I assume that's again what Max has done with his teammate as well. They've worked out a way or a route of saving a bit of fuel because there is no.
The Williams eSport BMW, Nick, which is leading at the moment, the #1 car, the eSport Chill Blast car. That's Lasse back. Will come in at the end of this lap, I reckon. And that car I'm talking about, the Corva car, still has 14 laps to go. So he's got a third of a stint on them. And he's the closest car to him is 8 laps worse off than they are rather. So they do cycle all the way up to almost the lead, but not quite.
But no one's getting anywhere close to a 48 lap stint for one occasion on the 707.
I know.
47 for the main part.
Yeah, exactly.
When everybody else is doing 45, 44 laps for the race leader.
Yeah. So this leader's just gone through to complete 46, so they are going to do a 47 this time around.
But the speed isn't there compared to the race leader, so it's about, outright pace and you burning your fuel more readily, or doing the soft chew shuffle and gaining the time that way.
Now, Arjuna reminds us that the Corva car was hit and spun through the chicane before the green flag. Thank you. I had forgotten all about that. And that was before we even got to green. Moment or two ago, another tap down through the S's. And Piotr Jagozinski needs to put the lottery on. Oof. Because how he does not hit anything there. That's lovely use of the reverse flick down the hill. See? That's where you practice this sort of thing.
Yeah.
Flick the wheel round,
doesn't it?
Right, so he's going round, keep the wheel straight. Now, reverse the lock, and if he just flicked that round and about there, straighten up the wheel, it would have just flicked round. Defensive driving 101, that, mate. Well done.
Very similar paint schemes on those two cars, but they're not from the same
they're not.
Outfit, by the way.
He's going again.
DV1 Triton Racing for Piotr Jagozinski.
He was in 4th position. I'll tell you what, you get up into the top 6 in GT3 and the car develops magnets for P2 cars.
Yeah. Still 30-odd seconds he's got on Sergei Maturana, so Denning has lost a place, but what he has lost is about 20-odd seconds on Lucas Yestet, who is in 4:51 and running 3rd for the Biela Racing team. 26.3 seconds adrift now. He must have been right on your step before that happened.
Yeah, he must have been.
It's a shame.
Nick, what's the plan for your team for the rest? Are you just doing double stints and double stinting drivers, double stinting tyres?
Yeah, double stinting. There's kind of a mix and match. Darren's doing no tyres and I'm doing 1 tyre, and Matt is deciding whether to do 1 tyre, 4 tyres or no tyres in this particular style. Up until the run before me, they've been taking tyres every time, but I think the track has rubbered in a bit. It's more not about grip, it's more about lack of wear.
Right, here's Lasse back coming in. This will be a 48 lap stint for him. I think that's the longest that Williams eSport has done. Johnny will interrogate the pit lane info that we have.
Yeah, by far the long. They've done 45 as a maximum before.
Yeah. Temperature's coming down. I wonder if that's helping and helping with the pace. And Lasse is getting out of that car. And who is getting in then? Daniel, it should be, shouldn't it? Daniel Lafuente. Yes, it is. Lafuente is in the car. Thank you, Regina.
So back with a double from the start. Lafuente with a double. And yeah, double just now from Lasse as well. So that's all going nicely on the rotation.
Redline Porsche into the pits, having worked its way up to 6th position with Gianni Vecchio, who started the race. He'll now pass back to his teammate. Set of tyres for both of those as there are driver changes going on. Meantime, on the front straight, a very lovely Man Iti Racing BMW number 78, Diogo Cipinto, now leads the class, and he is due in. Well, he's done 40. He's on his 45th lap now, JP. So possibly one or two more. And then the Van der Waal car will be the next car to come in. That's currently in second, the number 2. And they've got another 3 or 4 to do. Now, is the Williams car back out again? Yes, it is, La Fuente. So has Antti Ahola got beyond him? Yes. No, he hasn't. See, that's the problem.
Yeah.
So the Corva car's running nice and long, but it doesn't get ahead of the Williams eSport car. He's still, 2 seconds behind him.
I think they're doing so much fuel saving on 707.
20 seconds behind him, yeah.
They're doing so much fuel saving, they just haven't got the speed the number 1 car has got. So at the moment, the 1 car's got the balancing act between fuel consumption and lap speed just about right.
Like it. I like your thought.
Yeah.
It might be they're trying to reach a certain point on fuel saving, much as we saw in the Spa 24 hour when the McLaren that won from Caranda saved for the first 13 hours, made what it wanted to do, and then for
really
the final 11
on.
hours just went on again on the same as everyone else.
True
So
enough.
they probably worked that one. They may well be back timing. It may just be the cable car's not quite as quick, and this is the way of them getting their best possible result.
Well, particularly as it was spun before the flag.
Yes.
It may be that they've got some damage that hasn't repaired. So the Chill Blast car is back out and up at turn 7. Shadows lengthening now, and it won't be too long before the setting sun becomes an issue into turns 5 and out of turn 6 into turn 7.
It's 3 minutes past 6 Rattleton time on the sim at the moment.
Right, so about an hour to official sunset.
7:12.
Yeah. Looking great.
Looking lovely.
Looks great.
Looking lovely.
So the layout of the track, so we've dropped again to 27 degrees in the temperature, 24 in the air, 27 on the track, a little bit of cloud. And the track, the left-hand side of the graphic, if you're watching at the moment, but turn 6 and 7, so turn 6 into 7, that extreme left-hand end, that is pretty much due west. So that is where the sun sets. So you're also going to get a little bit running through the S's up to turn 5. Possibly a little bit coming out of turn 1 when you're pointing at the sky.
Yeah, the sun, and obviously the low setting sun is very well modelled within the sim, so you do get glare and the
and dirt on the windscreen now of the P2s, mate.
Yep, you do get a tear off each time. It takes you, I think, 2 seconds. It takes off your pit stop to have a tear off. Yep, but when you look out the nose, you can see all the dirt on the inner fenders.
Yeah.
Yes.
Verstappen then going down to turn 6 now, and you can just start to see as the sun is dropping below the, such as it is, the cloud, that it's beginning to be a little bit of a problem. It's going to get much worse than that. Much worse. At RSL_studio, by the way. Hello to Rut Speed, to Porsche Sport, all tuned in at the moment. Want to drop us a line, let us know where you're watching and listening from. And a reminder, on Tuesday night, few people asking about this, about the DNLS. 2 rounds remaining of the DNLS, the Digital Nürburgring Längstrecke Series, powered by VCO. Both going to be midweek, out from what was 3rd position for Dakota Fripp, for Van der Waal Sim Racing Pink. That car back out into the fray. And 4th place GT3 car coming through. That was Sergei Maturana for Jose Bordalas Racing Team. So, lovely time in the evening, Nick, and you were saying that the grip was good.
Yep, it's better than I thought it would be, because often when I've done a couple of these long distance races now, it ends up getting a bit greasy. But at the moment, it's still, I would say not far off happy hour. I think when it gets a bit cooler and just before it gets dark, it'll get even better, because most of these engines are turbos and they do model the turbo correctly. The P2s aren't, obviously, but the GTEs are. Yeah, and it's this is the point now where you can start to really make some moves, because you get a bit more clear track out there, and you can actually start to lay down some times and really try and if you're lucky enough to be a bit of free air in between pit stops, and you're often fighting people who are on different pit stop strategies, it's a real feeling you can start making some time up.
Thanks, Nick. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, coming down, so it's a Euronics car, which is, we've got a GTE followed by a GT3, a GT IMSA, I should say, well, GT3, and it's the third place Euronics car. Is it third? Yeah. It's got a 3 on it. No, it's got a second in this lap. That's why.
Yeah.
You look at it on the ticker on the front, and it had gone past the Biela Racing Euronics car when Lucas just stabbed as he climbs the hill, and we're just hoping there's no P2s about to try and lunge up the inside. Actually, Max Verstappen is going to kind of go around the outside.
That's the only place in the S's that you can do that.
And you have to have
help.
Yeah, it has to be a cooperative GT3 car. There wasn't much cooperation in my stint, in my split.
No, but you're going past P2 cars that have got the same downforce as you. That's where the downforce of the P2 can help you. So effectively going down from 3 to 4 in the start of the S's. Verstappen knew that, and more importantly, Stedt knew that as well, and gave the room, just breathed over to the left slightly. The P2 car goes whizzing through, and you're back online, pretty much.
So Verstappen still, as he takes the 10A and the 10B, it's interesting that it's still firmly attached to the rear. He's not drifting the rear yet, which means he's got plenty of grip in the rear tyres. So
this is his second stint on these tyres, of course.
So, in the end, you look at the attitude of the car, you can begin to see when the rear is going. It doesn't necessarily mean actually it's costing you much lap time or about to spin. It's just the attitude changes as it starts to rotate more from the rear from the front. This is a very, very good car. It's a very well modelled car. It's a very good car to drive. There are a few little vices on the HPD that this car doesn't have. It does have, and that was too wide, by the way, lost a bit of time coming out that wide of 5. It does have, I say, a little bit surprisingly, ineffective is the wrong word, but surprisingly not retardy brakes at some point. You're often really having a go to try and get everything to stop from high speed.
I do notice that this might just be the modelling. There's no real glowing on the brakes on the P2 car.
Well, if I tell you that to get this car to work, everyone has their brake bias to the rear.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, on the HPD, you would be running 56 at the front, 44 at the rear. Some of the better guys run back to 55, 54, because obviously what you're trying to prevent doing is the rear overtaking the front by locking the rears.
Let's quickly just run down the times as we've come to the end of another race hour, believe it or not. There's only just under 4 hours remaining. So red line orange leading by 26 seconds. Then red line red, which is at the moment 5.5 seconds. No, it's not, because I'm looking at the wrong part of the timing screen. 8.1 seconds ahead of Apex. 1 minute 5 back to red line purple, who are 1.7 ahead of Movano Sim Racing Team. But of course, everybody after the third place car is off the lead lap. Yas Heat another 32 seconds back from Movano Bianco. In the IMSA category, the IMSA GTE category, or GT Le Mans I suppose we would call it, the first of GTs, it's opened up again. La Fuente leads from Corva in second place. They've got about 5 more laps to go, Corva, in that car, and they cycle up to second, but they've not got to the top step yet. In fact, yeah. But they're going to hold on. They're going to be in decent shape when they pit. Rasmus Busk has just pitted out of third position for HM Engineering, the 159. So that'll put Dakota Fribbach and Venderval back up into third. Ruben Bonga for Manatee Racing. He's just got in the 78 green BMW. He's in fifth. And Jürgen Frank is in 6th for Sim RP. Arano Esports Harway are next up, and that's Andrea Melchers and Alexei Usi Yakula for Porsche in 8th position. In GT Daytona, Sim RC leads the way with the Asher Racing colours on the side of that car. The Sim RC Titan car by nearly 18 seconds from the best place of the Biela Euronics sponsored machine. That's Lucas Yestat. Josh Thompson is behind the wheel of Williams Esport. Ben Q in 3rd. Then DV1 Triton off the lap, the lead lap in GT3. He's another 1:18 behind Thompson, and he's only 2/10 ahead of Max Esterson for Vendaval Racing Blue, who is next up in the 42 car in 5th position. And in 6th, it's Braden Werner for Parallax Racing. He's 11 seconds further back. Florian Volther for Sim RC Carbon, 7 seconds further back from there. And the only other car running 26 seconds further back, Jose Bordeles Racing Team, Victor Grano de Oro Prieto, or VG DOP, as he's known to his friends. Nick Damon.
Yeah, just finished thought just before the we had the hourly update, but yeah. So the interesting thing is the P2 cars are very much set rearwardly biased, just to try and get the braking effect. Because otherwise, if you move the front's locked too easily. So even for us amateurs, we're running with like 49 at the front, 51 at the rear, and it's moving back the whole time. So yeah, there might even be as low as 46. To the front, so it's just a weird thing trying to get the car to stop. It is very quick though, which does help. It's got good straight line acceleration, which I said does help get you past the GTE cars, which is always more of an issue with the old Acura HPD.
Yeah, how much are you changing the brake bias through the stint, Nick?
At this track, not at all. But we were racing at the track we were racing recently, where you started off and you started and you with it at the front. I think it was at Monza, just as the tyres were warming up, and then you just went backwards and backwards and backwards and backwards to get the brake into all the various corners. Here, it's pretty much you pretty stick with it, because you've what the good point about this is both your heavy braking incidents are in a straight line. So you're not so worried about the rear end coming round on you.
So I presume that it's only at 10A.
Yep.
And 7.
You brake hard into 6. So you
Really?
brake hard into 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You brake hard into 6, and then you also brake less hard into 7, because 7 it's more about getting the rotation than anything else. And you haven't really picked the speed up. There's only a very small amount of throttle between 6 and 7. And then you obviously brake very hard into 10. You don't brake hardly at all into 1.
Even in a GT car, that is, you're going right to as far down the pit lane exit as you can. It's maybe a 3 or a 4 pressure. You breathe into it, and then you're back on the throttle.
Yeah, you're down 2 gears in the P2, and you just effectively what you're really trying to do is make sure that the nose of the car is doing the work, so it just pulls you around. At the top of the hill, it's much more about precision braking. You have to lose some speed, but it's really about positioning the car and just getting the thing to turn as well. And then of course after that, there's a reasonable amount of braking in fairness into 5, but again, it's not the braking that counts, because you do brake in a straight line again there. It's really then how you handle the car as it flows through 5, keeping it tight realistically P2, or letting it flow out of it on GP cars.
Just getting a bit of a battle to heat up here through traffic. Jürgen Frank in the Sim RC 76. The yellow and black car has got target acquired on the brilliantly named Maniti Racing. That's M-A-N-I-T-I, Maniti Racing. And Ruben Bonga. And they're behind the lead car in GT3 at the moment, which is Hayden Burns, and that's another Sim RC car. Now, needs to keep out of the way of this battle, and certainly doesn't need to hold up the team BMW, and doesn't. They're on the back straight now. Look to me as though the Sim RC car got a cracking run out of 7. Might just have a look down the inside at 10A here. Leave it till as late as you can, comes down. That is a perfect overtaking manoeuvre. Didn't even have to do the block pass in the 10B. Lovely, lovely manoeuvre. And Jurgen Frank is through. Ruben Bonga having a little look into the final corner, and he's got a good run out of 12. He might be having a look into one. It's not really a passing manoeuvre unless you've got a lot of extra speed down there. That one's not quite over yet, Nick, but that was a lovely manoeuvre by Frank.
No, it is an absolute textbook. Get the
all coming out of 7.
Bag. Yeah, I mean, it is amazing that the actual drive out of 7 is actually, I would say, the most important part of the entire circuit. It's not even getting into 7, it's how you get out of 7 that's absolutely key, because it'll give you the chance to get past someone, give you a chance to defend against someone, even if they get a slipstream on you. So it's absolutely key to the whole track to get round that corner in a way where you're carrying enough speed that also you get a very clean exit. But again, it looks like the 78 car, 76 the 78. But yeah, then you have a chance to go up the inside. And on the whole, once if you get the inside line and move forward, most sensible people will then let you go and live to fight another day. Because if you try and go through side by side, either one of you is going to spin, and one of you going to get forced out towards the bigger expanse of gravel on the other side. So it's a difficult thing to win, even if you try and tough it out. Certainly with 3.5 hours to go, they're not going to tough it out. Perhaps with 3 laps to go, you give it a go. But at this point, it's all about, okay, right, fine, you've got it for now. We'll live to fight another day.
It's Nick Damon, I'm John Hindorf, RSL, Radio Show Limited. Once again, kindly being asked to get excited. And it's not too difficult, is it, at the moment, with the quality of racing we've seen on the Grand Slam VCO iRacing series with Petit Le Mans, as in comes Antti Ahola in the black 707 Corva car. Now this is the car that's off kilter, and that's another 47 lap run, which they've been doing fairly standard. Only in the last stint or so, the Williams Esports guys got a 48 lap run out of their car. But they're pitted on lap 271. We're now at the end of 282. Valtteri Alander in the car. That's already changed. Valtteri then will take over from his teammate.
There's one thing I took from that shot we just saw, John, is that they obviously haven't actually seen what a real paddock looks like, because those trucks are all higgity-piggity. They will be perfectly in line in a real IMSA paddock, wouldn't they?
Oh, I'm absolutely certain that Johnny Knotts would not have it any other way. He's the king of the paddock. And in fact, it's not unusual to see the president of IMSA, John Doonan, out in the early part of the week, marshalling the trucks, just parking them up in the interim before they are put into their proper places. Real team effort in the IMSA paddock, and always very, very well organised. There are some places that IMSA go to where it has to be. I think particularly of Long Beach. We talked about the new Long Beach iRacing release earlier on, and there's so little room there that they can't have the full IMSA field there. And there's not a square inch of space that's wasted in the support paddock as it is that IMSA gets on the inside of the circuit. Benaker just trying to close down on Max Verstappen again, but that gap, it's been as low as 18.5, 19 seconds. It's up to 23 now. It's started to come down, but it's just gradually easing out again. Benaker coming to the end of his stint here.
Yeah, John, it's a typical endurance racing gap, isn't it? That's entirely two cars effectively going almost exactly the same speed, but the gap is entirely dependent on where they are in the traffic, isn't it? Because Max lost 1.5 seconds 3 laps ago, because obviously he probably caught up a GT car going into 3 and 4 and 5, and then 2 laps later, Maximilian and Benaker lost 3 tenths. Again, it's just all about the traffic. There's no real indication anyone's got any greater ground speed.
Couple of guys who put their cars fastest laps in last time around. Joao Vaz in the number 32 Dallara, the Yas Heat car. A little bit off the pace, but a 109.354 for them is that car's fastest lap of the race. And in GTE, Jurgen Frank on this charge back towards the front of the field, now only 20 seconds away from Dakota Fripp in second, a 1:15.8 that's in the number 76 car. And who else have I just seen put a quick lap in? That's Chris Lulham in the Triple A Esports number 8 GTE BMW, 1:15.7. So it is getting quicker out there as the track temperature continues to fall. As the Urano car, number 90, been in the wars. That's Andre Melchers in the Hawaii car.
3 pitted, didn't it then?
Looked like it to me.
Peeling off. Yep, it's triggered the timing beam now. So Patrick Wolf and also Johan Harth, so 3rd and 5th place overall and in the P2 are trundling down the pit lane.
And I think they're both on the end of their second stint. Let me just check that. Johan definitely is. And no, did Patrick just jump in? I think Patrick might have just taken over from, Matt Farrow. So Patrick may well stay in. So don't expect to see the purple 3 car go up on the jacks here. But I would expect to see the 96. I don't think Johan's going to do a triple. He may do it this stage.
I think that the temptation, as the temperature comes down, the grip's going up, and I'm sure with their ability, the wear is going down. I'm sure the temptation is coming in to run a triple. Saves you effectively 12.5 seconds. And if they feel they're not going to lose that in race time, nope, he's going for tyres anyway, Johan Horth. But yeah, I think that's going to get more and more a temptation. I doubt the top 2 will. I think the red line will continue with their rotation 2 on 2 off, 2 on 2 off, as it's working particularly well. As Max Beneke does come into the pits from second, John.
Exactly on cue. That's the end of his 31st lap out there. And that's a double for Max. So again, he should be getting out and handing back to Dominic Faber. So fuel first. And the issue that they've got is, they can't go any quicker than the 33 car. Beneke is against Verstappen, and he's not really taking anything out of them. And Verstappen's got another 8 laps before he comes into the pits. They've been getting 1 or 2 laps better than everybody all the way through the race.
So not only did they have a net 22-second lead when we last saw it, they've also got effectively it's about a second a lap. You will need less for your final fuel stop. It's unlikely they'll be able to be lucky enough to drop an entire run down the pits, but just the shorter final stop. So if they come in 8 laps later.
Well, they have the choice as well, though, Nick. As I was saying earlier on, the choice is: do you run it all the way to the end of the fuel? There's no safety car, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when you take your last stop. You're not going to get caught the wrong side of a safety car. But they're banking up enough time here where potentially, and I haven't quite worked it out yet because we've still got 186 laps to go. I know this is a timed race, but we're getting the prediction through on the software, strategy software that we use for all of our racing here on RSL. It might be that they decide to come in partway through their penultimate stint and say, right, let's bang a set of tyres on.
Well, yeah. I mean, when they come in, when they do make up for their extra fuel in their tank, I say it's an extra 8 seconds they're sitting in hand. They can choose. They can short fill at any time and take that 8 seconds back. Well, not short fill, but have a much more full tank to fill up, and they can get that time back very quickly. Is that Beneke's the problem? Or Beneke's teammates the problem? Seven's off the track. So the new driver,
Dominic Faber, on his outlap. Oh my goodness!
I think he overcooked 7. I don't think it's a problem. I think he just overcooked 7. They've done that once already, haven't they?
Oh yeah, he was.
So he's just not enough
on the way in.
So basically, what he's done there is he's trail braked into 7 on cold tyres. Now, it may be, as I said before, always spinning in with our previous conversation, John, that if he's running quite heavy rear brake bias, he's just locked the rears as he goes in and it's going round. So he's just been too aggressive, too much brake, perhaps too much rear bias, too much trail on those cold tyres on the lap out.
Can I ask you something? When you take over the car from somebody else, does it reset your brake bias, or do you take it over where the other person left off?
That's a brilliant question, John, because that is absolutely the issue sometimes. You will take over the individual settings the previous driver had. Right. Now, there's 4 settings which are easy to change. There's more you can. brake bias, throttle map.
And there's
cars
Patrick
as
Wolff
well.
off as well. And that's his, I think that was his outlap as well. Yes, it was. And that's down at 10. That was just being too greedy.
What happened there was he went in for it, realised this is not going to work, and just let the brakes off and took the. He took the point. He'll also get a slow down for cutting that much out, but realised that if he actually tried to make the corner, there was quite a reasonable chance of an impact with the green car he was going past. He just said, fine, I'll keep going. So you can adjust the brake bias, you can adjust the throttle map. So the map, that's not the actual. The throttle shaping just affects how your power is delivered. It doesn't change the amount of fuel used one way or the other. And you can adjust the two parameters of the traction control, which is the slip and the gain. So at what level it comes in and how hard it and what level.
So do you have a starting point for each stint on new tyres? And therefore, as you come, because when I've raced in the real world for endurance racing, when you come back into the pits, you put it back to where you started. That's the thing that you're doing as you're loosening off your belts and hitting the pit lane speed limiter.
It's the other way around. It's the driver who gets in who can adjust it all on his adjustment box. So basically, the person gets out. When the new driver gets in, you've got at least 30 seconds, or perhaps even 45 seconds with fuel and tyres. So you just pull up the box and you adjust it to, or check it. You're happy with what it is. But we have fallen foul of that, and teams have fallen foul of that. I think in the Nürburgring 24, when the boys were running, that was one of the reasons that apparently Joe had some issues, was because it was the brake bias was left as it was for lovely warm tyres, and he went with cold tyres, and the whole thing just went straight into a barrier because you've only got 3 feet of runoff.
Yeah.
Very crumpled, long nose Z4 GT3.
They do crumple very nicely, those though, don't they?
Well, I think one of the main reasons actually for choosing the Audi R8 over the Z4 or all the Mercedes is when you crumple the nose, you can still see over it. 72 in the pits, which is the Milano Sim Racing Rosso. Dion Fialo he's doing a second stint, so there we go. From fourth, I'm not sure he's retained that. Team Red Line Purple having a bit of a problem, so quite likely he will, in the rotation, have managed to stay in fourth place.
Say hello to Sindre Setsas, if I can manage to get him into the comms room. And Sindre, not racing here this weekend. Sindre, do you hear us?
Yeah, I am. Hello.
Hello, Sindre, do you hear us?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Unfortunately, not at the moment. Nothing heard here.
Oh, well, my microphone is activated, so I don't know what's...
You have one of those marvellous moments in endurance racing when there's 5 abreast in 3 different classes. They manage to string out before they go into the tight 10A and 10B. 72. Dion Fialo, Delara P217, running in fourth. And then we now go back to the recovering Dominic Farber in the second place, down third place, to the Red Line Red car. That must be because Johan Hart's got ahead in the Apex Racing team. I'm not sure that's because they're ahead because because Dominic made that mistake, or ahead because of the pit stop strategy. But down in third now for Red Line Red. Didn't lose a huge amount of time at accident turn 7, probably about 9 or 10 seconds. But it's interesting how the cold tyres are catching out these pro drivers today, because it's the thing you always think as you come out the pits, cold tyres, take it easy. But I suppose they're sitting there so pent up and realising that every half-tenth counts. They're just pushing the envelope and just trying too hard, and these things will bite you on cold tyres. And it is a sickening feeling as the car goes round or understeers off, because you know there's no one to blame but yourself, because you knew that the chances was going to happen, but you still thought you'd have a battle against friction, and a battle you've lost. The Faber through 7, braking hard, just taking the inside apex, running along the top of the curve, and then through 7 now and down, and it's all line it up, full power, and you'll accelerate through the gears up to 6th gear. Drift over to the right-hand side when you get over the hill.
rear camera on that car
No.
in the middle of the screen. I've just noticed that.
Yeah, I mean, that probably means that he's actually, his particular setup is using the virtual rear view mirror.
Right, okay.
Down to what you're using. Some of the guys want to use the. In fairness, it takes a little bit more processing power to have the picture in the screen.
No, that's
So
that's the Magneti Morelli flag in the cab system to P2, isn't it? So that's why that's not the rear view on that car. Right, I'm going to try again with Sindra and say good evening to Sindra Setsis, who's not here, but is taking part competitively in another way. Sindra, how are you this evening?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you?
Hello, Sindra.
I'm here.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
Sindra, are you there?
Yeah. How are you doing?
I got a little bit of something there up the line from London.
How are you doing?
Oh no, that's what's going out on another one of our channels at the moment. That sounded like the Torah radio show, to be honest.
Verstappen in the pits, and Jonas Weimar has taken over. So it's a full service for the 33 car.
And that's another 32 lap stint.
So Johan Harth, John, is now scored second. I thought it was kind of a very big 1-2 between the two red lines. But have they always been stalking close enough to get ahead of Dominic and the number 7 car with one mistake then?
It's tight. I'm going to have one more go with Sindra.
Hello.
And see if we can get him back in there. Sindra, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Working the tech here today.
10-4
Hello,
on my
Sindra.
side. Hello.
No, nothing heard at all.
I'm 100% sure my microphone is working.
This. Oh, was that something? Hello, Sindra. No, he's dropped back out of the interview area again. So, moving on.
There gets the one Porsche in the car in the race, dropping. But that was very brave.
Oh!
Oh, and he's now was that a tank slap of the 96? Or did he just get a little bit of help
by the
from
Porsche? The front of the Porsche
handle.
looks absolutely clean. I have no doubt that there was no fault whatsoever on the Porsche driver there.
Obviously not. No, the Porsche driver being perfect, absolutely. So that's yeah. Let's see what happened on that one.
Well, I was wondering what was going to happen down towards turn 7, because if there was a touch, no, he hit the curb. 96 hit the curb. Johan Harth hit the curb at the top of the hill, and you do not want to do that. Too much curb with the right-hand side wheels. I just wonder what happened at turn 6, though, in case Johan thought he had been hit. Just have a...
Ooh. Yeah.
Too much curb. Missed his turning point. Wonder if he was just getting distracted by the sun. You are just coming up to the top of the rise there. It's right in front of you, but it does just take your attention a wee bit.
I think it's more that he was quite on the edge of being past the Porsche at the top of the hill, and he snatched the corner and just took too much of it, and therefore ended up with a large amount of curb, which he got away with in the fact that he managed to only lose a few places. Then he decided to drive the Porsche off the track again at turn 6. So I don't think he's going to be on the Christmas card list of the Porsche team. The red line Porsche 911 goes drifting off. Good control though, because when you get off on that grass, sometimes you just can't do anything about it. So yeah, so both Johan Harth and Dominic Farmer in second and third are making it even easier for Red Line Orange and Jonas Weimar by just not being on the track all the time. Here comes the 7. So now trying to make up a gap of 36 seconds between first and second. Johan Harth is 36 back, 40 seconds back for Dominic Farber in third. So that's got 18 seconds worse since the last set of pit stops. So it's been a very, very positive half hour for our leader, Team Redline Orange, and the 33 car.
And I mean, you can't say that there's any. Oh, the Ben Q.
Yeah.
Car. That's the third place car in GT3.
You not want to be in third in GT3, do you?
Well, I don't want to be in the top 6. It's
third,
third, 2/3 now, a 5th, and a 4th have all been driven off the track.
That's a late lunge.
That wasn't a great.
It's a very late lunge, that is. I mean, he's going to be upset, but not super upset because he's not damaged and he hasn't hit the wall. But the yellow BMW there really should have known better. That's and it's a bit weird, really. A lot of the people in the middle of this race, I'm sitting there feeling like a third form teacher just sitting with the naughty people saying you should have known better. You know how to do this, because it's interesting now they've got this very, very tight and difficult virtual Petit Le Mans circuit, the Road Atlanta circuit, and it's showing that they're not showing the level of patience. They're not really showing the level of intelligence. It's not really any surprise to me that Max Verstappen is doing so well, because as an F1 driver, what separates the good from the great is their mental capacity, and that's the key point. And you do feel that sometimes some of these guys, rather than pushing without risk, are pushing with no thought.
I'm still interested to know what this Corva team can do in the 707. Valtteri Landa behind the because they've got such a different fuel strategy going on.
So they're running. Where are they? They're actually running in 4th, aren't they, in clear air? But they're effectively getting towards a pit stop ahead. So that will pull them back into 2nd, because it's a big lead, 1 minute 7 second lead now for Williams eSport Chili Blast, the 8 car, so the 1 car. So that's I mean I think they've worked out where their pace is, and their pace is not in ground speed. Their pace is in tactically reducing the time in the pit, which is the other methodology of being really fast in multi-class endurance. You can either go faster on the track or spend less time stationary in the pits, and they've gone for option B. Climbing the hill, sticking left, brake, turn at the end of the curve, take a little bit of that, take 2 tyres over the nub of 3. Full throttle now down through 4 and 5, and I wonder why he's going so wide. He's going so wide because he's letting through a P2 car. Brake hard, you take a lot of curve with the GTE cars, and it doesn't unsettle them at all. Power up the straight, and the braking point should be, there's a white line in the track just there. That's your braking point. You turn in, drift out as wide. You don't want to use that curve too much, more because if you fall over the side, you run out of grip. Tight, but early, but that's okay. Out wide again and push the power. It's really interesting actually watching from the GTE cars. They are absolutely all over the curbs, whereas the P2 driver, which I've been spending most of the time in the last week, you want to try to avoid the curbs as much as possible. So you have the track effect becomes a little bit bigger and a little bit more open for the GTE machines, because they can get wide and they aren't losing the drive and unsettling the rear of the car by hitting the curbs. Tight through 10-8 and 11, and the car opens up, breathe it out to the side, and then power up and over the hill, which definitely unsettles the car. And early on, when the tyres are cold, you're often dealing with an attempted tank slapper down there before you power all the way down through the final corner along the straight into 1. 1 is a kind of a down a couple of gears or down a gear and a light brake, drift out, power up the hill, come out back out wide to right again, and you stick tight there. Not always that tight, to be honest. So open up 3, and as you saw him there, coming straight across and taking 2 wheels over that bit of dirt of 3, because that makes the corner as shallow as possible. Take more than 2 wheels, take 2.5 wheels off, and you get an instant point, and which is never, well, it's fine. We haven't got 50 of them, but don't forget 50 instants. And you get instants for going off the track, cutting the circuit. A spin will give you 2. An accident, well, that can give you anything between 1 and 4 points, but you can't have more than 50. So it's like a virtual, I suppose, black and white unsportsmanlike behaviour flag. It effectively, it automatically counts up how many times you take a little bit of a liberty. If you get to 50, it's a drive-through, and that's 50 for the team, not 50 for the car. And if you then have 50, you then have another 20, so you get to 70 or 90 or 110, you'll get another drive-through. Don't expect to see anybody have a drive-through here, because it's the guys are good enough to stay on the island on the whole. Some of the lower splits, it is easy to make little errors and mistakes and pick up a point here and pick up a point there. And think about it, they're looking at running, I think John said, around 400 laps in total. 600 laps in total. So there's a lot of corners to go around and not pick up an off-track point. So it's a difficult situation. It's balancing out. And there is also the point where sometimes, if you're very naughty, you can actually take a deliberate incident point, which will save you about 2 or 3 tenths in a battle. But at the moment, they're turning laps a little bit wider. That's fine. Coming out of 5, not taking as much curve as you expect to see sometimes. Through 7 again, through 6 and into 7. Sorry, out wide. Nice rotation back of that BMW. You see the car was actually turning. It was rotating the rear without having to use too much front end. So it's relatively well balanced now. Coming down the long straight, which has got 2 curves in it, even though they don't really count. Turn 8 and 2.9, which are effectively not. They're just because the straight is an arrow straight before you break into 10A and 10B. So up at the front, it's still Team Redline Orange. Jonas Vermeer, Max Verstappen's partner. On camera now, if you're lucky enough to be able to see the pictures, just going past one of the GT3 Audis. They're leading by about 35 seconds, and then it's 4 seconds further back to Team Redline Red. Dominic Farber in second place is Johan Half, who earlier we just saw having a little issue. Now, Jonas coming down the front straight past the pits. He's got one of the other P2s in front of him. Now, that guy will be getting a yellow and blue and yellow flags. It's blue with a yellow cross. There's the Williams Chili Blast. Max just breezed past that one, going through into turn 4. He's following the 20 car, which is the 6th place Marcus Hamilton, Milano Sim Racing Bianco car. They climb up the hill again. So Marcus knows he's about to be lapped, or knows someone wants to lap him. Gets a warning, but there's no past 3 blue flags and you get a point or anything like that. It is down to him whether he wants to let him through. Max sticks close to that Audi. They get a little bit of slipstream and now looking to get up the inside line. I think he's going to get. He's got a reasonable tow. Yeah, he's going to take him on the outside going into 10, and therefore he puts a lap on position 6.
This is going very nicely, isn't it? Very nicely indeed. That was Nick Dearman. Johnny Palmer is back with us. 3.5 hours to go, and the shadows lengthening. The golden light down through the final corner, just rattling the left-hand Michelins off the blue and white curbs. And these 32 lap stints and 32 lap stints being done by either Max Verstappen or Jonas Vermeer absolutely brilliantly. So consistent. We've talked about it before, but it is the lack of variance and that speed and that consistency right into the sunshine now as you turn in towards turn 7. And for the next 10 minutes or so, that's going to be really difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is, John, I just suddenly realised, I know it's not real, but I'd really like to be there. I've got this kind of thing, I should be, I'm going to Petit Le Mans. Oh, I should be in the closing light, the last, the dying embers of the day before 2 hours of night driving. It's just not fair. Obviously, it's not actually happening at the moment. It's happening in 3 weeks' time. Not that we can go there, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And the virtual world doesn't contain coronavirus either, because there are big crowds assembled here and having a great time.
Yeah, very good. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's harking back perhaps to what we distantly remember as a cracking race meeting, and hopefully we'll get to that sooner rather than later. Petit Le Mans next year should be a cracking festival, but you're right, it conjures up just a wonderful Saturday night atmosphere, and the sun steadily dropping to the horizon, probably set for just under 2 hours of full darkness. Nick, have you done some running in the dark prior to today?
Yeah,
Lots of it.
You have to practice the dark.
Yeah,
I mean,
of course.
Well, the thing is, when you practice on your own, it's actually darker than it is for real. There is no lighting on this track at all. It is a pitch black.
Well, that's going to be my next question. Yeah.
Down the front straight, there's a tiny bit, but that's all.
But if you are obviously have other cars around, you can their lights help illuminate the track. The other thing you can do, which of course is not something you can do and you can't do in the real life, is you can turn your brightness up, which you can't do on your head or your eyes. But if you turn the brightness up to the maximum the game allows, it kind of makes it a kind of an eerie twilight rather than pitch black. It actually lets you see about, I would say, quite a useful, perhaps 30, 40 metres further ahead than you could with just lights alone. So it does help you pitch the corners, especially at this track where it's very, very difficult going up the hill between 1, 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah.
The vision. The rest of the track's not too difficult really, because as long as you get you can pick out your braking points, because you're all actually quite easily visible with the headlights, and then you're doing it by muscle memory at that point. So it is the complex, basically up the hill from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the rest is his muscle memory, says Nick before he throws it into the boondocks later today.
Yeah. Famous last quote before you hit the pits for the last 2 hours. And that's borderline cheating, turning your brightness up, but then you know everybody else will probably be doing the same, so that's fine.
They are.
Yeah.
They are. I mean, we didn't. If I'm being honest with you, we didn't realise you could do that till this week.
Okay.
Oh,
So
are you kidding me? I've been telling Bradley that for months.
Well, I think the thing about turning the gamma up on the screen, this is actually turning it up on the sim. So everyone's been going, so all these bits in Spa and Nürburgring. I mean, fair, it's not particularly. You don't need it at Le Mans. Le Mans fine. You can see where you're going, and you know the track.
Yeah.
But Nürburgring, I can't. That. Realistically, the maximum currently is 30. I want to get a new device that turns the brightness up to 110 to give it a chance to get to see something. But yeah, I mean, it is still a challenge. And interesting, actually, I think this part of the day with the guys is going to be a particular challenge, because you are getting genuine glare from the sun. So, and it just adds the chance of errors really than anything else.
Yeah, the tricky stints are always the transition from day to night or night to day, I suppose, and that glare that you get around certain corners of the circuit that change, of course, for sunrise, but we don't have to deal with that in this 10-hour race. And just that golden light that I remember from much earlier on in the year for the Monza 12 hours, which was the Creventic race held virtually, and a good hour and a half or so of the historic Monza track bathed in that golden light. So, give you positions again, still the battle back and forth between the 33 and now the 96. 35, nearly 36 seconds is the advantage for Jonas Wallmeyer in the red line orange car. Apex Racing Team second, and the third position car of Dominic Faber for red line red in third position car 7. And it's Dion Fialo for Mirvano Sim Racing, the Team Redline purple car of Patrick Wolf, which has had an eventful race up until now, but still holding 5th, and a decent chunk of time clear of Marcus Hamilton in the 20 car, which in the hands of Hamilton's looked very quick, but the drivers in the 20 car don't necessarily have the consistency that both Wallmeyer and Verstappen have produced in car 33, which is testament to their over half a minute advantage now. The second place car, long-time third position actually for Johan Hart, but Apex Racing have been chiselling away at gaining second place and are now there.
Yeah, they took advantage of an error. Yeah, they took advantage of an error made by Dominic Faber on his out lap. He skidded off at 7 on cold tyres. He actually over-rotated and spun off with a rear locking issue. And that was enough of a loss to give them the 5 or 6 seconds they needed to take over. They're now 4.5 ahead, because we've since had an incident where Johan Hart got confused and with the only Porsche in the race and lost about 3 or 4 seconds, having a kerfuffle around that way. But no harm, no foul damage-wise, as the cars continued. Though, interestingly, to get past him the second time half, he did punt him off the track slightly. But again, the car carried on with little damage, but I'm sure a big shaking of virtual fist at the P2 car going past him.
Yeah, because the stint so far from Hart, good average times, 109.504 as an average lap time, and Wallmeyer can't match that yet. That's a longer stint for Hart as well, but it is a big margin to try and eat into, and I still think the priority for Verstappen and Wallmeyer as a combination is to get the fuel consumption right. They've also got the lap speed, crucially, to continue to do 32 lap stints, and it's been that way since stint 2.
Well, even the last lap round, Johnny, was a 19.08, so it's only they're less than 2/10 off their best of all time, the entire race. So they have real ground speed, and it's interesting that Jonas Valmeyer is giving nothing to Max. They're both equally quick, so it's an incredibly strong team. Now, in fairness, Max Banniket and Dominic Farber should be an incredibly strong team, but they've both made outlap mistakes, which is 10 seconds here and 10 seconds there. So you think, okay, right, well, you should be second, but you're not, you're third. And in a tight field with a level of talent, you just can't make those errors. You have to run perfectly.
Yeah, and we said it a couple of times when those outlap mistakes were made. Aggressive, trying to get the tyre temperature up through the S's, but what you stand to lose is huge, and the car can switch ends on you with very little warning indeed. So better to be conservative and use discretion in the early phase of the stint. So the 7 car is, well, around about the same distance into the stint as Johan Hart in second place, pitted, say, a couple of laps later, but the bigger advantage, and it steps forward a lap at the end of every stint, is for the race leader. How far away were they last time in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 laps further they managed to go. And although you're never going to build that to the largest margin possible, which would be the full 32 laps, they're going to easily run out of time before that, but it will mean a much shorter splash at the end of the race. So they're in a great position, particularly with the lead that's nearly 40 seconds now. In GTE, it is still a lead for Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esports of a decent chunk. Now I'm trying to work out whether Dakota Fripp's still on the lead lap in GTE. I think that car from Vendavel Sim Racing is just about try and get you a gap between those first and second place cars that have been the first and second place cars for, well, easily the last 5 hours probably. Car 1 and 2 in first and second. That's stayed in my brain for a significant chunk of the race. Ruben Bonga for Manatee Racing, car 78 is in third. And then the Cova BMW, great on fuel mileage, not so good though on the pace, and still trails third place by 23 seconds, car 707. And for the all Audi R8 LMS class, which is GT3, Josh Thompson now to the front in car 4. Again, Thompson has had a tricky, 1 or 2 tricky stints earlier on, but I think he's managed to iron those crinkles out now, and is great at getting the consistency. Hayden Burns feels like he's been shadowing his every move for a lot of the race as well, but a big margin now of, again, almost half a minute between Thompson and Burns, with Lucas Gestate in 4:51 for Biela Racing Team in third position. About 20 seconds separate Gestate and the Burns car.
Now, Josh Thompson, who is now leading in GT3, he was actually helped off the track only about 15 minutes ago by one of the BMWs at the turn 1. Luckily, he managed to avoid contact with anything solid and just probably sat there again, also shaking his fist at someone who was overtaking him.
Yeah.
But I mentioned he's rotated to the front, so this car is the car which won the 12-hour Creventing in Barcelona with this very machine, an Audi GT3. I get the impression, I think the iRacing guys are going to have a good old sit down at the end of this race and go, right, everyone's choosing the BMW, everyone's choosing the Audi, and there's not enough damage on the Dallara P217. Let's fix all of that. So by the time we get to the next endurance race, probably, I think the next big one is the Daytona 24 Hours in January. I'm sure that it'll be very different again, and we'll have a completely different set of cars, which will be the chosen one.
A sim racer's designer, coder's work is never done, certainly, and there's always things to look at. A new fastest lap of the race for the Apex Racing Team car. Johan Hart just done a 108.797. Now, previous fastest lap was Verstappen's with a 108.871, set just a couple of minutes after, not the start of this clock hour, but the previous one, just after 8 o'clock UK time. So that's been standing for a while, and Johan Hart finding, obviously, the right amount of gap in front of him and ideal conditions. So goes almost a tenth quicker than Verstappen's time from earlier. So in GTE, Nick, there are 4 possible cars that people could have turned up with. Obviously, we've got the Porsche and the BMW.
We haven't got the Ferrari, and we haven't got and annoyingly, we haven't got the Corvette.
The new Corvette, mid-engine Corvette, yes.
Car, yeah.
And then
so
in GT3, so there's the Audi, obviously.
Or the Merc.
Okay.
That's your choice. There's Audi or the Merc. I mean, they've tried to, yeah, there is a limitation within iRacing, which is you can only have 7 different cars. I mean, that's a limitation. That's not actually a physical limitation of the sim. It's designed to make the game playable on more computers, because if the more cars you add, don't get too boring, it actually adds a greater demand on both the processor and the virtual RAM, even you're not actually personally running those cars.
Yeah.
So
that's going to affect frame rate, and it's going to create some stuttering, I guess.
And I think as obviously every year computers get better and people replace their 5-year-old computers or 7-year-old computers, so every year the sim evolves and the graphics improve, but iRacing has always been based much more about the absolute best physics and the absolute best driving experience. There are other sims available which do look prettier, look more photorealistic. Doesn't really add anything to the quality of the racing, but makes the stills look great.
Yes, true enough. Car into the pits is the race leader from GTE, Daniel Lafuente for Williams Esport, and just checking the rotation on the laps. 43 laps for that car.
This has been an absolute dominant performance by the Esports Chili Blast Williams car, because they've just effectively been at the front and eking out slowly every single stint, getting a little bit further ahead, a little bit further ahead, a little bit further ahead with their BMW, and staying out of trouble, which is the key thing.
So 48 laps for Lasse Bach, which was easily the longest stint for that car all race, but this one just completed now by Lafuente it might tick over to being 45 laps actually, once the car gets to the start line or the finish line in the pits. And expecting probably a double from Daniel, because his teammate Lasse Bach did do 2 back-to-back stints. Rejoining now, still with the single illuminated green light on the side of the car. And
I'm not sure really if you're in GT or GT3 you want to do more than a double, because a double is the best part of 2 hours.
Yes, will be in GT.
Just do 2 hours on, 2 hours off, rather than just there's no benefit in doing the 3 hours, because you're not going to triple stint the tyres. There is a benefit obviously of doing, if you can make the tyres last a triple on the P2s, and you're only looking at 36, 37 minutes a stint, so your 3 stints are only 2 hours. So it's these guys are obviously very, very good and very professional, but the longer you've been virtually driving the car, the more chance you are to have a concentration lap, and the more chance there is to make a mistake. I mean, it should be limited to nothing. And actually, Johnny, we've been seeing most mistakes on the out lap, so and there's not themselves in. But it is a case where 2 hours that works well. I'm sure it works well for the drivers as well. They can get their teammates in for 2 hours. They can get up, have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or whatever drink, probably an energy drink, because they're youngsters, aren't they? Because the other driver will be close and able to take over if, for instance, there's a disconnect. So say Max Verstappen, he's waiting now, and if for some terrible reason, as Varmeyer's local internet went down, he would hop straight back in the car, so he'd be in within the reload time, which is about 1 minute and 30, rather than having to wait anything else.
And when for instance, the car you're racing this weekend, when it stops for the full service, are there the 3 things that take place in a pit stop: the fuel, the tyres, and the driver change? Can some of those happen at the same time, or does it all happen in sequence?
The fuel and the driver change happens at the same time. The tyres are separate.
Okay, so that's like the real world as well.
You can. The driver change has a time attached to it, but it runs in parallel with the tyres, with the fuel. So you could come in the pits and just change the driver and leave the fuel. No idea why you do that, and it will take you 15, 16 seconds. But the fuel, with the fuel fill being between 25 and 30, depending on your car, that is done by the time the change is done by the time the fuel is in, and then you obviously have the tyre stops, and you can take 1, 2, 3, or 4 tyres. It's about 25, 26 seconds for all 4.
And that's additional to the fuel, quite clearly. Yeah, okay. So that's because, of course, the World Endurance Championship toyed for a season whereby you could change tyres and fuel at the same time, and that was quickly worked out. There wasn't a great change to the championship, and far more strategy that could be weaved into it if you separated those 2 out.
Yeah, not actually in this race, but gradually being reintroduced across the iRacing endurance leagues is a limited number of sets.
Okay.
So number of tyres. It actually went in first into the oval racing, because obviously iRacing is massive in ovals, being an American-based sim. They have very, very good modelling of all of NASCAR's and all the NASCAR feeder series and all the NASCAR dirt series as well. But they wanted to add the extra tactics about taking tyres or not taking tyres, and making tyres last rather than taking on every single yellow flag. So there is a maximum number of sets for the races, and they're going to roll this out into some of the endurance races as well. So you might start them on with 13 sets, and therefore you have to double stick them.
Well, that would be great. And yes, require. Well, you'd almost have to get a separate team in to be at the back of your rig with clipboards and computers trying to work out how best to go forward. But it's getting closer and closer to reality again, which is what everybody wants. Quite clearly, from this type of sim, as you've said, you're looking for game mechanics to be as accurate as possible, but also the logistics within the race.
Don't forget, all the top teams here have full telemetry. They have full telemetry. They will, just as you get up and look at they'll have full traces of all the suspension movement. They'll have everything.
Yeah.
They can analyze the car. Well, obviously more, because they can put sensors on cars that don't actually exist in real life, because they can just say, "Tell me what this is doing," and they can analyze everything. And they have total adjustability. There's an element to it gets law of diminishing returns, but they are able to see everything and analyze everything and adjust everything. And but at the end of the day, and I think it's interesting, is I'm sure they spent hours and hours and hours working the setups up. But the people who are winning this race are thankfully people who are driving best.
Yes. And may that be the case. But I remember when you and John were covering the Sebring 12 hours virtually much earlier on in the year, and a lot of work had been done by some of the Works teams, I think, in transposing their real life setup into how to make that work in the virtual world. Car into the pits from GTE is the fourth placed Urano Esports Huawei car. And Andre Melchers has brought that car in, looking rather second hand now, the front of that BMW in the red and black.
It's had a few interfaces with other cars.
Just a little, yes.
Yeah, they do get quite battle worn. Sometimes it's only a light knock, and that'll give that image on the damage model, and it's probably not costing you more than a couple of hundredths a lap, to be honest.
Okay.
There is not a direct, and this is improving all the time. There is not a direct correlation between how the car looks to how fast it goes, and often the invisible damage, even on the cars which have good damage models, is the worst. If you've got a broken toe link, or you've got something, the car starts crabbing down the straight. That's the worst thing that can happen, obviously, and it's hardest to fix and takes the longest.
The ones that end up with a real buckled rear wing on the GT3s, for example, does that actually change the performance of the car and the rear end, or is that, again, just a visual bit of damage which doesn't necessarily translate into how the car directly behaves?
Oddly, what it normally does is it normally takes away straight line speed, which you wouldn't think it would do, because you think, normally you lose straight line speed. The internal engine elements and the ones you don't see are the things that take away power. You often you'll pick up some damage, and rather than doing 180 on the straight, you'll do 165.
Yeah.
But you'll also have lost some acceleration as well, or the car won't rev out. So it's quite well modelled. It's I think, like anything, there is an element where they randomise, and sometimes you get away with stuff. Other times something quite innocuous takes you right out. But I think in this race, it seems to be that you can have a relative amount of contact without having too much of a problem. We have lost several cars who've just got a little bit one over what they should have got in the stakes of the bang. But yeah, I mean, it's a balance. I mean, what we're doing in our split, I think, obviously not, is we are genuinely just trying to run clean, and running clean means dropping 2 seconds a lap to run clean. That's what we're doing, and that's why the team we've called from dead last after we had a disconnect on the first lap, and we were dead last, and now we're fifth of 45. So, and that's not because we're the quickest, or even probably the top 5 quickest. It's just because we haven't so far made any large mistakes at all. And we've not had to do. I think we've done about 4 seconds of repair in 8 hours.
Yeah, there's so much to be said for keeping out of trouble and finding your own pace amongst your whole rotation of crew, and being happy to sit there and then wait for the good positions to come to you. 17 cars have not been able to continue for whatever reason. 2 didn't start of those 17, so 15 retirements technically speaking, and 2 non-starters. That's pretty high rate of attrition. I think the track's reasonably happy with the numbers now running around though, and everybody able to find enough space. It's also the point you were making earlier on about people just becoming used to race format, having earlier qualified the car. I mean, you can do as much practice as you want, but it's very difficult to replicate how things are going to be with so many different drivers taking part in the same event.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so different practicing and racing. You have a different mental attitude. You're either on it or wherever it may be. But I think it's you're absolutely right. We started with 45 cars. We started with 43, didn't we? Because 2 didn't start.
Right.
But we've seen attrition, and we've seen a much higher level of attrition than we've seen in previous endurance races, because they've been racing on a 4-mile circuit at Spa, or an 8-mile circuit in the Le Mans, or a 14-mile circuit at the Nürburgring. So the density of cars was significantly less. And Spa, of course, they're all going the same speed, so it's even better. But now, of course, you've got multi-class, and that's really, and it has been, I think, some unnecessary contact. But then you're going to have 45 cars doing 500 laps each. That's an awful lot of corners for things to come together at some point. So, it's a bit disappointing. One thing that is noticeable now, very much, Johnny, is that the lights are blazing.
They are.
We are actually 5 virtual minutes from virtual sunset. Virtual sunset is in the sim time 9:12, and it's currently 9:07 in the sim. So this will be when the sun will be going down in Brazelton. So they're going to have 3 hours in dusk and dark. It's taken a half hour to get dark, so about 2.5 hours of pure dark running.
So just remind everybody what time in the game this race started.
11:10 American time.
Okay.
Even though it actually started at approximately 10 to 3 UK time. Or 10. I mean, there were 2 of these. There were 2 versions of this. There was another race that started for the Australians and the people on the more of the west coast of the US, which started at 1 o'clock in the morning. So it started 12 hours earlier. So they do run 2 races. This is the big one. This is where the major attraction. Obviously, all the East Coast people, their race is starting at about just after 9. So it's quite nice for them. But it's a bit of a late finish for us, but we're used to it. It's nothing compared to going through the night. And the one thing you can guarantee, Johnny, is unlike last week, rain won't stop play.
That's true. Yeah, very good point. And we're not going to get a safety car or yellow flags either. I'm counting through my 8 fingers and 2 thumbs here. That takes us to 9:10 then in the sim world, doesn't it, to finish the race?
No, the race will finish at 10:10 in the sim world, won't it? 10 hours. No, you're completely right. Sorry, 9:10. Sorry, my brain is a 12-hour clock, and I can't even count. Yeah, it's 9:10.
So we get 2 solid hours of darkness from a 7:12 sunset, and we're almost there. We've lost the golden light, certainly. We're also pretty close now to the end of another stint for the race leader, because Jonas Valmeyer has just gone across the line to tick off 31 laps. So my calculations will be that he'll be in at the end of this one to finish another 32-lap stint. And Johan Hart, despite his good pace, not so long ago, setting a new fastest lap of the race for anybody, 108.797. Backed that up just now with a 110, 109.9, obviously lodged in a fair bit of traffic. And that gap's steadily growing. So this could be a very good in-lap indeed for Valmeyer. And at that point, when the car comes in, he'll stay at the wheel. So keep the tyres on. Another double stint for Jonas. And that'll take us 40 more minutes in. And now what was John saying about a predicted point in the race with 3 hours to go? 498 predicted laps
we're
at
on
this current speed.
50 in 7 hours, so yeah, that sounds about right.
So of 40-minute stints.
So we're doing 50 an hour, aren't we?
Yes.
So
Exactly.
that's
Yeah,
quite
perfect.
easy maths. That. So 350. So that's going to be just under. I think it'll be just under 500. So I think he did say 498, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. It's actually just
under
peaked
500.
499 now, but yeah, it's going to be.
It'll drop again
that.
now because he's back in again. So yes, Jonas Valmeyer stops. And the interesting thing is when I joined you about, I don't know how long ago, about an hour ago, wasn't it? The lead was 22 seconds. It'll be interesting to see what it is when he comes out now. My guess is it's going to be nearer 45 because it was a very, very good 40-minute run for Jonas. Not just because he did really, really well, but both his major rivals dropped the ball at one point or another during that 30 laps. So it's getting the point now. So touch wood or whatever you touch, but the only people who are going to be able to stop Team Red Line Orange is Team Red Line Orange.
It seems so, and certainly no schoolboy errors in the early part of this lap for Valmeyer. There's some heat still in those tyres anyway, because it's the second of a double stint for the Michelin tyres. Just ducking by the 34 Audi, I think that was, if it's still in the race. The 34's been in the wars at certain times. No, that's actually out now. Emanuele Petri last to drive that. So one of the other 8 surviving R8s in the race. We've got 12 GTEs still running, and just the 7 LMP2s from the 11 starters. Car briefly into the pits there from the GT3 category was the number 11 of Tyler Hervias for Parallax Racing, and that'll come back out again in a second as well. So from 5th it'll drop to something like 7th place. But Hayden Burns now out front. Now I'm going to assume that's on the pit stop rotation again, because Josh Thompson was leading the last time I checked, and he'd come in for a stop. So it'll be interesting to see now who's generally in the better position in GT3. So it is led by, at least at this phase, 176. And where are we as far as the car that was started by Charlie Collins is concerned? 25 laps in for Hayden Burns. They are generally doing 38, 39, sometimes 40 lap stints. So Hayden is just over halfway through. Lucas Gestet in the 451 Biela Racing team will be able to go 9 laps further, I reckon. And Josh Thompson is much later than those guys as well, because he's only recently made a stop. So he was leading, he came in, and he's now 5 laps in to his new stint, and that is the second of a double for Josh. So it'll see the 4 car ultimately back to the lead, and then it's really a case of where the checkered flag appears. That's interesting in GT3. They're on completely different strategies, the top 3.
Yeah, they're only 28 seconds behind Hayden Burns, Josh Thompson. They're either side of a lap at the moment. So that is, you're absolutely right, so John. That is a story that is going to unveil itself in the remaining 2 hours and 52 seconds. Overall lead at the front is 40.1 seconds. So that last stint gave a gain for the orange team of 18 seconds. So and they also gave up and it's 40 seconds. It'll only. But then again, there are 20. How many cars are running at the moment? 27. So there's 26 other cars who could cause that problem, and themselves.
Yes, that's true. But as we've seen already in this race, it doesn't take a lot to be involved in an accident. There's nothing to do with you because of a misjudgment. 2 BMWs getting pretty close together. This is for 5th and 6th in GTE, with Urano Esports, Huawei battling, and side by side now into 10A, the first of this tricky chicane towards the end of the lap. 10A's the left-hander, 10B the right-hander, and Andre Melchers is all over the back of the Micklegade car. Heading through the very fast turn 12 now, and again the 90 machine lining up maybe for a pass. Can't quite get it to work though into turn 1. And they go through that awkward turn 2. Lots of curb being taken by the Gade-driven Vendavel BMW, which really unsettled the car, but actually it's gained a bit of ground there.
It's a very, very different experience between the P2s and the GTEs and the GT3s. You can really monster the curbs in the saloon cars. or sports cars. The P2 just doesn't like it at all, so you have to come off it a bit. In fact, the fastest way around is definitely curbing it to the max in the GTEs and being a little bit more circumspect as the 11th place 58 car drifts off at turn 1. That's called not braking enough for turn 1, and we've all done that. And now he's going to just effectively, as he was going off there, he was just literally going, please don't go in the wall, please don't go in the wall, please don't go in the wall. Oh, it's not in the wall, thank goodness for that. And you just scamper on again, having lost 3 seconds and try and pretend nothing happened.
Yeah, and that was actually nothing to do with curbs, because I don't think he rode the inside turn 1 much at all. It wasn't that drove him off the road. As you said, he was carrying too much speed.
Combination of brake and steering not being correct.
Yeah, okay, fair reflection. And the BS NXT car does get back onto track. Question of rejoining in a safe manner as well and not affecting those behind, with this BMW battle raging on for 5th and 6th places in GTE. Ducking underneath the GT3 leader, Hayden Burns, and the yellow and black Sim RC Titan car. Actually easier now we've got this level of darkness to see exactly where the GT3s are in the order, because their positional lights in the windshields are very easy to pick out, even from a distance. So Burns in the 176 car, leading from Lucas Gestet in the 451, and there's just over 18 seconds between those two cars now. And Josh Thompson, who will eventually flick back to the race lead, because he's recently made a stop to put him back to 3rd, but he can run deeper into this stint than those in front.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I think that one's going to be. We're going to run because it's really going to depend where the pit stops fall. Though Josh obviously is holding a bit of a fuel advantage, which means he'll have to do a shorter stop. But if they end up all of them at this point needing the same number of stops, then he is actually 20 seconds behind.
Yeah. And it's depending on how long their stints are. It's about an hour again for a GT3 car. What are they doing? 40. Let's get the right line. What did I say? 45 laps in a stint. Maybe a little bit more than that, actually. 43 we had. So yeah, it's somewhere in the region of 40 laps. Some only do 38, but we have regularly seen from Sven Haase, for instance, and from Hayden Burns, 43 laps. And there was a 44 actually for Josh Thompson earlier on in the warmer conditions. Josh in the BenQ car with the purple front and the blue rear of that R8, running in 3rd place, but in a nice position as far as the pit stop cycle is concerned. Behind him is a GTE car, the white and green BMW, both running out wide out of 5, but get good traction off the corner, and the BMW is able to get ahead just before that awkward entry into turn 6. And you've got the speed differential under brakes to think about between the two GT spec of cars as well, with the anti-lock braking system on the GT3, whereas you don't have that driver aid on GTE cars, so always have to take into account who you are next to, who you're close to when you're accelerating and braking around one of these short and technical circuits. Race leader in the background, and one car going wide, quite possibly. It's a 2nd place car. Was that the 96? It was, of Johan Hart, and behind him, cones being strewn across the racetrack. So what happened there for Johan?
Those poor cones get strewn across so often and then virtually put back up again. He's got the corner slightly wrong again at the top, but they'll be back again. It's like a kind of one of those weird repeating Twilight Zone story if you're a cone in that corner, because you get knocked over and suddenly you're back there again. What's going on?
Like they're all attached to a very long piece of rope and just get tucked back steadily into position. So that won't be a drama for anybody else in the next couple of seconds exiting turns 1 and 2. But it will cost him time, Johan Hart. And we'll find out just how much when that car crosses the line. The race leader's just done a 109.7, and it is a still waiting for that to trickle through. 112.8, so very costly indeed for the 2nd place car of Hart. And now, back to Dominic Ferber in the Team Redline Red Dallara. He just did a 1:10.8, so gained a couple of seconds. Okay, we're looking at 23.5 to try and find. But that's not insurmountable for the third place car. Dion Fialo for Mivano Racing still remaining in fourth place, and Patrick Wolf has sort of found his way steadily in and off for the third place car.
Barber's made a massive error there.
It is a huge error, not only sideways into the concrete, but then nose into the tyre wall as well.
That's going through into 4 and 5. So he's gone wide. He's tried to get up the inside, going out through 2 and into 3, and then just fallen off the tracks up the hill. So he's going through 1. Right, so he's down the main straight, full power. Grabs 6 just before the turn, brakes hard into 1, takes it nice. He's got one of the GT3 Audis to get past, trying to go around the outside. No, backed out of the outside of 2. Now looking around the outside of 3. And then came together. It'll came together on the outside of 3. Interesting there. Normally, the person who's behind is the one who knocks off the person in front. But this time, what was that? That was a weird one. You see, it kind of leapt up in the air there, like a mystery bit of it may well have had a mystery bit of netcode there, and he just. So look at the leap it does as it gets close to the Audi, going through 2, and then they're going to turn into 3. Decides not to go past him as they go.
That's the second place car in GT3, by the way, as well. So it could have ended
now
in disaster for that.
Accelerating down towards 4. So this is they sweep round left into 4, and yeah, that's netcode, unfortunately. So that's when the computer thinks the cars are where they're not. And he's then bounced off that car, which is why he's reacted really badly, and the Audi hasn't. The Audi hasn't picked up the same netcode issue, so that's one of the things which is common. There's always an element of luck in any motor racing, and this is the element of luck that has deserted the 7 car, and the 7 car is crabbing. The 7 car has broken suspension. The 7 car has gone back to the pits, and that is our third place man effectively out of the race after accident. It's the first time we've finally seen that accident. He went in there and he's taken out the front suspension. It'll be at least, we guess, an 8-minute repair, possibly more. But that is desperate bad luck for the Max Beneke, Dominic Faber Team Red Line Red team. But this is endurance racing. Things go wrong. You have problems. And you do think, really, those 2 mechanics take more care. It'd be more interesting, wouldn't you, really?
So, in actual fact, I don't think they got close enough to have made contact in real life there. But what you're saying is the computer thinks the car's close enough for one of them, but not the other, and it affects, obviously, the prototype in this case, spits it off into the wall, and the Audi got completely away with it.
Yeah, what it is that, some of these guys are racing there in Spain, some in the UK, some of them are in America, and obviously there is an amount of time the information takes to go from their inputs, their steering inputs, to the computer, and then back out of the central server, to the other people's screens. So in fact, there is just the speed of light means a delay, but there's probably about 200 milliseconds on a good connection, which is 0.2 of a second. Yeah. You think how far a racing car goes in 0.2 of a second. So obviously, to make it so the cars can race together, so everyone thinks they're in the real time and the real poise, the computer is making intelligent guesses about where the car's going to be most of the time. It can work out where you should be and adjust it accordingly. And therefore, it doesn't really matter when you're driving your car, because you know where you are and you can see on your screen, but it's where the other cars are. So it'll work out where they are, work out where they should be, and sometimes it'll work out they should be actually in contact with another car, because that's what they expect to happen. They're not. It's quite rare, and it doesn't necessarily mean, Johnny, they wouldn't have hit. So it's not always the fact that the netcode has made a mistake and produced an accident that shouldn't happen. What's actually happened is that it may be that the graphics have drawn the car where it isn't, and therefore they would have had a mistake. That makes sense. So it works both ways. Sometimes you'll see cars come together and nothing happen. They'll just slightly overlap on the edges, and nothing will happen because it's calculated that wouldn't actually happen in real life, and this way it's calculated where the car should be. So that is it looks really bad when it happens, but it is just one of those things, and it'd be because of the way the attitude of the 7 car in its attempt to go past that GT3 machine made they think there was more likely that was going to be a coming together. The point about it is that small coming together had a massive impact, but obviously. Totally. If that had happened, think about it, perhaps on the outside of turn 1, he would just have gone wide, trundled up the hill, lost 4 seconds. The problem was he got punted off and then hit the barrier at a bleak angle, which then obviously broke one part of the suspension, so he's crabbing down, and now he's got to repair it. So it's it's really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, it was double impact because it slapped the side-to-side contact with the concrete wall and then nosed into the tyre barrier, which the tyre wall does not give in the simulated world. And yeah, two separate bits of contact for the nose of that car. And I can understand the damage incurred. A real shame for the number 7 then, which is now dropping down the order. Maxi Beneke's name against it, but it was his teammate involved in the crash. And that will promote Dion Fialo for Mervano Sim Racing to 3rd, therefore, in the 72. Patrick Wolf goes 4th, and Marcus Hamilton, rather, in the 20 Mervano car, up to 5th place.
And the interesting thing is that Max Beneke's got in the car, so they're obviously going to sit out the repair and then rejoin the race. They're not going to rage quit, and they're going to think, right, okay, there's a few hours to go. The fact is that there are only 7 cars effectively running in the P2 class. They can still get a little bit further up.
Yep.
Also, Max Beneke's got to protect his ranking, which is 11,004. And if he finishes 7th, I think he might lose 6 or 7 points and go back down to 10,000 or something again.
Oh, right, okay. So we've got to try and avoid that. The Mikkel Gade car, which was 2nd not too long ago, again is close enough to those fighting for 2nd, 3rd and 4th currently to drop to 5th whenever the pit stop cycle is against that number 2 car. Same can't be said for Daniel Lefuente for the Williams Esports Chill Blast team. That car is well ahead of everybody else, but you have got this chopping and changing of positions in GTE. The car 76, 2nd, 78, 3rd, the 707, which is showing that brilliant fuel mileage, and then Mikkel Gade in the number 2 car, currently 5th. And just heading over the hill into 11 and 12. Tricky right-hander, but so important to get it right to keep your speed nice and high across the start-finish line, and then get the car set up for the awkward turn 1, and then over the crest at turn 2 where the car goes very light. Plenty of curb again being taken by this GTE car though, and it's absolutely fine with that.
Team Redline apparently are going to they're going to retire. Max Beneke has said in the YouTube chat they're going to retire. So that's a bit of bad luck.
A real shame that is, to be so far into the race. 7 hours and 15 minutes, just over. And yeah, one of our real protagonists at the sharp end of the field, keeping the leader 33 honest for a long, long time, and really good driving from both Beneke and his teammate. But sadly, that's been announced now on the chat that they are out of the race.
10 minutes of repairs, apparently.
Okay.
For that.
Yes.
So that's going to take them well out of it, isn't it? That's, 8 laps, isn't it?
I think they're packing up. I think they've called it a day,
right?
Sadly. And that's, yeah, it's just one of those instances where, well, we explained it at length, Nick and I, where the computer thinks there should be some contact there, and would there have been if we'd been in a different phase? But also Nick made the point, if it had been a different part of the track, i.e. turn 1 or maybe into 10, you could have got away with it. And you don't in the S's where the concrete wall's so close to the right-hand side of the track, and it was a big hit for 2 separate occasions for that car. That's e-racing for you, I guess. I mean, they say that's motorsport as well, when the luck really isn't with you, and there are elements of that type of unearned bad luck in virtual racing as well. Now, cars facing the wrong way is an Audi for Dominic Ferrari's 4th in the class for 42.
Another top runner in GT3.
Yeah, and how did that car end up facing oncoming traffic with the headlight glare on its own? Lots of curb at 5, and it doesn't like it. Oh, there's a massive crash into the wall, and right in front of an LMP2 car as well. So obviously, most of the time that you can use plenty of curb at 5, but whatever happened there. Catch the gravel as well.
Yeah, no, you go over the edge of that curb into the gravel and you'll just hook the car around. He's gone about probably 2 virtual feet too far, would be my guess. And you'll see it from above here, and he'll just come out and he'll just go Oh no, he went too far and got air, so it became a 3-wheel drive car. Well, three wheels on the car, on the ground. And so
and when it landed, it was no longer facing in the right direction.
And that's a hard hit into a concrete wall. And yes, and he's crabbed the car as well. So that is going to be. He may try and get it back. If it's less, if he thinks he can trundle it back in less than 2 minutes 15 seconds, it'll be quicker than taking a tow. But as we can see, that car is exceptionally second-hand, and he's decided against it. So I think that's going to disappear. He's taking the tow, and he's going to have a very, very long repair. My guess is that they'll have to make the same decision about whether they want to carry on or not.
Well, has the 33 car had a moment as well? Or are we back to live pictures now into turn 1? That's okay. Yeah, just heading underneath an Audi R8 there at turn 1. So serenely continuing on is Jonas Valmeyer.
They have lost 1 second of their lead in the last half hour, Johnny.
Oh, really?
So it's getting to, down to 39 seconds now. Yeah. Let's start building this up. No, I mean, it's been, the bits I've watched, you've seen the whole race. I've seen, 5 hours of it now. It's been an absolutely sublime performance, because not only are the quickest, the safest, they're also the most economical. They've got the whole set.
Yeah, it doesn't always happen like that. And the 707 BMW certainly got the one trump card, which is being able to go much longer than everybody else. But if you can't produce the speed, it's sort of useless. They're on for a good position, 707, top 5 somewhere, maybe a top 3 at a stretch. But yeah, the 33 car not put a foot wrong so far, and are able to produce 32 lap stints more or less all the time. Verstappen, certainly that's the case, and yeah, Valmeyer, I think as far as average lap times are concerned, very close to Verstappen. What have we got so far for Valmeyer in the first of his 32 lap stints? It was an average of a 106.6. That can't be right. That's obviously a miscalculation, because 109 is a very good lap around here. Yeah, so something's gone slightly incorrectly for the previous stint, but a 109.8, which is for an 18 lap stint, mightily impressive. And Johan Hart currently second, likely to come in 4 laps time, whereas Valmeyer can continue on for another 12 laps from where he is currently. Now, the 7's back out again.
No, they decided to carry on going. They YouTube said they were going to retire, and they've decided to carry on going. So they in the chat they were going to retire.
Well, the car stopped again.
Well, it's not fixed.
No. It took out some cones. It parked up on the left-hand side of turns 2 and 3, and is back in the pits for more work.
The problem is often you don't get any more work. That's the issue. If you get to the level of repair it's prepared to give you on the sim, you don't get extra repairs. It's exactly the problem we had in Barcelona, where we had an issue where we got tagged early on. It broke a toe link, or a virtual toe link, but it never quite repaired itself. So the car never stopped crabbing, so to retire it.
Right. So that's the game saying that's as much as we can do in race, and it's going to have to be kind of an overnight job to fix all of the rest of it. I see.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's like normally the level of repair is way above what you would get in the real world, but sometimes it's annoyingly way below. Because the rear toe link is something you can replace in the real world, and it is something that's done in 9 minutes and always works. But it swings and roundabouts. There is a difference between the virtual example and the real. But it is that element of jeopardy. I think that's I've been watching some other e-racing recently, and without the jeopardy, it becomes to me a bit pointless. When they're playing bumper cars, that to me, that's just no. There obviously isn't the jeopardy of costing yourself money, and there isn't jeopardy of hurting yourself. There needs the jeopardy of a race-ending accident or damage that slows you down. Otherwise, you just why bother to overtake anyone properly? Just punt them off.
Yes, agreed. And the last 2 incidents we have seen, one from an Audi in GT3, and then the crash for the 7 car. I mean, they were big hits. So in real life, that would have taken cars out of the race. The
other thing to remember is, there is a little bit of it within the sim. There's a little bit of addition, so it does remember the previous accidents you've had.
Okay.
So they aren't necessarily slowing you down, but it's like it's like in baseball, you've got so many strikes against you, and sometimes the final one can be quite innocuous, but that will say knock you down a lot of speed, or something will stop behaving as it should be. So whilst you may have a little punt, nothing seems to go wrong, it has been remembered by the virtual car that feels a little bit aggrieved by that.
So we've officially got another car greyed out. That's another shot, I believe, somewhere in the world. The drinking game akin to how many retirements we've had. There are going to be a lot of thick heads tomorrow morning, the rate that we've got through the retirements, sadly, in this race so far. I don't think they were including the non-starters, but we're easily up to about 15 now. Whereas Jonas Valmeyer, 38 seconds is the margin. And that stretched to 40 at one point, so dipping very slightly. The fastest car on track is still the second-placed Apex Racing team, Dallara, of Johan Hart. What about Dion Fialo? 50-odd seconds, the gap to try and eat into and get closer to second place. It's much closer actually between Fialo and Patrick Wolf. That's something, one of the scraps to keep our eye on. 6.5 seconds the gap, and last time around Wolf was marginally quicker. Johan Hart into the pits, and that'll be a 31 lap stint. The race leaders just completed 21, so probably going to go another 10
now, yeah. 10, 11 possibly.
11 laps, maybe further, yes. Fabulous from 33. So, time to go, 2.5 hours. That actually would fit in with what you were saying, Nick, about the sunset time. Contrast that with the end of the race, because you said 3 hours, didn't you?
Yeah,
I'm not sure where my calculations have gone wrong then, because I expect this race to finish at 9:10. Have we gone past the 1,000-mile mark yet? No, not quite.
Yeah,
sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Yes, it's going to finish at 10. So it's 7:30, and it's going to finish in 2.5 hours. So it's going to finish at 10:10. Yeah. It's a bit odd, isn't it? Thinking about it.
It is a little.
That can't be right.
Maybe we started at 12:10 game time.
No, because this is the right amount of. I don't know. I think our maths is failing us miserably now, isn't it?
Okay. I thought
anyway.
I thought I could push forward 10 hours on the clock.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Johnny. Should we not say anything more? Because we're going to make ourselves look silly.
That's good. Agreed. That's not the first time you and I have had that conversation on air.
Yes, exactly. This is absolutely the amount of dark I thought there was going to be. Getting dark, coming into 2 hours to go. There's 2 hours, 31 minutes left, isn't there?
Yeah.
So it is not dark yet, as you can see. It will be full dark probably in 15 minutes. So it's just shy of 2 hours of running in the dark.
Yeah.
But yes, I think I'm now not quite sure how 12 plus 10 doesn't equal 9. Sorry, 11 plus. No, forget it. Well, anyway, so the leader 33 then, Jonas Wildmeyer, brilliant performance.
What I can say is that in another 20 laps for the race leader, we will have reached the 1,000-mile marker, because that's 394 laps, which is historically always what Petit Le Mans ran to in the early years. Yeah. So 374 now completed. 394 is 1,000 miles. We'll be well over that by the time we get to the end of the next 150 minutes. And Dion Fialo for Movano Sim Racing, now 3.3 seconds away from Johan Hart, because Hart's just rejoined from a pit stop. So that's much tighter for second place now. Matt J. Farrow. And now, did we have a pit stop for the 32 there as well, which I'd missed? Dean Woods.
Dean Woods taking the Yaz Heat car. Yeah, it must have been.
Patrick Wolf. Patrick Wolf must be coming in pretty soon as well. It was the Wolf car, that's why.
No, Dean Woods, the 32 owes us a stop, because it's only made 11 stops, whereas the 96, the 3, and the 20, with the cars of the 6 cars running, have made 12 stops. So it's every other car owes a stop.
The 3's only just done its stop, because that was being driven by Patrick Wolf, and it's just been taken over by his teammate Matt J. Farrow for Red Line Purple. So that's out. Matt's just, I think, just working his out lap, actually, if not one lap completed. 4th position. Dean Woods due in any moment for Yas Heat. And still 8 laps or so for the race leader. The 3rd place car one of a couple of Mifano sim racing machines still in the race, running third. And now he's dispatched that Audi, got a little bit of clear road into the braking area for 10A, swing the car right through 10B, then up a very steep incline and over the rise to thunder back into almost an arena section here at Road Atlanta, with a pit lane outside and inside, although just the pro pit's being used for this race. So you peel off just after the bridge to the right-hand side and into what can potentially be a very busy pit lane, although now we've had one or two drop out of the race. That's less of a concern. And anyway, the game engine enables you to drive past and through other cars, but you still have to hit your marks, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, but the fact is that because of it's just too difficult to kind of completely simulate the.
Well, it would be
getting
carnage. It would be carnage in the pit lane if it was all done to reality,
exactly.
wouldn't it?
And also the other thing it does, it actually enables you to have a bigger field in virtual than you can have in the real life. So, for example, if there are only 30 pit stalls, you can have 60 cars, because you can have 2 cars in each pit stall if you want to, actually in the pit stall, or, painted on top of each other. So that's one of the reasons it helps a lot. But yeah, you drive through all the cars in that inside lane. You can have an accident in the outside running lane, by the way.
Right.
They're solid again then. But you do absolutely have to hit your marks. You've got probably, I think you've got a little bit more leeway than in the real world, because as we know, the fuelers get very upset if you're more than about a foot either way, don't they, of where they want to plug in the hoses.
Yes.
Whereas you can probably, I would think, you've got your virtual box, I would think, is probably about 4 meters. It's about 2 meters back and 2 meters forward. But again, it's that actually ultimately is one of the hardest things to do. One of the things where you really miss the 3D vision you would normally have. That's the one distance you really want to judge. That small distance between 2 meters and 4 meters.
And most of the guys in this race running with a 3-screen format.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big mix of what these pro drivers do. There'll be some who'll be running on VR, the ones who don't feel sick with it.
Yes.
Most of them will have a multi-screen setup, which can be 4 screens actually, with one with information. Some may have actually a very large single curved screen.
Yes.
But the advantage of the multiple screens obviously is it gives you that all-round vision, which again is much more important with a closed-top car than it is with an open car. The open car you can see, very easily on one screen where you need to see, but there's so much A pillar, be it more in the Dalara's P2, but there's a lot of A pillar blocking your sight line also in the GT cars. So yeah, at that point, to be able to see out the side windows, you need 2 extra screens.
Third place car, driven by Dion Fialo, is into the pits. Hits its marks perfectly. There is going to be a driver change there. The car disappears briefly. New driver getting in, Maxime Briand, confirmed now. And at the point that car pitted, it was 6 seconds away from Johan Hart. But obviously that will extend now. And this will be the 72 car's 12th stop to even it up with Johan Hart. We haven't yet seen a 12th stop for the race leader, because it is able to punch out slightly longer stints than everybody else, and regularly as well. It's not just once in a blue moon it does a 32 lap stint, it's every single time, and that's got to be a little bit of driving technique that Jonas and Max Verstappen have decided at the start of the race to be able to do. They must have worked out that they could do it consistently in practice, and Jonas Valmeyer and Max Verstappen very even in terms of their driving ability. So that car now down at turn 6, the tighter turn 7. Now that all-important run back up the hill towards the chicane at 10.
It's a very good point you've made there. I mean, they'll never tell us, but I'd love to know what they've done, because they'll just, if they do say anything, it will be kind of nebulous. What they've actually done to eke out an extra lap of fuel over everyone else. There's something they've found, which is saving them in some way, is not losing them any time, but is saving them effectively, a few millilitres of fuel each time. One of the things, of course, it's a very short lap here. You're not trying to save a lap of Le Mans fuel, or obviously more ridiculously a lap of Nürburgring fuel. You're just trying to save probably About 3 litres you're probably trying to save over 30 laps. So that's only 100 millilitres a lap you're trying to. So that's really the fuel you're looking to get. And that's obviously some element of bits to coast, not mashing the throttle, doing something that just ekes out that extra tiny bit. And it's possible also that all they're doing is saving half a lap, but that half a lap, of course, is the extra bit you need to go from 31 to 32.
Yes.
Recovering BMW, the 5th place car.
Yes, it's not necessarily a full lap that you're trying to gain, I suppose. So the Urano Esports Huawei BMW sideways as he caught it. Oh, not quite, but stamped on the brakes in order to make sure the car didn't spin. And great reactions from just behind from a GT3 car, I think, to avoid that situation. It happened at 1, hit the curb, unsettled the car just before 2. That was one of the... That might have been the race leader in GT3, actually. It was the right paint scheme for... No longer the race leader, for one of the Sim RC Titan cars, I think. Could well have been Charlie Collins, although Marvin Strahl also runs the same livery. And, yeah, could easily have had another car involved in that. And it was the... Which BMW did you think that was, Nick? The red one, wasn't it?
That was the 90, wasn't it? The Urano car. Yeah, 90 Urano Esports. That was the car that spun then.
Yes.
Got spun, half spun, did a bit of drifting.
Yes, it did. Yeah, you would have got some points for that in the drifting game. Yeah, 122.8. So there you go. 6 seconds lost on that lap.
I think he probably considered he got away with that one rather than he's upset about the 6 seconds. No one clunked him, which is the big thing, because you get certainly the people who didn't hit him were chuffed about that, because that's major damage when you hit a stationary car, both for the stationary car and for yourself.
Yeah. 707, 4th for Valtteri Alander, and Arkova still able to do very long stints then. Car 707 last stint was a 47 lap effort from Alander. Prior to that, 48 laps produced from Antti Ahola, and 47. So nobody's able to quite do that sort of distance. The class leader is the number 1 car of Daniel Lefuente, and Lefuente
he's a full lap ahead now, isn't he?
44 laps, 39 laps, but yes, he is a lap clear of Ruben Bonga in 2nd position in the Manatee Racing M8. So that takes some doing in GTE to be a full lap ahead, but the gaggle behind pretty close, particularly between Mikkel Gade and Valtteri Alander. 1 second separates 2 and 707.
I think it's interesting what we've not seen. This I think is very much an element of the track itself. We've not seen a huge amount of racing between cars in the same class. I mean, there's been a lot of following and a lot of attention to make things happen, but the number of actual in-class passes have been quite low. It's a hugely difficult track to pass at if you've got 2 competent drivers. So it's a case where there isn't quite enough slipstream to tow down past straight. In fact, the only real in-class overtaking we saw was at the beginning of the race, when, of course, every single BMW was trying to get past that poor Porsche. Yeah. So you're effectively waiting for a mistake, which obviously, with the mere mortals of us at iRacing, there's a good chance someone will make a mistake on any lap. But with these guys, it's very, very rare. So at this point, and this is probably why they've decided that, this pit strategy can be so important, because it's the way of actually getting past people, with no effort, effectively. The undertake, the undercut, the overcut, just going longer. And that's why I think the clever pit strategies have played such a big part in this race.
And that, I suppose, is a symptom of having a dominant car in GTE and GT3. If everyone goes the BMW M8 route, or everybody goes the Audi R8 route, then the cars don't necessarily have an advantage over another on the acceleration point, in the braking area. It's almost become one-make racing.
Yeah, and I also get the idea that they're not struggling to double the tyres. Do you remember that when we were doing the Spa race, they were having a right old struggle sometimes double stinting the tyres?
Yes.
And they were going right off at the end, and there was a big differences in the last few laps of the second stint. Here it looks like they're pretty comfortable on a double. So it's ended up playing, and we end up with effectively with a a racing chess match where there isn't going to be someone driving through the pack and just overtaking everybody because they're in their own class, because they haven't got that differential. And this is why we've seen this brilliant performance by the 33, where it's used tactics and it's used fuel mileage and it's also been quick. But we've also seen where the other changes have happened. They've happened because of errors, by people going off, having crashes and that sort of stuff. And that's where the major changes have come. It's quite an atypical race in that way. You're not seeing this standout, well, apart from the leaders of both the GTE and the the P2 class, you're not seeing outstanding catch-up drives, because the cars, as you say quite rightly, because they're all basically, we've got 3 one-make classes here, because and therefore we've got all professional teams who can all set the car up. So there's been limited ability to do it, and I think they must have spotted that, because they've gone for these different strategies on fuel, they've gone for these strategies on tyres to try and gain an advantage. But what we have in both the first 2 classes, the fastest car also has the best strategy, regardless, and actually in many ways didn't need the best strategy it's already got.
No, I mean, it could afford to have passed that best strategy on to one of its rivals and probably still come out as the winner, and that would have generated a slightly closer race. But it is great to witness, how good Max Verstappen can be in a real-life Formula 1 car, and then moves to multi-class racing, Dallara style, and still incredibly talented. Chatting when you were off air as to whether his dad, Jos, had done some multi-class racing. We worked out he'd done Le Mans twice, actually.
Really?
A season
What years were they?
2008 and 2000.
Yes,
Porsche spin for a BMW. And trying to work out now whether that was one of the top 5 positions. But you remember that car? It was a purple and white livery for Van Merkstein.
The
RS Spider. He went to Le Mans the following year in an Aston, Jos Verstappen, joined by Darren and Anthony Davidson in 2009. So that was the number 27 Wild Animals Orca BMW, 12th place, so actually the last placed car in GTE, but had been keeping it out of trouble up until that point, and a moment for Vlad Kimishev. I think he kept it out of the wall though, actually, and will be able to rejoin with next to no damage.
Yeah, it's one of the big advantages of it, despite it being a tight and nudgy circuit, there is a great number of times when you lob the car off this track, you don't actually hit anything solid. Hence the reason when people have hit something solid, it's been a race-ending incident. But it is, you do find, I think, the way that the car spins from its problems. And a great example is at the top of the hill here, is that if you actually have a looping oversteer, you will actually be fine. It's when you have the very nasty tank slap, you end up in the wall. So it's almost, in some ways, is effectively trying to get the spin back. It's the worst thing you could do. You just let it happen, and it'll spin into a safe area.
Yeah.
Not obviously a driver's reaction on the whole, though.
No, going backwards at Petit Le Mans in the dark and trying to work out exactly where you are after a full spin or 1.5 spins, and bracing for impact. But for Vlad Kimishev, pretty sure got away with that and can now rejoin, looking for a latest lap time there. He won't get one actually on that lap because he caught some of the grass and therefore effectively didn't go through all the timing loops around the lap, but at least the lap's not taken away from him by the timekeepers. So 3:55 now to Vlad's name. Car into the pits is from the race lead in GTE. Yeah.
Daniel, so how many laps was that for Daniel Lafuente?
Lafuente has just done, that's the number 1 car, isn't it? Probably 44, and that would fit with the previous stint as well. That's the same number. Again, it depends where the car stops in the pit lane, whether it clicks over the finish line or not to register that lap. But yeah, 44, and he was only 4/10 slower on the average time than his previous 44 lap stint.
Yeah, some excellent driving. We are now in full dark, which you probably just about see if you're lucky enough to see the pictures. And the lap times haven't really gone out very much. These guys are putting in very, very similar times in full dark as they were in the light. It isn't the most treacherous track in the dark, because a lot of it is muscle memory. But obviously the thing that can, and of course the thing that actually gets easier in the dark, or is less extra difficult, is the overtaking, because of course the car overtaking has lights as well. So suddenly when you're coming up another car or being overtaken, you suddenly get extra light to see where you're going. So it's a weird thing where actually you suddenly, from wanting to go nowhere near traffic and go, everyone stay away from me, I want to be special on my own during the day, at night you're desperate for friends.
Yeah, just to get that extra bit of illumination. I suppose it's a little off-putting when a car is approaching, though, at higher speed, the better, because you have to deal with slightly wayward headlights for less time. But you want them in front of you, really, to guide the way, rather than causing a distraction. Into 7 goes the rejoining BMW then. There was also a pit stop there in GTE for Dominic Faber in the red line red car. So car 7.
That's the P2.
Oh, beg your pardon, it is. Yes.
They've ungraded it. So Dominic's got back in the car again. So it's no longer retired as it was, but it's slowly retiring.
And tumbling down through the GTE field, which had confused me.
Then it'll get stuck there for a few laps, and then it'll fall down through the GT3 field.
Yeah. In
a kind of a slow swan dive of death, affecting that car.
Lasserbach took over the number 1 car, something we didn't mention, and was that the only other stopper then? Because I wonder whether there was a GTE car coming in at around about at the same sort of time, but it might just have been that Dallara throwing me off a touch. Yeah, 41 laps for the second place car. I mean, they're so far clear of Ruben Bonga now, but Manatee Racing got a little bit of a job on their hands to keep behind them 2 cars. First of all, the number 2 of Vendavel Racing, and then the Kova car, which is showing that great fuel consumption right now. 1.6 seconds is the gap for 3rd place.
We've not paid much attention to GT3 recently. I know we've kind of offhand said that Williams Esports BenQ were perhaps doing okay on the stagger, but in the actual race now, they are 50.2 seconds behind the leader, which is Charlie Collins' Sim RC Titan car. And in second place, it's Sven Haase, of course, in the Bila Racing Team Right. So I'm not actually sure that stagger is going to unwind for Williams Esports BenQ. I mean, you've got the strategy software there. I mean, how many laps have the top 3 in GT3 done so far?
Right, so the leader is car 176. So I need to scroll to the right and scroll down a little bit, and we will get... I've gone a bit too far now. 176 has done 42 laps currently. That's Hayden Burns. And...
No, it's Charlie Collins.
Now then, they must have just changed then, and that would fit, actually. Yeah, so Burns has just come in, and what's not happened is the Charlie Collins block appearing on my strategy, but it will in a moment. And now, when did Lucas de Stedt pit in comparison with Burns? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 laps later, de Stedt. And then a further, I reckon, 10 laps, Josh Thompson comes in. So when you compare the class leader to the car 3rd in that class, it's 19 laps later for Josh Thompson to come into the pits to come to the end of a 44-lap stint. So 19 laps is a big window, but he's going to try and make up in real time 52 seconds.
Yeah, and then basically, if he's got 19 laps, unless he can actually save a whole stop, which is about conveniently 50 seconds. He's currently saving about 18 or 19 on fuel, and that's it.
Yes,
but that's quite. I think, and that's it. It's obviously quite impressive, but it doesn't help when you're 50 seconds behind. So unless they've managed to actually get to the point where they can save an entire stop and not have the trundle down the pits, they're still net not ahead.
Cracking lap from Micklegade, 3rd position in GTE. That's the best lap of the race in the middle category for GTE cars. All of them bar one being BMW M8s, but a 1:15.4 is now quicker than, well, 0.03 of a second quicker than the earlier effort, which came from car 707. I don't think I know, beg your pardon, we've also had a good time from earlier on from number 8 as well, the Triple A Esports BMW, which did a 1:15.479. That was a 4:62 produced by Mikkel Gade. Now only 1.8 seconds away from Ruben Bonga. So really livening up for second, third and fourth in the GTE category. Manatee Racing at the moment with the advantage. Almost a little bit of four-wheel drifting through 10A there from Mikkel Gade, who comes underneath the bridge, down the hill, and Bonga's going to pit from second place in GTE.
So yeah, it's interesting. We get into the back end of the race now, and everyone's strategies are very disparate from the point at the beginning of the race when they're all coming in at the same lap. They've managed to stretch out, not being caused by that. Most of these cars running at the front obviously haven't had to make extended stops for accidents, so they are effectively just running their program.
107 laps to go from here. We'll just be shy of 500 laps as it stands at the moment at 499 and 32 laps. So start doing the arithmetic now, guys.
How many laps of those 104 will the GTEs do?
That's a good question. They're losing. Let's see. They're losing about 5 seconds a lap.
Well, they're currently 46 laps off the lead, which is about 10%. It's just about 12%, isn't it? They're off. So
you work that out. Val Meyer has got 22 laps to go, which will take him to 84 laps on this stint, and then he can do 32 laps from there. So that would be, what did I just say, 84, 54, 52, and then 50, 20. So he's going to have a 20 lap run at the end.
Yeah.
Yes, but he's how many laps? He's currently got 10 on the field, hasn't he? So the field has back timed by the looks of it to absolutely a full fill for the last run. It's like they're going to come in with 31 laps to go, isn't it?
I'll just say this because it's the only chance I'll have. That's 1,000 miles now completed for Jonas Val
Right, that's it. We're not off.
And yeah, that was
back in the
my contract.
Thanks. Well done. Thank you. Shake hands, everybody. Bump fists,
Bump
elbows.
Fists, elbows.
Yeah, that's it. 1,000 miles done.
Loved every minute.
Petit Le Mans, brilliant. Well done. What?
Where's my tequila tent?
Yes, exactly.
Because you want to hear Bruce Springsteen again, don't you?
I don't want to hear you. I've never been able to listen to Bruce Springsteen since that night.
Anyway.
My little iPod's never been the same since.
That was a hell of an evening. Anyway. Oh, dear. But yes, I think so. The top teams have got 104 to go. Is that correct? So that
means... No. 100. I think I said 106. Well, now 105.
Yeah. So if it's quite close, really. I don't think the GTEs are only going to need to stop twice more now because they'll do 12 or 14 laps less than that. So unless unlike the GTEs in the pits right now probably won't be able to do it. But if you come in for the next couple of laps, you should be able to do it in 2 from that point because they get 44, can't they? The GTEs.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's 88.
45, actually.
Yeah, so they can get 90. So I think that they if they're coming in any points after here, they just need 2 more stops, both the GTEs and the GT3s.
All right. Well, easy to back time it from this point, therefore, and work out where they are on the rotation. Car number 2 rejoining. And they have worked through 3 separate drivers. Back to 4th place then for the rejoining Vent Arvel Sim Racing pink car, but in its blue livery. And Maxime Ranstein up ahead, now back up to 3rd place, but Lasse back. Well, as things stand, 23.5 seconds in front, but that will look a lot better when the cars behind come in for their stops. Valtteri Alander due in pretty soon in the 707.
And so Cars now all streaming down the hill into 10A. So we still, even though we're now running effectively with 26 cars, possibly actually 25 cars actually running, but you can still get a decent chain around a just over 2 mile circuit, can't you? And of course, the thing they are going to start doing, which every endurance race does, is clumping. We're going to get car clumping, aren't we?
Oh,
Vast areas of nothing, and then 50 of them stuck together as they all try and get past each other. But yeah, but it is obviously, say, in the dark, a bit of an advantage to have several cars in front of you, as long as it's not holding you up.
So the average lap time for the race leader in GTE is about 1:15 and a half, 1:16 the previous stint. It's actually fairly up and down there, but if we work to 1:16, I can probably work out as well exactly how many laps to go for the GTE leader, because we're hoving in now on 2 hours to go, another 3 minutes and 40 seconds before we get to that point. 5th place in GT3, looking like it might be being threatened. 6 seconds or so between the Sim RC carbon car and the DV1 Triton Racing entry, the treble 1. And that class is led still by Charlie Collins in the sister Sim RC Titan Audi R8. Sven Haase half a minute behind. Moreno Siricar, car 4, that's the Josh Thompson car as well, remember. That is a total of 50 seconds adrift, so it's still about the same, 55 now, yes. Yeah.
So, yeah, and so that's going to need it, because we are at a point now where everyone needs to stop twice at this point. They're not going to save a stop, because they will need to stop twice, even though the second time will be short.
Yeah.
So their gain is just those 19 laps of fuel.
Problem for Marvin Strayer, wide out of turn 1. Again, though, crucially, kept it out of the tyre wall. That becomes a concrete wall over the rise, and rejoining was pretty tidy, actually.
Yeah,
did well there.
That's a 4 or 5 second loss, a massive great panic whilst you're in the car, and then a big sigh of relief.
Yeah, got away with that one massively. Important to keep your bearings, though. I mean, I know those headlights are very, very good, but the problem is if it's a spin as well, you've got to just work out which way you're supposed to be pointing before you start to then inch your way back onto the track. And what it does mean for Marvin Strayer now is that he's got the treble 1 car of Przemysław Marek Lamanek for DV1 Triton Racing pretty much right on his tail. That was a gap that was coming down anyway, and you said talked about 4 or 5 seconds lost. I think the gap was 6 seconds before it happened, so it's now half a second between 276 and treble 1 for 5th place in GT3. And at the front, it is still the 33 car going very nicely indeed. About to tick off 400 laps now.
They should let the fireworks off, shouldn't they? The virtual fireworks.
They should.
You do get virtual fireworks at Daytona, by the way.
At 8 o'clock?
Yeah, that's Dubai. You get at Daytona when you win, you get virtual fireworks, and at Le Mans you get a virtual fly pass before the start of the race.
Cool.
By the Jets. So here I think we should definitely have some, because they do release fireworks at the end here, so perhaps that'll happen. I haven't seen the end of a race here in the dark, so you might get some fireworks from the race engine. But so yeah, so it's a great performance of Valmar. They are now 55 seconds and some fuel ahead, aren't they? It's slowly easing out. Their teammate is currently falling down the field and stuck in the gap between the GTEs and the GT3s. Johan Hath is probably not that far away from his next stop, is he? He's been in the car for a while. I think it'll be a driver change when that happens as well, Johnny, won't it? In the number 96 car.
27 laps completed for Haas, I make it.
4 stroke 5.
Yeah, but that very rarely, I think, if at all, has that 96 car been able to find a 32 lap stint. Just tracking back through all the ones we've had so far. It's 31 all the way, I think. Yeah, so there have been 1 or 2 cars the 7, I think, on occasion was able to match the 33 in terms of its stint length, but it was more the exception rather than the rule. Whereas the only 31-lap stint from the race leader was at the start, when you got a rolling lap to factor in too. Since then, they have been very consistent and still looking at a 15 further laps for Jonas Valmeyer before he hands over to Max Verstappen for the final, well, I was about to say final double stint, but that probably still won't see them to the finish.
No, we've got 1 hour 55 to go. 11 laps, I mean, there'll be, what, 1 hour 40? No, they won't. There'll be another 15, 20 minutes at the end of it, which I'm sure will just be, they'll just do a splash and dash and just run the tyres for 2 and a bit stints.
Yes. Yeah. No problem there. And they're in such a great position that they don't need to push like crazy for those final stints. Maxime Briand for Mivano, 3rd position. Meanwhile, Parallax Racing have been keeping out of trouble, and there's a lot to be said for that. 5th place for Tyler Hevias, and Hevias how far away? Just 1.1 seconds from Strail, who is still recovering from that moment. Now, that might be Strail having just overtaken Hevias, actually. And there is a 3-car train now in GT3 for 4th, 5th and 6th places. Sort of generated by Marvin Strail's incident at turn 1, which thankfully didn't involve anybody else, but was way wide at turn 1 and finally rejoined, losing about 5 seconds.
We're inside the last couple of hours. RSL and Race Sport TV together. 2 hours to go then for the iRacing VCO. This is one of the big events of the year, and it's Petit Le Mans. Parallax Racing into the pits in the darkness. So we are just 1 hour and 57 minutes remaining, and Johnny Palmer, Nick Damon and John Heinhoff. Nick, when are you racing again?
I need to go at 10 past. I'm taking the car back. I'm taking the car in. We've had a bit of bad luck. We hit someone else's accident. We're down to 7, trying to climb back up again. So we had an accident that wasn't our fault. I've got the last couple of stints in the dark with the brightness turned up.
Cheat. Even though everybody's doing it. It makes sense. So the BMW 1519, so that's a straight red and black BMW now rejoining, as opposed to the 70 car, which has been in the wars, the 90 car, I should say, somewhat. The Urano car, but in GTE, Lassa back, 23 and a bit seconds ahead of Kova. I wonder, have Kova changed their strategy? Because we were talking about 707 going very long on their stints, and maybe they were shaping up at the end of the race to get onto a sort of rhythm that was similar to everybody else. And well, 42 laps now completed by Valtteri Alander, who's currently at the wheel.
It's really whether if they've achieved their aim and they are going to be able to drop a stop, then they haven't got to bother fuel saving anymore, have they?
No.
That might be it. I mean, it's hard because you kind of need that. Not only do you need your strategy software counting up, you need a strategic software. Man over and half takes the pits.
Of another. So it's going to be 31 laps. Yep, and that's bang on schedule. Maxime Briand, in the meantime, 25 completed, and in another 6 or so he'll be in. Matt J. Farrow should be pitting at the end of this lap in car 3. So we are reaching a fairly busy time in the pits for the cars in the top class, 2nd, 3rd and 4th on the road. But it's another 11 laps before we will see Jonas Valmeyer in to hand over to Verstappen.
And they're all now effectively coming in. They're two stops from the end, because it's, with the pit stop, it's 38 minutes or so in the car, 38 minutes with the pit stop, and they've got an hour and 51 to go, so they should be able to get through with 2 more stops. I'm absolutely certain that's what they've back timed it to from point 1. It's just that the Valmeyer Verstappen 33 car is able to eke out that extra lap, and that's really going to give them an advantage at the end, not of a stop, but of 10, 12, 15 seconds, an extra advantage, of course, they don't actually need due to the speed they've been going.
Yeah. But, they set that pattern pretty early on and have managed to maintain the pace, which has been most impressive, particularly when it was so busy earlier on as well. I mean, it's slightly easier now with a number of cars dropping away, but you've got to survive those early laps, be comfortable in amongst the traffic. There was carnage as well to have to avoid, and there's a little bit of luck involved with that, but also some good judgment in terms of car placement too.
Yeah, I mean, I think this has been a much more hectic endurance race than we've seen before, to be honest, as Macho Farah and Red Flag Purple comes in, because of the
back up to third this car as well now after its problems.
Well, it's that quality of the quality street car, isn't it? It's a special purple, but it's just, I mean, I think we have seen a lot more incident and accident because it's just a lot more cars in a smaller amount of traffic, and also parts of the circuit where you can't get past, where you have to be patient, and that's not always worked out quite so well for some of the faster cars.
Are you doing to the end of the race, Nick? Now?
Yes, I am.
Go on, get yourself aware.
Okay, all right. I'll
good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Let us know what was happening. Nick Damon there, having. They taking back over his car in one of the lower splits, but they are climbing the field, it sounded.
Yeah, it's
we need
unfortunate being involved in an incident not of your making. Just there was an accident, I think, further up the road and nowhere to go. But not giving up is the key, and putting that out of your mind as best you can to carry on. And I know that there's a big chunk of the middle portion of the race where they were properly out of trouble, and Nick's a couple of stints for him, which didn't involve any contact, no off-track moments. We're very, very happy with that indeed. And now he's got to bring it home.
So let's have a look at how they stand with under 2 hours to go. Team Redline Orange leads, and it is a full lap now, JP, isn't it? Over the rest of the field from Mivano Sim Racing, Grosso, Valmeyer, Maxime Briont in second place, then Constantini for Apex, that's the 96 car, that also recovering from issues early on, and Redline Purple, that car up into, fourth position now for the number 3. What's interesting is where we are in the run of pit stops, but we'll go through that after we've done the rundown. Yas Heater in 5th, but they're a bit further back, as are Mivano Sim Racing Bianco. The gap between those two, because they are on the same lap, 47 seconds. And then we're into effectively, with the 450 car such a long way down, they are out of the running altogether. So then we're into GT Le Mans, GTE. Lassie back leads for Williams. The Chill Blast car 24 seconds ahead from Phil Deans in second, from the Corva car rather, Valtteri Alander. Then Phil Deans in third, Vendeval Sim Racing Pink, another 52 seconds further back, but that takes them off the lead lap in class. But what I'm giving you is the gaps between the cars, okay? So after Phil Deans is fearless leading for Sim RC GTE, he's only 11 seconds further back, so that battle for the last step on the podium is certainly not over. And just 15 seconds further back, Ryan Barneveld is behind the wheel of the Maniti Racing dark green number 78 BMW. Then Fabrice Cornels for Urano Sports Hawaii. He's just another 11 seconds further back in that red and black BMW. And in GT3, the GT Daytona, if you will, if I can manage to get my mouse onto the right screen, Charlie Collins leads by 35 seconds for another Sim RC team. That's the 176 from Bela Racing Team Euronics. They are 35 seconds behind. Then another 25 and a half back is Williams Esports Ben Q, that's Moreno Sarica. Marvin Strell now behind the wheel of the SimRC Carbon car, because we've lost that a couple of cars in that category. He is, I can't give you the gap there because there's an errant Dallara in the way as Dominic Farber drops down. But now I can. He is a full lap back from third position and just 9/10 of a second ahead of DV1 Triton Racing. So they're having a cracking scrap, the 276 and the 111 for fourth and fifth position. Tyler Hervé's Parallax Racing still running and 26 seconds ahead of Jose Bordalas Racing Team's Sergei Maturana. That's how they all run. We have 25 cars out of the original 45 still running, and I'm delighted to say that we have got back Sindre Setsas, who I'm scared to open this fader, Sindre. You've been having a shot for every car that's fallen out. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, really good. Good to hear you as well. Sorry about the issues earlier on, but you're clear as a bell. We're having a bit of a laugh about this drinking game. Obviously, we would only encourage very sensible drinking. You're not in this, but you will be back racing on Tuesday night.
Yes, together with Carl Jansen, who's actually caught up to me in the drinking game. He started like a few hours later than me, but he's caught up to like, I think we're at 17 shots now, so I'm quite happy with
pace yourself,
keeping it
pace
clean.
yourself.
Yeah, but yeah, also shout outs to Mike Spangler and Oscar Mangan, who was also here for the drinking game, at least the first parts of it. So yeah, it's been good.
A change. I know a few people have been asking on Twitter at RSL_studio about what's going on with DNLS, another part of the VCO racing empire this year. But we've moved those to midweek to give everybody a bit more chance to compete, because everything in the real world and the virtual world's all crushed up together. So it's Tuesday night then for you.
Yeah, I think it's good. I do some bits of real racing myself in the real NLS, and yeah, I think it's good that it's moved to a suitable time, at least for our real drivers. Well, I even had to cover for the Manfilter car earlier in the season, so yeah, it's been good that it's been moved. I think it gives everyone an opportunity to race. So yeah.
Well, I was at the Nürburgring last weekend, and the weather was awful. Obviously, we won't get that on Tuesday night. You're on the verge of a title there in SP10.
Yes, we are. From my calculations, we're only second place off winning the title in SP10. So yeah, I think it should be good. Me and Carl should be more than easily capable of bringing that result home. So yeah, I'm looking forward to Tuesday.
Well, we wish you all the best, and take it easy tonight, won't you?
Well, that depends on how many cars that crash out, but it seems like it's been pretty clean the last few hours. We're only taking like 2 shots the last 2 hours, so it's all good.
All right, man. Thank you very much indeed. Sindre, we'll see you racing on Tuesday. Thanks, mate. Bye-bye for now.
Yeah, thanks.
Bruce Jones and me for the conversation and the racing on Tuesday evening. And that's 6:30 UK time when we start in sound and vision. Last 2 rounds of the DNLS this year all moved to midweek events. Inside the last hour and 3/4 now, and still Max Verstappen in the Dallara at the front of the field, and still gap comfy. 58 seconds is what we're looking back at now. I said I'd run you through where the front of the field are in terms of their laps. Max has been in the car now for 2 laps, so they're still holding that 6 laps advantage, 7 laps advantage in terms of the fuel run ahead of the second place car. But of course, now that they've evened up their pit stops and all the top 6 are on 13 stops, it's 58 seconds between first and second position. Johnny Palmer, it's looking now like a race that can be controlled if they want by Team Red Line Orange. But in fact, they're still banging the quick times in. 1:09.9 by Verstappen last time around.
Yeah, no let up in the pace. I think if you start to ease back a bit, and that's when the concentration can start to wane a little bit and errors can creep in. So better, attack is the best form of defence, effectively. And if you carry on at this speed, not necessarily an absolute best lap pace, but just below it, Max setting a time that was just over a second slower than his best lap of the race, which is a 1:08.8. So that's comfortable. 4:12 laps ticked off, almost 4:13, and very nearly a 60-second advantage over Michele Constantini, Maxime Briant for Mirvano, running a further 40 seconds away. It is closer for the lower order positions, though, for actually third and fourth, with only 7 seconds between Briant and Matt J. Farrow. And again, the middle order of GTE pretty close between Maniti Racing and the anti-Ahola driven Kova BMW, the black 707. Former GT3 race leader into the pits, that's Charlie Collins. Now this really is very interesting, because Nick Damon and I were trying to work out where everybody is on the pit stop stagger, and Collins was due in as the first of that top three, so that's fine and perfectly on schedule. And then last time around, after the Collins car pitted, I think I said it was 9 laps the difference to the next car. So it was Hayden Burns who brought the car in previously, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 laps later, it'll be Lucas Gestet, and then a further 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 laps will be the 4 car. And what I'm trying to do is a little bit of calculation related to the time we've got left in the race and how many 44, 45 lap stints you can cram into an hour and 42 minutes that remain on the clock, because it's all down to who is leading when the checkered flag comes out in GT3, and that is just an epic endurance race. They've got somehow so far out of sync that it could be any one of those guys, any one of those 3 cars, 451, 4 or 176, just depending on where the blocks of the lap stints fall towards the end. And there will be a bit of calculating that I can do to try and work out who's in the best spot. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 4 car steadily rise to the surface. We're going to have that anyway in 8 laps time. Moreno Siricar will become the new race leader, but I just wonder then when that car pits 9 laps after that, 10 laps after that, it'll pitch it back to 3rd position. That'll put 176 to the sharp end once again. And then it's a question of whether Charlie Collins can stay there or whether he'll have to come in for fuel before the checkered flag is waved. Very tough to call that at the moment. Nose to tail for cars weaving their way through corners 10A and 10B, and the purple LMP2 car, which runs in 4th position with Matt J. Farrow at the wheel, still only 6.3 seconds away from the 3rd place car of Maxime Briant. So there's an hour and 40 to go, and if we say that the last lap for the race for GT3 is going to start with a couple of minutes left on the clock, they will force an extra lap out of that actually as well. So let's say that happens with 46 seconds there or thereabouts still left on the clock. I'm doing it on an average time as well of 1:19, and not everybody's able to achieve that. But from this point on, we're at 1 hour 40 minutes and 20 odd seconds or so. There's 77 laps to go for GT3s, I reckon. And a good stint, we get another really good lap in the GTE category. A 1:15.4 is the best lap so far, produced by Lasse Bach, so he's not daunted by the darkness, is he?
Some of those guys are doing 47 laps, or then they're inside, depending on where they are on their runs.
Well, that's the thing, because there's a stagger between 176 and 276 of 8 laps, and a further late stagger of 9 laps to car 4. So
well, the Corva car.
where are they going to fall? This is in GT3, by the way.
Oh, sorry, GT3. Sorry, yes. Well, but the GTE is just as interesting because the Williams eSports 27 laps into a stint. Van der Waal in second, only 20. Sim RC are going to be in 4 or 5 laps time because they've done 43. 22 for Manatee Racing. What happened to Corva? No, they're still there. They're still there. They've only been out for what? 385, 378, 7 laps. So, you know, they've got 40 laps to go yet. So if they've got 40 laps to go, they've only got 1 more pit stop to make.
Yeah.
Everybody else, I think, have 2. So I think Corva have saved the pit stop.
Yes, quite possibly. Well, we were talking about how long they were going, much further into stints than the other cars around them, and would that actually switch back to their advantage come the end of the race?
The only one who's going to be close is the Van der Waal Sim Racing. They've only done 21, and you said that you thought they had it's about the same, isn't it? About 70-something laps to go. Well, that would give them. That's going to take them down to 50-something. It's not there, is it? It's too tight.
No.
So even if it's a splash, Corva are right in this. I think they keep going. They're nailed on for a podium.
Yes.
And something better.
No, I think the podium was always within grasp for the 707 of Koga, but a question of whether they could actually win it. Looking at how the stints are going to fall for the 176 in GT3, car driven by Charlie Collins right now. So he's just started a stint which could run to about 40 laps, and as I said, 77 I made it a couple of minutes ago to the finish. So that's 2 stints. He's just started the penultimate one. So I actually think it's going to fall most neatly for the 176 Audi for Sim RC Titan, and the others are going to fall short because they're going to need a stop and a splash potentially to get them to the finish. But it's still pretty close to call. You don't have the risk or the variable of a safety car, a yellow flag, so it's going to be a consistent run to the finish now, and it's all about ticking off those laps as best you can, staying out of trouble, and make sure that you're not involved in an incident. So important. But 176 now about to complete 5 laps of this stint, and I reckon in GT3, what's the time left on the clock? 1 hour 36 minutes and 40 seconds. So that is in the ballpark of 74 laps to go. So yeah, if that Audi that's now fallen to 3rd place comes in with about 40 laps on this current stint, then it should be able to do 40 laps and see it to the finish as well. But interestingly, 176 hasn't always been able to do a full 40. Last time around, 37 laps from Charlie Collins. Now, was that deliberate just to get it into that window so they could back time it comfortably, take the shorter stint, actually 2 from the end, anti-penultimate stint being the shorter? Or was there a problem? I don't know, because you don't often see a 5-lap swing for that car. It's gone from a 42-lap stint to now only 37, and Hayden Burns, can he more consistently get the fuel out of that car? No, not really. It doesn't quite fit like that. Charlie and Hayden, both impressive on the fuel mileage. I think the 176 is in slightly the better position, but 451 and the 4 car still very much in the fight. And
yeah, they've done very well, considering the carnage that has been wrought upon the GT3 category, the GT Daytona category, and it has been.
Yeah.
And we have seen some mistakes, clearly, but there's been some horrendous driving by some of the other classes.
Well, Sammy Matty-Trogan very much on the wrong side of that.
Well, and they were going so well.
They were, yes.
Yeah. So 34 laps for Strell. So what do we reckon he can get out of that? About 47. They did 46, 47 last time, didn't they? No, they only did 43. So that's 9 more laps for him. That's going to take him to about 60 laps to go. Like you say, all of these guys have got two stops.
Apart from Collins, I think he can do it on one more now.
Do you think if he can get 40 laps, he can?
Yeah, and that's the thing, because the previous stint worries me because he only made 37.
Yeah,
and that wouldn't be enough. But if he can do 40, and that car's done 42 previously in this race as well, then that's fine. And the others won't be able to do it on one more stop because it's too far. So yes, you're right. We have had stops now for actually both of the cars ahead. So right on the road. Or has my page not quite refreshed? Just do a quick refresh to confirm. So just stayed in 451, and the 4 car, which is the purple and blue machine,
correct,
being driven by. Is that Josh Thompson back in? No, Josh brought it in last time around, and driver has just taken charge of the 4, which is Moreno Sirica. Or Sirica's been in that car for a while and has just produced the fastest lap for that particular car, a 1:18.71. That's not a best time class, but it's still good and indicative of that car getting lighter again on the fuel. Sven Haase, 24.5 seconds further up the road. But Haase will be the first of those cars to come into pit lane. And Sirica, the last, car number 4 for Williams Esports BenQ. So Haase turning right through that awkward turn 7 now, the kink at 8 and 9, where you keep your right foot nailed. And then over the rise, the meters to go to the corner boards appear. You can swoop past those and hit the brakes very, very late indeed into 10A.
Love driving in the dark, love racing in the dark. It is a different thing, very different feel. Racetrack looks different from the daytime. Some drivers will tell you they prefer it. Very odd at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for Full Metal Racing last weekend with no spectators out there. It was even darker than usual. And some of the drivers I was talking to saying that was a bit bizarre. But in some ways there was less distractions.
Yeah.
Got to make sure you've got something that you can still use as your brake markers, and the surface of the road doesn't look the same from headlights. They've flattened it out. Beautifully modelled in iRacing, by the way. It really does flatten the road out. You can't quite see the contours. Got to look a bit harder for those changes of pavement that you're looking at that you might be using as a brake point or a turning point.
Well, Alex Brundle was saying that the party on Saturday night at Brunchen sometimes draws to a close at 4:30 a.m. And as a driver, you say, no, keep partying, keep drinking the beer, because then all the lights are turned off when they do decide to all go to bed.
And you can't see.
And you don't know where to turn in anymore, because you've been using that as a reference point all the way through. And then, no, they're winding down. They're taking down the speaker stack. Stay for a few more beers, lads, please.
Quick, somebody. Hi, this is Alex. Yeah, get over to Brunchen and take them another keg of beer.
Yeah. Just till daylight, and then you can pack up.
Yeah. No, that's very good. Very good. The problem with a lot of not a problem here at Road Atlanta, because there is enough near to the track for your headlights, even though there's not a lot of reflective surfaces. Like at Le Mans, you've got road furniture, you've got things like road signs, you've got the white lines at the edge of the road which are reflective. A lot of racetracks, including Road Atlanta, Silverstone, that runs into the darkness sometimes, they don't. And Formula One tracks typically don't have reflective lines.
No.
And Formula One tracks don't have anything near the track. It's a long way away. So you are really just looking at the surface of the road. And that can be very, very strange when you're driving along If you lose your concentration for a moment, certainly if you spin the car and you restart, you've got to remember where you are. Very, very interesting. Don't get so much of the problem here at Road Atlanta. What you do get here is your headlights pointing at the sky a lot and lighting up trees. Verstappen is now only about 4 seconds away from putting a lap on pace on Constantini and putting Apex a lap back. So we're coming to a very, very important part of the race here. Constantini, 22 laps into his stint, 18 laps for Verstappen, and he will be able to see the Apex car just disappearing under the Suzuki bridge as he comes out of 10B. He is now 3 seconds behind. He's lapping about a second a lap quicker than Apex, down through 12. It's like being in a road car. The onboards from Verstappen's car are so smooth. Through 1, up to the top of the hill at 2. Bit of traffic ahead, just a little amber light, marker light above the windscreen. If you spot that, you know that that's Verstappen. He's being a little more circumspect going past some of the GT cars. Down into turn 6. The gap is still about 3 seconds. 1:10.0 last time around, so actually Constantini took a bit of time out of him. Only a couple of tenths, but it's going to delay the inevitable. But that's all. Constantini in the 96 car, over the top of the brow at 11 and down the hill, plunging downhill. That is very steep down there. There's a access road that runs alongside the track there, and if you can manage to kick your golf cart out of gear at the top of it, trust me, you can get some decent speed down there.
Yeah, I bet.
But you have to have checked beforehand to make sure your steering's all right, because once you get over a certain speed on a golf cart, it gets very, very scary wobbly. So I'm told.
Of course, yes, you've just heard this on the
Yeah.
grapevine, hearsay. Fraser Williamson, a little bit wide there, took some cones with him. Was that right in front of the race leader as well?
Turn 3.
Turn 3 for the 5th place car. No, I don't think that was Max Verstappen who was wanting to sneak by.
I think it might have been the 2nd place car,
Could
though.
well have been Costantini, who's still on the lead lap by his fingertip.
Just.
Marginal. And that won't
Still about 3 seconds. That's all he is. Michele Costantini just coming through turn 1. Oh, this is a replay. Yeah, it was the 2nd place car. There's the off from the 20 car. Yeah, not wrong with my eyes, eh?
Very good. Even from
from
that car behind, which is not easy to pick out in this level of darkness. The livery looks good in the daylight. Very tricky though. It's black and white. So you did well there.
33 now will be able to see the tail lights at various parts of the circuit. I don't think it's the next car ahead. I think it's the car ahead of that. Through the dust cloud, kicked up by the 2 prototypes ahead, down towards 6 for Verstappen. On boards, it's how to watch racing during the night, I always think. Real life or VR. I could watch a whole race in the darkness hours.
That's very possible to do that these days, with lots of teams choosing to televise effectively the whole of the race from the driver's perspective, which is fascinating to do for a different perspective entirely on a motor race, purely from the same vantage point all the way through. Well, Nürburgring 24 hours, a number of teams, I think they did that last weekend. 2
questions. What's going to happen in the next couple of laps? How hard does Costantini fight to stay on the lead lap? And supplemental, new fastest lap of the race, by the way, last time around by Verstappen. He's just trimmed a 10th off, 1:08.794, as opposed to... No, hang on. Yes, 1:08.794 as opposed to a 1:08.797, which was the quickest lap that was held by Apex. So we're getting some fast laps. How hard does Verstappen try to put the lap on Constantini? How hard does Constantini try to stay on the lead lap?
Well, that battle's only going one way. Verstappen's gaining all the time, and Costantini that car's had produced the fastest lap of the race. As you say, that's now been taken away from Max Verstappen. But there's no doubt about the pace.
Verstappen's just got it back from the Apex car.
There's no doubt about the pace of Costantini's car.
Yeah.
However, I mean, what have you got to win, really, apart from, okay, well, I stayed on the same lap as Max Verstappen? I think the concern now for Costantini is conserving that 41-second advantage he's got over Maxime Briand.
Spot on.
And you're going to lose time defending Max Verstappen for zero gain, pretty much. And then you'll find that Briand will gain 15 odd seconds or something and put the numbers 96 car under unnecessary pressure. So I would just let him go.
Fabrice Cornels has come in the Uranus Esports Hawaii car. And where is he? He was in 5th. Oh, come on. Scroll down. My machine's getting tired tonight, I think. That's the number 90 car, isn't it?
Yes, in the red and black colours.
Well, I reckon he's only done 35 laps there last time around. Yeah, agreed.
Okay.
So he's going to need another stop.
Yes. I mean, to be honest, he would have...
I reckon he's about 15 laps short.
Yeah, well, that would work on the time as well, because they generally do...
Arjuna says 20 minutes of fuel. Thank you, Arjuna.
Well, there's an hour and 23 left on the clock. GTE cars generally can make the hour, or just shy of that, 57 minutes perhaps. So.
Sven Haas in from the lead of GT3. Now...
Can't make the end from here, which is what I thought.
No, you're spot on there, mate.
And the second place car is going to come in about 10 laps time, maybe 9 laps time. And again, I mean, that's tighter. You know, the closer you get to 60 minutes being left on the clock, the better the whole situation. But so Moreno Sirica, the car he shares with Josh Thompson, to the sharp end again in GT3. But Charlie Collins, for me, for Sim RC Titan, still in a slightly better position here. So Moreno, what was the difference between 4.51 and 4 in terms of laps between their previous stops? I'm pretty sure it was 9. Let's just confirm that, because it's important to the end of the race. So there they are, 4 to the lead. And last time around, the gap between Lucas Gested and the stop for Thompson at the time was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 laps. So from 10 laps at this point, we'll see the 4 car in from the lead of GT3.
Yeah.
The question is, 10 laps? That's 20 odd minutes? Or is it short of the hour mark?
It's 10 minutes plus 10 plus 160 seconds, isn't it? Which is not enough.
No, I don't think it is
It's
either.
just a shorter splash. In comes the Williams Esports BenQ car, Moreno Sirica, into the pits now. So they've come in now. So even though I don't think they needed to, I'm with you. So Sirica in the number 4 car.
13:20, and they needed 20 minutes. So, right, interesting. They've come in now. Well, it's going to be 2 stops.
Well, that was 42 laps. So I mean, he was pushing on. The Biela Racing team behind them's on 40. Will be on their 44 lap now. Apex in second. Let's go back to that battle for the front of the field and whether Verstappen is going to lap the whole field with his teammate Jonas Vollmeyer. Of course, he's done his job as well. Verstappen flashing the lights. No, mate, I want to stay on the lead lap, thanks very much. You stick your car down the inside. See what happens now.
So what's actually happened is I'd missed the 33 laps that Josh Thompson did previously.
Right.
So Sirica's stint length is fine, 42, and maybe the 33 laps prior to that was to line them up to the finish. So they were already back timing 4 stints from the end. Yeah, okay. But they can't make the finish from here is the key point. And they couldn't have made it work even if they'd gone to 44 laps.
Another fastest lap of the race, 108.710 from Verstappen last time around, but it was a 109.1 that time around because he's in traffic and, he pushes his luck going around the outside of the BMW. Not sure I might have done that. Through 5. Flashing line, he's on the flash button. Down to 4th, down to 3rd for turn 6. He's getting a little bit of unsettled movement from the back of the car. And he got a bit of wheel spin coming out of 7 as well. Flash your light as much as you want, mate. He's staying on the lead lap. It's not how it works, particularly not here in America. He'd be getting a warning now for flashing his lights too much.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a line that can be overstepped if you are causing a distraction more than anything. He's letting Costantini know that he's there. And as you said,
knows he's there.
Michele's not going to just jump off the racing line to allow him through. So you flash a couple of times, say, I'm the race leader, I want to come by. If no reaction, then you've got to just stop, haven't you?
Well, you've got to make the decision of whether you're just going to follow him. He's going to pit before the red line car anyway by, 6 or 7 laps. In fact, he is coming in at the end of this lap, I reckon.
Okay.
Because he's on his 33rd lap already, Costantini. So that's a pretty good run for him. So the cooler temperatures, the better track conditions. Somebody needs to be telling Max, he's pitting the end of this lap, mate. Don't worry about it. Because the worst thing that
you're going to run out of juice on those lights if you carry on that way.
Worst thing he could do now is stick one up the inside and end up damaging the car.
Good point.
See if Costantini goes to the right. He does. He's heading to the pits.
Yeah. GTE race leader in as well. Lassie back. And that means that car's going to have to stop again for a splash too to see it through to the finish. Is that likely to bring in anybody else to the fight? No, Phil Danes is over a minute behind, so Lassie back should be comfortable.
That's a 45 lap stint for him.
Yeah.
But
you can't do an hour and 17 on a tank.
No.
It'll have to be a splash to see him to the.
We've now got
a
straight 500 laps predicted.
Okay. Yeah, it's 498, 499, fluctuating between the two. When Verstappen comes in for a couple of stops, that might peg it back to just under 500. But it'd be a nice round figure.
Still interested to know what's going on at Cova. How far back are they? 7:35. Yeah, they've got to be on for a podium. I don't think they can take the win because the gap back to the leader is too far. Antiohola back behind the wheel of that BMW. Remember, they got turned around coming to the green flag. So they've done an extraordinary job to get back as far as they can. And they were running long early when nobody was running long. They've had a couple of extended 47, I think they did at the best, didn't they, for the 707? 48.
From 707.
Yeah.
Nobody's got close to that.
Well, they can do it on one more stop because they've got plenty of laps in hand. Their last stop, we're working for those guys, lap, 405, and the GTs, and their last stopped at lap 379, I reckon. So they've probably got another 10 laps plus, and that is going to take them very close to going with just one more stop. Very close indeed.
2 stints that were 48 laps long. One from Valtteri Alander, which was the second stint of the race. And then Antiohola did it later on as well.
It's Matt Farrow in the pit lane after a 32-lap stint. Their race got away from them early on. Matt did a triple, and they did try to triple the tyres in the earlier part of the day when the track was hotter. It looked like it had worked. They led the race, but in the last third of that stint, last 8 or 10 laps, pace just dropped right off. And then they had a couple of incidents, didn't they, in that purple car. And you just know that Patrick Wolff is going to be kicking himself. It's his first stint out. He'd been sitting there waiting for 3 stints, and he dropped the car pretty much as soon as he got it out of the pit there.
Yes.
On cold tyres and heavy
was
tanks.
The outlet, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
And then he had another little offset.
And that's the one thing you cannot afford to do. If you're going so radically off strategy from everybody else, you've got to keep the consistency and hope that it'll all work out in the end. But yeah, when you're chasing your tail then from just stint 4, it's very, very tough.
Gianni Vecchio pits from 5th with the Porsche, the sole Porsche in the GT Le Mans GTE category. Not sure what their thoughts were there. See what happens when they change drivers and the car disappears from the pit lane. It is literally pitch black.
Yeah. Yes.
I was like, oh, the lights have gone out. And there is a bit more light than that in real life because there are a few gantry lights.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of light that shines now across the track. The bridge, which is the Michelin walkover bridge, is lit. And the new Michelin Tower building has a lot more lighting. So there is a wee bit on the front straight. There are always some apex lights at turn 6 and 7. And I think down in the complex at turn A and B as well, there's some lights. But it's pretty dark out the back. Pit lane for Verstappen, that's early. I think that's a wee bit early, isn't it?
Stint length's just popped up.
No, 32 it will be. Yeah, by the time he goes back out. No, all right. So why did they did a 25-lap stint earlier with Valmeyer?
Again, that might just be to line the car up perfectly to the final stint, so back timing many stints out, perhaps, and to get Max in. But to be honest, Verstappen, I didn't think had been notably quicker than Valmeyer.
It's one more stop from here. 60 laps to go for them.
Okay,
so one more stop here. They can do that quite easily. That's why they've done that, as you said. Now the question is, who gets in? So Max does this. So does Max do the triple to the end? That would be 3 full stints. Sorry, no. Nonsense.
38, yeah, it's fine on the time. Verstappen's just done 1, hasn't he? So he's certainly going to stay in for the next one.
And that's it. And then there's one more after that.
So they've got a choice, haven't they, whether they keep Verstappen at the wheel or put Valmeyer in. Probably doesn't really matter.
At the moment, they've done exactly half the race to here now, each.
Yeah.
Valmeyer's done about 4 minutes 13. Verstappen has just gone back out again. Has done 4 minutes 15. So.
Yeah, but as you say, 440 completed, looking at 500 laps maximum, I think, is a total. So that's
499 again now. It's just doing that thing, isn't it?
Well, as long as it's, even if it stretches out to 501 or 502, they should be fine.
They're fine.
Because they can do 31, they can do 32 if necessary. So that'll take to 504, so perfectly within the envelope there. Still a big question mark as to which way GT3 is going to go. I think Collins is in the best spot, now leading the class again, 176. He'll be the first to stop between the 176, the 451 of Sven Haase and the 4 of Moreno Siricar. But when Collins comes in, there should be just about a stint to go then, whereas it's not as even as for the 2 cars behind.
Correct. Just a little note, and Arjuna reminds me, Verstappen lapped the field when Constantini came into the pit lane.
Yes.
The big difference now is he's got back out and Constantini did not get back on the lead lap.
Right.
So the whole field now He's 2.54 miles down and more on the number 33 Team Red Line Orange, the Valmeyer Verstappen car.
So that was down to the extra 6 laps that. No, I'm looking at the wrong one. It probably about the same actually for Verstappen on effectively the in lap. It was 5 laps, I make it.
Yeah, correct.
And yeah, the quicker time that he was able to produce without Costantini in front has effectively leapfrogged him.
You know, you're talking about an average lap time that's half a second quicker over Costantini on that last stint.
Yeah.
What was interesting is the stint before, Valmeyer's average was down in the nearly 111, which that's unusual for Jonas. He'd been 109.9 previous, so maybe there was some feeling that he was getting tired.
Yeah,
because he was losing on average a couple or 3 seconds a lap to the teams behind them. So it's not that they didn't have that time to give up, they did.
Well, that was also the end of a triple for Valmeyer.
Oh, was it?
So understandably he was getting tired.
So the other thing is, did they not change the tyres?
That I don't know. But
right, let's have a look at the lap.
But is there a notable drop? I mean, there is, isn't there? Because it goes out to 110.9 for that third
exactly.
stint, 25 lapper.
If you look at the pit stop history, you should be able to tell on there, because see where he was. So at the 54 seconds in the pit lane, that would suggest no tyres to me.
Yeah.
125 for a set of tyres in the pit lane. 1 minute for his first stop when there would have been no tyres, 54 seconds. So a bit less fuel and no tyres, which is why they only did the short run. Yeah. That's interesting, isn't it? That they gave that a try. Now the interest is still at the front of the GTE field, where we're waiting to see what happens. Lasse Bach is back out in the number 1 car. The Corva BMW now on the pit lane rotation is up to 2nd position, and I think that's came on 378, 380, 400, that's 22, and that's 32. Well, they've still got laps to give. Lasse Bach 7 laps into the stint, so he can do about another 40. I don't think he can go to the end. I really don't. So if we can get another 6 or 7 laps out of that Corva car, they are going to save a pit stop. They're not close enough. I still don't think they're a minute behind Lasse Bach.
Yes.
And they've got a long pit stop, a full pit stop to go. So that's going to be 1 minute and 24 in the pit lane. Lasse Bach has got a shorter pit stop, where probably now is Bach going to have to change tyres? Is he on a double? Yes, he is. So they might. Dare you risk the tyres on a triple? No, maybe not.
Well, it weren't not going to be that far to the end. 10 laps maybe, because it
15, I reckon.
15,
20 minutes.
I'm trying to remember the exact time on the clock when Bach came in. It's 1 hour and 5 now. Yeah, it might have been 1 hour and 17 from memory, because I said there was no way.
He started the stint at UK time 23:33:56 on lap 405.
23:33. So that's 12 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would wind it back to 17. That's what I remembered it being. So you're going to come in with about 17 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah.
15 laps, 14 laps, something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
would you risk the tyres for a relatively short stint? For the time you'll gain in the pits, you're going to lose it.
Who's he racing though? That's what you've got to ask yourself.
Yeah.
Is he racing Cover, who are going to have to do a full stop? Is he racing Van der Waal, Sim Racing? Now Van der Waal, they've only recently stopped, haven't they? They only last stopped on 4:10. And that's got Phil Deans behind the wheel of the car. And they're 1:30 behind. So that's much more who you're racing, isn't it?
True.
But I don't think that car, Van der Waal, can't go to the end either, can it? No. Just a tiny splash for them. Now, they won't take tyres. So that's who you're racing. That's who you're racing at the end of the day. You'll need more fuel from them, and do you decide to risk it and take tyres, just in case you make a mistake and you've got to defend?
True. Yeah. Yeah, you'll want the car to be manoeuvrable, potentially on the last lap if you have got to hold somebody off. And the problem is, when the tyres start to go, they'll just go off the edge of a cliff and there's no getting them back. So,
sorry, I did not mean to make that exclamation, but there was 3 cars wide and the leader threaded the needle between the pair of them. That was 2 class leaders there. That was the GT3 class leader and the overall leader coming underneath the bridge at 11 down to 12. For a moment we had 3 wide and that was tight on the inside.
Just a little.
Sim RC, Titan, Charlie Collins doing exactly the right thing. So a GT3, a GTE and the prototype, all 3 classes there. Verstappen decides to go and to go hard, decisive, down the inside. Very good. Nice move by Charlie as well to stay out the way of everybody there. Last thing he needs is an errant GT E car, knocking him off the track.
Well, because they're in a great place right now, the 176. One more stop to make.
22 seconds the lead.
And 30 laps on the stint, so another 14 or so they could push to. Even if it's 40 odd laps, that'll be fine because they'll be within the window then
to go at the end.
To go to the end.
Yeah.
And they're going to tick over into the final hour very shortly. And
where's Haase on his fuel then in second?
He's going to pit. He's going to have to pit about 8 or 9 laps later than the race leader.
Right. Yeah. He's only 14 laps, coming to 15 laps through his stint. JP.
Oh yes, because there was that awkward stint from the 4 car, which I've not factored in. Okay. Either way, it doesn't fit neatly.
No.
For that car.
And Sven's on the second part of a double. He's impressed me, Haase. Driven well. I'm still intrigued by this front of the field battle about how far the Corvette BMW M8 707 car could go and whether it can steal back second position. As I said, I'm saying now, unless there's a problem for Williams eSport, you don't wish that on anybody at this stage of the game. And you really don't. But at that point, you've got to say there's a second place, I think, on for Corva. And given how they started the race, stone last after being tipped round coming to the green. We'll give a race rundown for you in about a minute or so as we head inside the last 60 minutes. What a cracker this has been. There's been a bit of quite a lot of wheel-to-wheel racing, but this has been very tactical, and it's all been all about proper, what I would call old-fashioned endurance racing. All right, we haven't had the mechanical issues, of course. Everybody's kept the cars running, so no engine failures. Nick was talking about it is possible. These guys have looked after the cars rather well. Big attrition rate for accident and incident, but other than that, it's been a 21st century old-fashioned race, and by that I mean it's been flat out, but the strategy still had to play out. So into the last hour, let's start just for a change at the GT3 end of things. That'll keep everybody on their toes. Well done. Well done, Ashuna. Following along. If you're following along at home, follow the bouncing ball. Sim RC 176 leads. It is Charlie Collins behind the wheel. He's completed 398 laps and he's got 23.5 seconds on Sven Haase.
And likely to pit in the next 4 laps, I reckon.
For Collins or Haase? Collins, thank you. Another 35 seconds further back, but still on the lead lap, is the 3rd place Moreno Serica driven Williams Esports Ben Q car. That's the number 4 car. Then it's the DV1 Triton Racing Audi. They are back on 396 laps completed. So they are a couple of laps away from those top 3. 9.5 seconds back is Tyler Herves at the moment in the 11 car, the Parallax Racing machine. 15 seconds further back then, Tom Valentini, who seems to have been in that car every time I've mentioned it. That's the 276 SimRC carbon machine. 7.5 seconds further back, but just into the pit lane, our final classified runner at the moment, Sergei Maturana for Jose Bordeles Racing. And he was 11 seconds or thereabouts behind when he pitted. Vendaval Sim Racing have been out for a very long time, and yeah, they've been greyed out. So we have 25 cars of the expected 45, of which I reckon only 42 started. Actually, the 2 Prologue React Esports cars didn't start. In GTE IMSA, GT Le Mans, GTE, call it what you will, we have Lasse back with a handy 58.5 second lead from Antti Ahola. Lasse back around about 14-15 laps into his stint at the moment. The Corva BMW on a massive comeback drive after being tipped around coming to the green, and has half a minute on Vendaval Sim Racing Pink and Phil Deans. That's the 2 car in 3rd. From Jürgen Frank in 4th. Jürgen is a further 14 seconds back from a podium spot at the moment. That does put him just off the lead lap. Diogo Cipinto, Maniti Racing, another 8.5 seconds further back. There's some tight gaps there. He's only got 5 seconds on the up, down and flying around almost of Rano Esports Hawe, number 90. Then 40 seconds further back, it's the Porsche. It's the 911, the red line car. 4 seconds ahead of AAA Esports. I'm going to run right through these because they all deserve a mention. Rafael Rasag is next up for AAA Esports, as I mentioned. 17 seconds further back, Alexei Nezov for HM Engineering. Max Del Orco's just come into the pits for SRC Corsa Red. In fact, he's just gone back out again. He's in 10th. 11th, Elias Seppanen for BSNXT. 9 seconds further back, Wild Animals Artem Grabov. And that's your 12, your round dozen that are still running there. 416 laps for the 12th place car against the leader on 420, so 4 laps off the lead. And at the head of the field, the only car currently on the lead lap and still lapping as quick, if not quicker than anybody else, Max Verstappen. Jonas Valmeyer ably backing up the Formula 1 superstar. 33 car leads by a lap and change, as they would say around here. Michele Constantini for Apex Racing Team. Still a bit of a battle to play out, potentially, I reckon, JP, for the minor positions here. Although there's 43 seconds between Apex and Mivano. There's only 4 laps between them, I suppose, so maybe not quite as exciting. But Matt Farrow is only 4 seconds away, I think that's 6 seconds now, away for Team Redline Purple from getting 2 Redline cars on the podium.
Yeah.
And again, that's going to come down to who's got the best and shortest last pit stop, I reckon. Fraser Williams is off the pace by another couple of laps. They've got 21 seconds Got at 22 on Josh Ladd for Yassi. That's your top 6. Behind that, everybody else. Red Line Red's been out for a long time now. They were running strongly. They were the first top 3 were all Red Line cars for a wee while early on, and the Biela team car is over 450 laps down. That's how it stands with 55 minutes to go.
Right, so Charlie Collins currently working lap 37. He did a 37 lap stint previously in 176 as well.
This is in GT3, isn't it?
GT3, yeah, race leader, and expected in, well, somewhere between now and 42 laps potentially, because his teammate Hayden Burns was able to eke out the fuel to another 5 laps. I get the feeling that he's not hanging around though, Charlie Collins. They're certainly not fuel saving now. They don't need to.
No.
With 54 minutes to go, they're perfectly within the bracket to make a stop within the next 2 or 3 laps and be fine then on the mileage. And then it's just a question of keeping things neat and tidy for the best part of an hour on what has been an incredibly busy racetrack at times. It's quieted down now because of those that have fallen away. 25 runners we're left with. And the track seems quite happy with that amount currently as well. We're still getting a little bit of clumping here and there, but for the main part, drivers can deal with it.
Haas is going to have a shorter last run to the flag.
Yes.
So that means a shorter stop at the end. So he will claw back a bit of refueling time. Let's not forget, Charlie Collins and Sim RC won GTE at Le Mans as well. Arjuna reminds me. Thank you. And a big thank you, by the way, to all at RaceSpot TV, Hugo and Arjuna and everybody else behind the scenes. Once again, the coverage has been absolutely outstanding. Would that we could have this in full metal racing. Yes, I know we can't, but really good use of the overheads and the onboards. I've loved watching it. Really found it entertaining. Thank you, and thank you. Charlie up at turn 7 with the racetrack stretching ahead of him. Nice position to be in when you're inside the last hour. You know you can take your pit stop pretty much any time to get you to the end.
Yeah.
For the leaders, computer is predicting 44 laps to go. That would put us on 500. And that, therefore, would be over 1,500 miles of racing. 2.54 here, is that right? I have that in my head, and I've said that from the beginning, and I've never looked it up.
Pretty close to that. Collins stayed out again, by the way.
Good.
But that's fine. I'm on the wrong page. I'll find out the exact distance for you. But 1,000 miles is 394 laps. So yeah, it's pretty close to 2.5 miles.
Charlie just holding his racing line as the Huawei sponsored BMW goes down the inside, and there was a prototype in there as well. I think that's the number 20 car, isn't it? That's going through there, the Fraser Williamson car. That car was quick as well in the early stages, the silver and black. Charlie doing his best to stay out of harm's way, and that's what the team will be telling him now. Yeah, it was the 20 car. Antti Ahola has come into the pits for the GTE 707, the Corva car. So there's a question answered. And they will be able to go to the end from here. So that's their last pit stop. In fact, they are already out of the pit lane. What I need to see is what that last pit stop time was, 53. So that was fuel only then?
Yes. Well, yeah, 1 or 2 have been doing 54, 55 second stops, and you cannot squeeze a tyre change in there because tyres don't entirely separately from
The
fuel
proper
and
way.
driver change. Yeah, precisely.
That's the way I would say that.
You can do a driver change inside the time that it takes to fill the car
easily.
with fuel.
Yeah.
15 seconds, I think Nick was saying, to do a driver change, but you're able to do that legally as well. So you can do those in parallel, but then if you want to do tyres, that has to be done as the next sequence. It's 4,088 metres round here, by the way, which
That doesn't help.
What did you say the mileage was?
2.54.
Bang on.
Oh!
2.54.
And I did that from
2.540. 165.
So 500 miles is? Come on, where's the calculator?
No, that's not it.
Do you know what I visualised there? The
Go
track graphics for NBCSN when they show me that at the beginning of the show, and it always shows how much it is, and I'd visualised, it says 12 turns, but obviously I always said 12 corners,
Yes.
because I would have been, my late father would have slapped me round the lugs if I'd said turns and straightaways. Corners and straights, lad. None of that kind of talk.
2.54 times 500 is 1217. 1,217.
Okay, yeah. So nearly 1,300 miles. Sorry, yeah. I over-egged the pudding there.
That's right. Very unlike you.
Hey ho. Hey ho.
Another good. Hey, Charlie Collins has just done the fastest time in GT3 of the race. So that's got to be an in-lap now, surely. 40. This is his 42nd lap. I don't think that car's been longer than 42 laps on a stint.
Hey, and by the way, the VCO guys, the Corva guys, a minute in the pit lane last time around. And their pit stops have been, I think they've been I think this might be a quad stint on those tyres.
Wow.
First pit stop 104, second pit stop 132. That sounds like tyres to me. 103, 132
Staying out, Colin.
tyres. 103, no tyres. 131 tyres. And then since then, 106, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Yeah. There's hardly any room in there at all to change, well, unless they're changing one tyre.
Yes,
Then
could
it's
be.
tight.
Could be. Hadn't thought of that.
Because again, that's done in sequence, isn't it?
Yeah, and it still takes the same time to go up on the
Yes.
jacks. It just comes down a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Or earlier, should I say. It comes down at the same speed. You know what I mean?
I do. Right, so the longest stint for car 176 that leads GT3, actually 44 laps. And we're now on 43 laps, being worked currently by Charlie Collins. So it'll have to be in at the latest on the next lap if he doesn't come in at the end of this one. But very good speed indeed being shown by the Sim RC Titan GT car that leads the class.
Battle for position. Fabrice Cornelis and Diogo Cipinto coming down, or going up rather, from 1 to 2. Down the front straight is what I was trying to say, but by the time I got to say that, they'd already gone through that area and moved on. No hanging about here, is there?
No. Right, Collins is in now, and this will be the 176's final stop of the race, with the cars behind likely to take the lead, but it'll be a brief affair.
Oh,
What happened to 11 car?
wheel on the grass between 6 and 7. And just about held on Tyler Hervés.
In front of
Parallax
20,
Racing.
I think that was a Fraser Williamson just
Again.
sneaking through.
Yeah. So coming down to 6, attack 6, into 5th, get on the brakes for 3rd. Just ran on the curb a little bit, and Fraser Williamson does a great job of missing him. That could have been huge. Parked sideways, no side marker lights, in the dark, at turn 7. Ooh, no thanks.
It was a question of where the car was going to roll next, though, because
Yeah.
I think
That's
Fraser
a
was
good
committed
point.
to the outside and then thought, no, don't keep
Did
rolling
well
backwards.
not to fall off as well, to be honest,
Yes,
on
he
the
did.
outside.
Yes, he did.
Really good.
And actually a good job he didn't go for the gap just in front of the Audi's nose, because the first gear was located very quickly by the spinning car, and there would have been contact there as well. So Williamson deciding to go around the back of the Audi and yeah, negotiated turn 7, which is tricky anyway, before you've introduced the broadside GT3 car into the mixture. Right, so Collins stays at the wheel. He has made his final stop and showing such good speed.
Again,
GT3.
He's dropped down to second position on the pit stop, but Sven Haase has to stop.
He does, for a splash at some point.
How far do we think Haase can go into race?
Another 12 laps, the 14 laps quite possibly. Haase, he's on lap 28 currently, and we had just seen a 43 lap stint from Collins.
Right.
So if they can find that sort of longevity, and Haase's done a 43 lapper actually the previous time around, so expect another 43 again, and that's 15 laps away.
Well, at that point you splash the fuel and leave the tyres. You have to.
Yes.
To give yourself a chance. Haase is on his second stint.
And Collins, he stayed in for a third then to the finish.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. So he got in on lap 328 and has done 37 laps, 43 laps, and now all the way to the finish.
Now, in GTE, what we've got to think about is who stops and for how long. What we know for sure is that the 707 car is fueled to the end with Antti Ahola behind the wheel. That currently sits in 4th position in class and is, that's 21 seconds behind second place. Forget first at the minute because Lassie Back has got that in the bag for Williams Esports. So it's when the Vendaval number 2 and when the Sim RC GTE 76 stops.
Yeah. And quite possibly Fabrice Cornelis involved in this as well. 4.8 seconds away, the number 90 car, which has really been in the wars at various points. Now,
he's got about another 10, 12 laps to go before he stops, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, okay, right. So that's going to actually stop before everybody else, and we'll probably take it out of the equation by that point.
Well, he can stop any time now.
Oh, yeah, he could, yes, true.
Is the thing. And I wonder, you know, the longer out you stop them, and if you're going to do that, then you put new tyres on and you absolutely cane it.
Yeah.
You absolutely cane it. And then you've got more time to make up the time you lost putting the tyres on, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
And make it back. But what are you going to make? You know, you're going to lose 25 seconds in the pits putting tyres on. You've only got 41 minutes left.
That's tough. And also there's pressure.
You've got to make up, you know, probably a second a lap to make it worthwhile.
Yeah.
Which might be doable.
There's also pressure from behind for Manatee Racing, which I'd not spotted. Diogo C. Pinto is
he's been on
1.4 seconds behind Cornelis. So
yeah, he's been right on it.
Yeah, he has. So the first place in GTE pretty much decided, unless there's a major problem for Williams Esports Chill Blast. But then I'm really not sure what order, second, third, fourth, fifth.
I think Corva are second. I think Corva are running effectively second at the moment because they are stopped and done. Van der Velde have to come in, and as I said, they are only 16, 22, 23 seconds ahead, and just transiting the pit lane and getting a bit of fuel. It's about 22 seconds. The delta for the pit lane, I'm being told. Here's Cornelis into the pits. I like this.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to come in now on fuel, but get into a rhythm and crack on. So fuel going in now. He shouldn't need a full tank. Oh, didn't need anywhere near. Oh, no, sorry, that's the Apex Racing team coming in from second, excuse me. I'm too busy watching the stopwatch. Looking further back down the pit lane to see when Cornelis's car runs. Constantini, I'm guessing, will stay in. Cornelis is moving, 24 seconds. So that was, I think that was fuel only. And so he's now fueled to the end.
But no tyres.
But no tyres. And I thought they might have gambled and put some tyres on. But I did not see that car go up. So he needed more fuel than I thought there. Here's Jürgen Frank coming in the number 76 Sim RC. That's coming in from 4th position, or will drop to 5th immediately as through goes Manatee. So this is a splash of fuel as well. So what did I say? It was 26 seconds for the last BMW that stopped. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, not 25 and a half. So he's gained about a second on the last car. So everybody who's coming in is going to gain a little bit of time here because they need a tiny bit less fuel.
Yeah.
And a hauler does not need to stop. So
Indeed.
Van der Waal is the only car ahead of them now, still to stop. And I wonder whether they bring Phil Deans in now or whether they run him all the way to the end. There is a slight advantage of running the car to the end if you're not going to change tyres, in that you're not putting extra weight on those tyres for the longest time.
Yes.
So you're running it down to nothing, then putting a bit of fuel in. It's not super heavy. You're going back to the 15-minute mark or thereabouts and then sending him again. Whereas now you'd have to put extra fuel in. It would be heavier. In from the lead of GT3, Sven Haase. But this was the pit stop we were expecting. That looked short. That looked very short indeed. So the question is, Charlie Collins gone through. Sarika's gone through as well. But Sarika has still to make the 10th stop for Williams Esports BenQ. So Haase back out in 3rd. I'm pretty certain that will become 2nd. And he is 14, let's call it 15 seconds behind Charlie Collins, the leader, who we believe has made his last stop.
Yes. No, fine to the finish now, Charlie Collins in.
Right.
176, isn't it? Yes.
Sure?
Yeah, because he stopped 5 laps ago.
Right, okay.
And that was, I mean, we were easily well beyond the hour point by that stage.
Haase, just a little mistake. Coming out of the pit lane, chops right across in front of one of the prototypes. It was a 32 car and sent that car almost off the track. So that was it. Exiting the pit lane here, you've got to be so careful. So Haase 3rd, net 2nd, out to 15.9 seconds to the leader now. Now that's the battle. On the micro split, 16.0. So that's the battle, because the number 4 Williams car has yet to make its 10th stop.
Yes. And I'm also keeping an eye on the gaps in GT3 now, with Collins the race leader.
Yeah, that's what
good
I was
to
talking
the
about.
finish.
Yeah.
So have you added the 7 and the 8 up to get 15 seconds effectively?
Yeah,
it's
just over 16 now.
Yeah.
As it's changing all the time, of course.
Sirica, yes.
Sirica's
half away.
He's been out there for 33 laps. He's got to come in shortly. And he can't hold on to 2nd. He will drop to 3rd. I tell you what. Let me do that scrolling thing. Yeah, he'll only drop to 3rd because DV1 Triton, the 1-1, the triple 1 rather, car, Marek Lemonek. Przemysław. Przemysław Marek Lemonek.
Probably close.
I'm sure it isn't. PML.
PML, yeah, absolutely.
He's too far back, I think, to get third. So Williams Esports will, I think, be okay. Verstappen into the pits. 34 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine.
You happy with that?
Yeah,
That's another 32.
Minutes.
He's done his full stint. So he won't need a full tank of fuel. He can take tyres. There's no reason for him not to take tyres here because, and in fact, he's getting out the car. So it's going to be Jonas Valmeyer, who will bring the car home. But there's no reason for them not to do tyres because they've got such a big lead over a lap. There's no point in risking throwing the car at the scenery or having to go offline and pass someone. Worn tyres like going offline even less than unworn tyres. True in the real world, true in the virtual world.
And you don't need to cut corners at this stage.
No.
You've built this massive gap. Maxime Briand is in from second anyway.
So Apex will go back to second here.
Yes.
And have done. They've just crossed the line. Constantini run into the line.
So still shown as 51 odd seconds behind Valmeyer as well. And that's just turned to 2 minutes 14 as it all shakes out. So
yeah, as he crossed the line.
Still got, yes, as Valmeyer probably is on the move. Yes, he is, and he's back in the race now. So they've retained their lap lead over everybody and are in a perfect position now. The team red line, orange, Dallara, rejoining the race, driver change. They had the luxury of doing that, and I'm sure they've given Valmeyer 4 brand new tyres. And just got to stroke it home from here now. So through
Where's
7.
Constantini on the track? That's the question. He is heading down the hill to turn 10A. So he's actually, I reckon, just on the end of the tail lap, actually. The tail end of the lead lap with that slightly longer stop.
Okay.
Valmeyer will have taken tyres. He would have filled. So he is going to be around about, I reckon, 50 seconds behind.
It's a minute.
Minute, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that. A minute, 0.2, right. So that is the race, if you want to call it that, with something close to 27 laps to go and a 1,300 mile race, certainly over 1,200 mile race will be in the books. So you're looking at taking somewhere in the region of 2 seconds a lap out of the leader every lap.
Yes.
And that's a massive ask, particularly when the leader's on fresh tyres.
And
perfect strategy.
Costantini 6 laps in to this stint, I reckon.
But I don't think they took tyres. I don't think they took tyres. I certainly didn't take 4 tyres.
Let's just have a look. That's car 96, so its last stop was a minute. Back into the race at 10 past the hour. So yeah, that's about right.
22 seconds delta down the pit lane and 32. Yeah, I don't think they took tyres.
Well, 2 stops ago, they took a minute 25 in the pits. Would have been a full set of tyres.
Correct.
Maybe a minute, and the stop prior to that, a minute and 3 seconds, gives you wriggle room for 1 tyre change, perhaps. But even that's tight. To be able to do that.
Possibly.
In that time available.
Still waiting for the Vendaval Sim Racing car to make its lap stop, and the Williams eSport car that leads in the GT Le Mans GTE category to make their last stop. They're working lap 37 in the lead of the class at the moment. Doesn't have to do anything silly. in the well inside the window to get to the end for that car. Well inside. Just 25 laps to go. So they're going to, again, with the lead that they've got in GTE, they've got a full lap, and I think you've got to do the same there. Lassie's on his second stint, so that's probably going to be a driver change. New set of tyres, take the car at the end. Take the glory laps, fella. Whoever jumps in. And that's been another very good, measured, strategic run, but with good pace as well. Yeah, Lassie's done a double. So I reckon it'll be Daniel Lafuente who'll take that car to the flag. Unless he particularly doesn't like nighttime racing. But I do think it's worth banging an extra set of rubber on it. No sense in skimping at this stage of the game. Worth a new set of tyres, particularly when it doesn't cost you anything for a new set of tyres in terms of finances. It is just time. Valmeyer is out and running in the lead of the race, and that gap is still hovering around about a minute.
Porsche's going pretty well at the moment in GTE with Alexei Usi-Yakola driving, and the 991 RSR half a second or so quicker than the Urano BMW, so there may be a change for 6th place in GTE.
Are they good to the end?
That's a good question.
Cornelis is. He's made his last stop. He was the first of the GTE cars, I reckon, to come in and make his last stop. I don't think the Porsche is. I think the Porsche's got one more stop to make.
Its current stint not showing up on.
And they've only made 9 trips to the pit lane. So Lassie back. Phil Deans, Antti Ahola, all on 9, but Ahola has saved a stop. They have saved a stop in the Corva car, because they are fueled till the end. Manatee Racing, only 9 as well. And then further back, the Porsche, HM Engineering, also on 9 stops. So I think they've both got a splash before the end, at least a splash.
407, Porsche's doing 44 laps. So 447, 451 laps completed, and I'd expect the Porsche in. So yes, it's going to have to stop in the next 10 laps or so. Can't make it beyond that point.
So it's going to have another 10 laps or so to go after that.
Yeah.
Under half an hour to go. Let's give you another quick rundown, with pit stops still to come in some of the classes, but not at the front of the field. Side-by-side action through the final corner there. That is the pass for position.
Yes. So it could still happen before the Porsche has to make a stop. And Lacola definitely quicker than Cornelis in this phase of the race.
Cornelis can let him go. Cornelis is fueled to the end. And really, somebody's got to be saying that Porsche's got to stop again. Don't put yourself in the wall. Let's keep an eye on this for a moment before we go through the ifs, buts, ands and maybes.
Also into the pits was the treble 1 car from 4th position in GT3 there as well.
Happy with that, yes.
Marek Lamanek staying at the wheel for DV1. Going to hang on to 4th place as well.
Right, while you keep an eye on, actually, the Porsche's going to have a look down the inside into 10-8. They've found a bit of pace since it got cooler, but it's all come rather too late. Classic overtaking manoeuvre at Road Atlanta. Oh, that's exactly what I was talking about. Oh, he's turned him around. The 90 car, that was nasty. There was no need for that. No need at all. Porsche gets to the inside, did squeeze him a little bit, but that was afters. That was retaliation in my book. Oof. Tell you what, good job we haven't got Clark the course here.
Well,
Porsche's there.
It's a good job it wasn't the other way around, the BMW spinning, because he said the Porsche's going to come in to the pits pretty shortly.
Porsche's right up on the curb
so
there.
So it has the corner there.
But then he starts to ease across. I reckon the Porsche should have stayed more towards the middle of the road, BMW doesn't like it and just keeps his foot in after the first impact. That's the bit that would get him sent for a stop and hold in IMSA racing. Not the fact that there was contact, although you could say there wasn't room left by the Porsche, but it's the fact that when contact is made, there's no attempt to back out of it.
That's tough to judge because the Porsche's obviously arriving at that corner way quicker than it would be on a qualifying lap, but it's because it's pulling off an overtake. So you're then turning left and trying to find your way through the next bit of the corner. That naturally puts you very close to the curb of the right hand.
But he hadn't cleared him.
I think you're carrying so much speed. Yes, I know the rule is you've got to allow for a car's width, but you're carrying so much speed into actually initiate the overtake. I don't think you can scrub the sufficient speed off then to provide the lane.
And do the block pass.
Yeah, so I mean, that's tough. It would be interesting in real life which way that might have been called, actually. Because the overtake's going to lead to an incident in the next bit of the chicane. BMW could have got out of it, but you don't want to because you're fighting for position. You tail Fabrice Cornelis. By the way, that Porsche's due in the next 10 laps.
Yeah, what happens if he'd broken a wheel or, got suspension damage there in the steering?
There's a bit of damage on both of those cars.
Yes.
Anyway, we can't necessarily see, but will be being felt. Damage to the rear wing of the Porsche, certainly.
Yeah, that was quite heavy. It's a good-looking car shape, that Porsche. That's the 991 RSR. Not the RSR 19, the latest version, but the one before that. But it is the one, in terms of the driving dynamics, they swap the position of the engine and the gearbox around. Absolutely legal. There's nothing that says you couldn't have a front-engine Porsche, actually. Front-engine 911. But why would you do that? I remember seeing that when that car first came out and it was all explained, because I presumed that there was some rule that defined a engine compartment, and within that you could do whatever you want. So there is Moreno Sorica coming in for eSports as we predicted. So he'll drop the third, but that's as far as he'll drop, as long as he can keep that going. Yeah, I presumed there was a defined engine bay, and within that you could move engine and gearbox around. And who was it? Who was the engineer at that point? He's now heading up the programme, actually. Frenchman. Good lad. Yeah, he really knows the game very well. Anyway, he said, no, we can put the engine and gearbox wherever we want. So you could have the engine in the front in the 911. Yes. Why would you want to do that? Why would we want to do that, he said. Some discussion about why the car stayed as a normally aspirated 4 litre, now out to 4.2. 4.195, I think it is. And it literally cannot go any bigger, that engine. There is no room. There is 9 millimeters between the bores. 3 mils between in the middle.
Yes.
And then 3 either side of that 3 for the water jackets.
Yeah.
Around the cylinders. Talk about precision engineering. And I've driven a road going 4 litre 911. I've got to tell you, it's a beautiful thing to behold. Had a GT3 touring in Australia a wee while ago. And the new 992, the first motorsport shape for the 992, is going to be the Porsche Cup car. And that's debuting next year, the brand new Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Be the Super Cup as well, of course, next year. The top class in Porsche Carrera Cup North America will be for 992 Cup cars. So GT3 R is the everything is GT3 at Porsche, and then you've got the R, the RS, and the RSR, which if I remember rightly is the Cup car, the GT3 car, and the GTE car.
Okay.
I think I've got that right. But I've seen some early pictures of the Cup car. It looks magnificent. And the GT3 road-going car I've seen as well. Interesting rear-end treatment on that. I'm not sure if that's going to make it to production. Meantime, at the head of GT3, Charlie Collins marches on. Still no pit stop for the Van der Velde Sim Racing second place GTE car. What are you looking up? Got your Le Mans book out and everything there.
You were after the name of the guy who heads up the programme, and I thought I might be able to lay my finger on the Frenchman.
Evil will tell me in a second.
Do you mean the boss of Porsche GT team? Mind you, that's Manta, isn't it? So not necessarily the same thing.
Who have you got?
Well, team principal is Frederick Enzinger.
Oh, yeah, Frederick Fritz Enzinger. He's the top dog from Porsche over all of the GT teams.
Right.
So I think he's a board member actually now. Williams Esport in for its final stop from the head of GTE. They can have a cup of tea and a picnic if they really wanted to. Oh, only a 15-second stop, so they haven't put tyres on that car. What are they? I'm not sure what they're worried about. They've got a lap on pretty much everybody. They're back out again. It's only a short run to the end, I suppose. So maybe no need to put tyres on. Only 18 minutes, so what you got there, 12, 13, 14 laps. So that's understandable. So Antti Ahola now in third is waiting for the stop from the second place car in class, which is Phil Deans. Now, when did Phil last stop? Is he trying to eke things out at the minute? Because if he can, he might have. He's done 38.
Yeah, did
so
45 last time. 7 laps is not enough, is it?
No. He's going to be 5 laps short, 5 or 6 laps short, isn't he?
Yeah.
Phil Deans then, even with his pink fluffy slippers on with rabbit ears, he's not going to get it home there. He could have the softest feet in the world. He's pushing, actually. He's really pushing. And the reason he's really pushing here, JP, is not to keep hold of second, although, what's he got? 27 seconds. I don't think he can do that. But another 6 seconds further back is Diogo Pinto. And that's who he's battling, I reckon, for third place on the podium.
Yes. Recognising that the 707's probably got too much. So then you're wrestling for third position with Pinto, as you say, for Manatee Racing. So Van Darvel in a great spot right now, just under a minute away from the race leader, but crucially for car number 2, which has been in second place for many, many hours. Admittedly, on the pit stop cycle, it does drop down to something like 4th place, but I remember after just an hour and a half saying first and second in GTE are cars 1 and 2, and that was very easy for me to remember, and it's been sort of that way for the bulk of each of the stints. You know, if you think about the stints being an hour long, for the majority of that hour each time, they've been in the same order, but they're just going to miss out, sadly. Van Darvel Sim Racing Pink in their number 2 car, because they can't make it on the current fuel, and then it's a question of where they feed in. But I think the 707 and Kova have just got a bit too much of an advantage now, being fine to the finish after Ahola pitted last time around, or rather, I think it was his teammate, wasn't he? He brought it. No, it was Ahola, who is now on a double and 27 laps in. He managed 45 laps on the previous stint, which is easily enough to get through the remaining 16 minutes and a little bit of change if necessary, depending on where the leader is when the checkered flag comes out. You've always got to factor in a GTE and a GT3 car an extra lap, possibly 2 extra laps, depending on how unlucky you are. If you're right in front of the race leader as the checkered flag comes out, and the leader's already done an extra bit of time as well, then you've got to go round one more 2.54 mile lap. Plenty of curb taken by Antti Ahola underneath the bridge. and headlights pointing completely in the wrong direction over the bridge there, or rather under the bridge over the rise, as the headlights pick out the very dark skyline. And then finally they point down towards turn 12, where you can just about hit your apex perfectly. Clear road in front this time for Antti Ahola. It's a rare thing, but it's becoming more and more common as various cars have dropped away.
Pascal Zurlinden is the name I was looking for.
There we are. Got there eventually.
I just had to find something where I knew he'd appeared in.
Yeah.
And thank goodness Tim Gray had tagged him in the contents. Thank you, Tim. Pascal Zurlinden has he started off as he's a very clever lad. He's an engineer, race engineer, and integral part of the redesign of the 911 for the version that's running here and the 19. And he's been given more and more responsibility as well. And he's got some very, very cool ideas about where Porsche might be in motorsport and how and who he might drag along with them as well. Ferrari. Sorry?
Did somebody say something?
Never
then?
heard a word.
No?
No.
Okay. Must have been.
And he's the sort of guy who can talk to everybody because he talks their language. That's the thing. Here comes the 4th place car, Diogo Pinto from GT Le Mans, GTE. So this takes the pressure a little bit off Phil Deans for that 3rd place. Deans is still going to have to stop. It's a 9-second stationary stop for Pinto. So that's going to give him round about 31, 32 seconds in pit lane, or a little bit more than that. 32.1 to when he releases the pit lane speed limiter. And out he goes. So now then, and this is key, the gap from Phil Deans back to Diogo Pinto is 36 seconds. So that is tight.
Yep.
The gap back to Antti Ahola, 28.5 seconds. It's just going up. Phil Deans has really got the hammer down because he's trying to get, I'm thinking he's trying to get 33, 34 seconds before he pits. If he could get 33, 34 seconds on Antti Ahola, he might have a chance of holding on to second.
Possibly. Yeah, it's a slim chance, but I don't think it's completely out of his grasp. He's only a 10.5 away from that car's best lap of the race.
Yeah.
To give you an indication of how
but
hard
that's what he's doing. He's definitely racing Manatee Racing for 3rd, and possibly, I think they believe they've got a chance of holding on to second. I didn't think they did, but this turn of speed in the last 3, 4, 5 laps has really, really made it interesting. Ahola, remember, is working on old tyres. Into the pits for Deans.
Right.
Now, there'll be no tyres here. He's got to be stationary for fuel for something around about 8, 9 seconds. No more than that. Keep an eye on Antti Ahola. Where is he? He's on the back straight at the moment.
Into 10A now.
So Deans has got to be rolling pretty much as this car is heading down into 12. So where's Deans? Is he moving? He is. This is going to be very tight indeed for second, but I think Ahola is going to sweep around the outside. Still scored in second position. Here comes Ahola. This is the next set of headlights. Right there now. That's second and 3rd together, and Ahola almost throws it off. So Deans has got out ahead. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff. I didn't think that was doable. Kova on the older tyres. Antti Ahola not able to keep up that pace, but he's got the pace now, or has he? What's Deans got left for grip? That's the question. Both cars moving around. That was as close can be. Now the question you've got to ask yourself now, we know Kova and Antti Ahola has no problem because they were on a full tank of fuel, and therefore they can go to the end whatever happens. You've got to hope they've done their arithmetic right.
Yes.
In the other pit, in the Vendaval Sim Racing pit, and they've got exactly the right amount of fuel in, and they don't have to go one lap longer than they thought they might.
The other slight mystery regarding Dean's is that there was a one-lap stint, only a couple of stints ago, which has sort of put them into this position. Now, if they can stay ahead, it's not going to be a huge problem, but there was definitely, it was when Phil took the car over from Mikkel Gade, he did an outlap and then came back in again straight away, and that's cost them time dearly. Then it was fine, 45 laps from Dean's, 44 laps from Dean's, and now we're at a point where he can push to the finish, but I don't know what that problem was that forced him in.
0.6 of a second between between second and third. You battle in GTE. 176 continues to lead it. GT3, excuse me. Charlie Collins by 14 seconds now, and Sven Haase matching Charlie pretty much 10th for 10th, almost 100th for 100th, but not closing in. It was 14 seconds, and it still is 14 seconds with Moreno Sarica in third.
So Ahola, do we think his tyres are just marginally newer than Phil Dean's?
Well, he's done a double stint on them. Phil Dean's done a double stint and the last few laps to the end.
But the start of his run was earlier than Ahola taking that car over. So by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, it's probably about 12, 13 laps. So arguably slightly better tyres. I mean, they're both cars will be running pretty second-hand tyres at this point, but is that going to be crucial? At the moment, Dean's is able to edge away in second place from 707, but only slightly.
Apparently, the one-lap stint is, according to team members, a bit of a bug. It might just be a slight bug.
So it didn't really happen.
Yeah,
quite possibly. Okay. Well, even better then, because
Arjuna, thank you.
It's not an error from the team that run in second place that have got them into this position. It was sort of planned from the outset, therefore. And Vendaval Sim Racing have been concentrated on the lap speed to keep Kova behind, and that was the crescendo, really, the kind of real big moment. Could they stay in front or not? Well, they did, but Kova aren't done yet. Antti Ahola keeping the second place car of Phil Dean's very much in his sights.
Very honest, yeah. There is really nothing. This could turn on a bit of traffic, either slower traffic or faster traffic, to be honest. We're down to 7.5 minutes, under that now. We haven't mentioned the front of the field for a while, as we've been trying to follow these stories through the classes and for the positions. But at the sharp end of the field, Jonas Valmeyer has just gone through a 1:10.0. He does not have to hurry. Valmeyer has got Constantini, I think, right on his tail at the moment, but that's a lap and that gap between them at the moment, by my calculations. Yeah, that's right. They're going through the S's at the moment, or they are now anyway. Constantini, a lap and about 10-12 cars lengths behind, and hasn't been gaining. In fact, he was back on the lead lap, wasn't he? So the last couple of laps, Valmeyer has, I would suggest, caught and passed the 96 car and put that full lap on them again. Last 6 minutes now. Still this battle for second and third in GT-LM. Vendaval Racing second in the number 2. Leading in the number 1 is Lasse Bach. Just about a second now between Vendaval and Kova. But I mean, that's nothing, is it?
No.
It has gone out by a couple of 3/10ths, but that's nothing. That's a lift off, a fumble in traffic, a wheel dropped on the grass, a miss of the brake point, and This your turning point. Just have to sort yourself out. And he's right back on you again.
Well, I think mentally, Dean's had everything to gain. Effectively, you know, he could drive all out because he probably thought, it's unlikely I'm going to get ahead of Kova, but let's just give it a go. And then when you do come out in front, you think, oh, we've done it right. Can't make any mistakes now. And all of a sudden it swings around in your mind and the pressure's massively on the guy being chased. All of a sudden, you know, Dean's spent 45 laps doing the chasing effectively to stay ahead of car 707. And now it's very much become a reality. And to have Antiola right there, ready to pounce if there's a mistake from Phil Deans. This is very high stakes motorsport now, and just 4.5 minutes to go. Desperate for Phil Deans will be to get this race finished, whereas Ahola will be eager for more and more laps. So it's very much which perspective you're at, as there's a slower GT3 car to get by.
An opportunity.
Fourth place car and a P2 car trying to get through as well.
Massive opportunity there. It was the fourth place car. Was that the Manatee car?
DV1, I think.
Oh, right, okay.
Marek Lamanek.
The GT3 car, was it?
GT3, yeah.
Yeah, excuse me. Difficult to see in the darkness. Back in the good old days, of course, you could always tell which classes they were by the colours of the headlights.
True enough, yes. But because the cars with the positional lights in the windscreen have to be the GT3s because they're the only ones that carry them. The GT LMs or GTEs do not. So out of 5 goes the car doing the chasing, Antiola, with Phil Deans now with an LMP2 car to allow by. Should be able to do that out of 7. Thankfully, no contact between that LMP2 and the number 2 car of Dean's. It will have been Josh Ladd, actually, in the 32 car looking to get by in the Yaz Heat at Dallara, and he did that safely. So, 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. Jonas Faulmeyer now on to lap 499, and there's 2 more laps to go, therefore, on the clock. 3 more laps potentially for the GTEs.
Well, yeah, we're looking at 5:01 now if we go 3 more laps. Yeah. No worries at all for Valmeyer. He's only on his 27th of what we know is a car that can do 31. Remember,
second place car in the pits. Costantini for Apex Racing's come in.
Yeah, that's due. That's due.
All right, fine.
That's 31 laps.
Okay. But 55 seconds on Briant. Well, it'll be a very quick splash, won't it? Comes to a halt now. Fuel nozzle will connect and then be taken out almost instantaneously. So it won't be as close as the 2 BMWs, but Maxime Briant in 72 will be pushing on, and out goes the car. So it was a 55-second gap for Costantini. That will have come down to 25 seconds, quite possibly. So where's the race leader? Just on to lap 500 now, and heading down towards 10A. Jonas Valmeyer, the car he shares with Max Verstappen, out of 10B, up the hill, underneath the bridge, and there's less than a lap time on the clock now. So this will complete 500 laps. And yes, you say, white flag being displayed.
This is the final lap. You won't
it'll be 5:01.
You won't see that because it'll only come out in 51 seconds when the laps, when the time is actually elapsed. But this is the last lap. There will be no time for any more. What I'm interested in is where the battle is for Dean's in a hauler. They're split up now, 2.2 seconds.
It's done well, Dean's.
He's done very well.
Yeah, to do all the defending initially, he got a couple of lap cars between him then and the Hola, and the Kova car just hasn't had the track space in order to attack, despite it desperately wanting to. Just forced a wedge between the two of them.
Time has expired. Yeah. Time has expired. Just down at turn 10A. What a run it's been for Jonas Valmeyer. Max Verstappen qualified in second. Valmeyer's done his bit, and Team Redline Orange, JP, are going to take the VCO Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, brilliant driving, fabulous fuel mileage, 32 laps, almost never missing that beat from Max Verstappen and Jonas Valmeyer. Quite how they managed to do that and have the pace as well as the consumption on their side. Incredible, but really good. Obviously testing initially and then to carry it out in the race, most impressive.
Sim RC will take the all Audi GT3 category. Charlie Collins brings it home. Hayden Burns did his bit as well. And that's another impressive victory. They'll win by something in the region of 12 seconds at the end. That eased off on that last lap in GTE. GT Le Mans. Lassie back will bring home the Williams Esport Chill Blast #1 car. Daniel Fuente also in that car. He's got one corner to go. This is impressive. Again, good speed and great strategy from all.
No denying that fact. Just waiting for Phil Deans to head across the line to make sure he can hold off the chasing Antti Ahola. The gap's still 2 seconds, so it will be a second place finish for Vendavel Sim Racing Pink, with Kova again with incredible fuel mileage. Didn't have the pace.
Saved a whole stop, Kova.
Yes.
On everybody else.
And they couldn't match the speed in the early stages, but that kind of wasn't their game plan deliberately. They wanted to go 48 lap stints. We had a couple of times as now donuts are being carried out by Jonas Valmeyer in the darkness.
On the front straight.
On the front straight. Perfectly safe in the virtual world. Not advisable in reality, but that's fine. And yeah, in celebration, Valmeyer will be punching the air wherever he is in the world on his rig. And likewise, I'm sure, for Max Verstappen.
Well, it's a good drive by both. I think there was a couple of contacts from Verstappen, which he'll be disappointed with. But other than that, the car looks pretty pristine. Just keeping an eye open for any interviews that we can grab at the end. If we don't get anybody now, we will have the VCO Victory Lane interviews on Wednesday on Midweek Motorsport. And don't forget, we've got more VCO Championship racing for DNLS, the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series. It's carnage at the end, isn't it? Everybody's been so good, and they're driving the wrong way up the pit lane, on the track, everything.
It's ended in a demolition derby, as all good race meetings should on a Saturday night.
That's funny. So 6:30 UK time on Tuesday. Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh, for 3 hours at the Nürburgring. Sum it up, JP, as we have a look at the results.
Yeah, well, just brilliant performance from Valmeyer and Max Verstappen. Can't really heap more praise on the 33 car. They were streets ahead, and they won the race by a lap in the end after just 10 hours and a little more, with the 33 car eking out an extra lap or so. With then the Apex Racing team, late pit stop for Michele Costantini, but that was fine and was 30 seconds clear of the 72 car in the end of Maxime Briand and team for Mivano Sim Racing Rosso. In the GTE category, Lasse Bach finishing for Williams Esports Chill Blast to take victory again by a clear lap within that category, car #1, ahead of a really good drive towards the end from Phil Deans under huge pressure to make that late pit stop, make sure the car was still in front of 707, and then he had about 5 or 6 laps to defend from Antti Ahola. But the 2 car managed it for Vendavel Sim Racing Pink. And in GT3, the IMSA 2 GT3 category, all Audi R8 LMSs, remember, and this category was really flip-flopping quite a lot because the top 3 had gone on to radically different pit stop cycles, And from about 2 hours out, I was trying to work out who was in the best spot. It was, in the end, 176, as John and I both predicted, for Sim RC Titan GT3 Petit Le Mans. So Charlie Collins finishing that run. I think he did a 2.5 stint job towards the end to get that car home. Sven Haase for Biela Racing Team, together with teammates and all those at Euronics, did a good job. Just fell short by 12 seconds in the 451 car. And Moreno Sirica for Williams Esports, BenQ in the number 1 car. That was the Josh Thompson car as well, 25 seconds further back, with DV1 Triton Racing finishing in 4th. Unfortunately, a number of cars falling by the wayside. From our 42 starters, I think it might have been 25 finishers in the end. So a high rate of attrition, particularly early in the early stages.
Yeah, and some big names out there as well, including the Marla Racing Team, the Biela Racing Team, Euronics, all having problems and dropping back. Marla I'd certainly feel for, because they were taken out of the race, and there was a couple of incidents like that you just don't expect to see in the top split. That's the only slight downside for me. The racing was excellent, the tactics were superb, the race distance worked really well, because it wasn't a straight run where you could divide it up. The car that won overall made it look the easiest, but for the others, and certainly for the other classes, Johnny, that 10-hour fixed time wasn't an easy thing to work through.
No, because when you are driving a Dallara, you're looking at just under 40-minute stints, so that fits nicely into 8 hours and 12 hours. It's slightly more awkward for 10, though, so a question of, yes, where you make the stops and where you put that shortened pit stop in, because for the race winner, we expected maybe a splash coming much closer to the end. They did 29 laps to get them to the flag, but the shorter stint was done by Jonas Valmeyer. 1, 2, 3, 4 stints from the end, actually.
Yeah,
they did that 25
yeah,
and then did 32s. And actually, the last run to the end was only 29, but that gave them the insurance policy.
Correct.
If it was going to go slightly longer, and depending on where they were in relation to the checkered flag and the clock reaching the 10-hour mark.
Well, thank you very much to our colleagues at RaceBot TV, Hugo and Arjuna, who did a fantastic job. This is the last special event of the VCO calendar year. So next up, Daytona in January, and hope we can join you for that again. But there's still plenty of VCO racing to go. We've got to wind up the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, and the next round of that is Tuesday evening, 6:30 UK time. Bruce Jones and me, John Hindhaugh, for that. We've got some interviews for you, so let's stay with Josh Thompson, who joins us now. Josh, thank you for staying on. I know it's late or early, and I know it's been a long old race. Sum that one up for us. What a race that was.
Chaotic, intense. Many words what could describe that race. By far the most demanding race of the season for the World Tour aspect. Obviously with the new P2s, so no matter what class you're in, I think everyone who did the race is probably exhausted.
And what made it so different? Was it just how busy that track is?
Yeah, 100%. It's just the nature of the track. Obviously, overtaking is kind of difficult. Even with the multi-class speed differences, as you saw, it was very easy for an LMP2 or a GTE or a GT3 to get loaded into going for something what was never really on and kind of having to put faith in the other driver. And obviously, things happen, as you saw. There was, I think, half the grid DNF, I think it worked out as nearly. So it kind of showed that, yeah, this track was just a very difficult track with the whole free system.
In the end, in the GT3 category, it was a third place, and you know it looked on, but you still had to bring the car home, and your teammate came through nicely at the end.
Yeah, for us, for the GT3 side, P3, not bad. Obviously, we had a few issues, as we've probably seen. We got hit off a few times, which cost a bit of time. There was lost about 25 seconds of that over the stint. I tried to gamble with double stinting tyres to try and gain that time back. It didn't work.
No.
Which was the reason why our strategy with the fuel backfired, because we were supposed to pit with 3 minutes to go with how it was working out. But obviously, I had to bail out about too early, and we had to kind of set up a P3, which end of the day is still a great result for us in the GT3 side. And with the GTE basically dominating that for the win, it was overall massive. It was a really good team effort.
GT3 with a bit of luck now and a fair wind. Valtteri Alander from Corva. A bit of an alternative strategy. Valtteri almost pulled it off for second. Third in the end with Antti bringing it home. But it was an awful start to the race. Did I see you guys getting pushed off before the green flag?
Yeah, we didn't even manage to get into the turn 1 before we got taken out. So I would say we had a really, really good recovery.
What does that make you think when something like that happens so early on? And have you got to sort of, everybody's got to calm down and just say, right, we've got 10 hours to go. We've got 10 hours to work ourselves back.
Well, of course I was mad. Like, there's 10 hours left and something like that happens. So I was quite mad at the time. But then I just thought that there is now 10 hours left, so let's try to do our best. And it turned out really well. We had a really, really great fight with Vendaval at the end, and it was so close.
I thought Antti had it. I thought you guys, when I was looking at the lap times, I thought you guys were nailed on for a podium. Then I thought, oh, they've got second. But I've got to say, those last couple of laps of the penultimate stint from your competitors, that just gave them enough to get out in front of you. But it was tight. It was very tight.
Yeah, I would say like last 20, 30 laps, Antti had really, really poor traffic. So I think he lost there a lot of time. Like, I was watching the gap between us and Vendaval, and it grew like 6 seconds in few laps. So I think we might have lost it there, but great fight all in all.
Give our best to Antti. Really enjoyed watching you guys. I love when somebody's on an alternative strategy, and you made it work. You're on the podium. Could have been second, but I'm sure when you were facing the wrong direction before the green flag, if I'd offered you third place, then you would have snatched my hand off, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably. I would say we would have been behind Williams without that, but you never know. Maybe even challenge them for the win. But
next time out, eh?
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Have a good weekend.
Yep.
Who else we can grab as well? Looks like we've got Dakota in the comms box now as well. Tell me about your race. Second place for Vendaval, and we were just talking about the battle you have with Corva there. Phil did a cracking job in those last few laps before his last pit stop, and that effectively got you the second place.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great job by Phil. Yeah, so I mean, like, our strategy from like the beginning was to just try to kind of go all out, and then we started seeing that the Kova cars just they had an alternative strategy, and like towards the middle half of the race, we were starting to get kind of concerned of like what their strategy was. But then I started like kind of in my head in the middle of my triple stint, kind of calculating how much fuel we needed versus how much fuel that they needed. And then I was trying to tell Mikko to like kind of calculate it through. And then we kind of came up with that we just needed to like send it till the end, go as fast as that we could. And just do the extra splash of fuel at the end, because we're kind of, trying to run that strat essentially. Had to kind of switch strats in the middle of the race there.
Extraordinary as well that Corva actually saved a whole pit stop on you. I think we've got Phil as well. Phil Dean's in the booth as well. Phil, well done, mate. Brilliant stuff. When did you get the call then, coming to that last pit stop? It seemed as though all of a sudden you had to switch back on and find half a second to a second a lap. How easy or difficult was that?
It was really difficult. We were pretty close on our incident points, and I really just had to put my head down and just give it everything I had there to beat Kova. And we managed to come out right in front of them in the pits, and the car just felt really good, and I pretty much just drove as hard as I could to bring it home. Boys did a great job today.
Where did you find the grip from? Because you'd done the double stint on the tyres, then you had the little bit extra at the end. Kova, obviously, they were at the end of a double stint as well, but their tyres were a bit newer than yours, and yet you seem to have a grip advantage. Was that all in the setup, or are you just particularly light-footed when it comes to tyre wear?
Well, we did left side tires with a little bit of time remaining on one of the last pit stops to give it a little bit of extra grip, and it worked really well, actually.
If I can just clear something up with Phil as well, there was this discrepancy, we think, on the strategy where you were shown as doing a single lap stint at the start of your run. Was that just an error from the coding?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I did the whole first 2 stints.
Yeah. It didn't kind of fit with us either that you would be in such a great position, having just done a stint. And we thought, were the belts not done up correctly? And you were really uncomfortable, and you just sorted it all out. But that makes sense.
And what about? I mean, great battle with Kova, and you had to watch your mirrors at the end, but that was brilliant. As I was saying to Dakota Fripp there, who we talked to a moment or two ago, I mean, they managed to save a whole pit stop. To do that and be so close at the end, that doesn't often happen in these type of races.
Yeah, they were very strong, and they won BMW 120 2 weeks ago, so they definitely have that car rolling, and they stuck with the plan, and it almost worked out for them. But I mean, at the end of the day, Williams was just the strongest car out there.
Oh yeah,
we had nothing for them, so they did a great job to them, and I'm really happy with how the team did today, and I think we'll be just coming back stronger and stronger.
And as far as the car choice was concerned, there was only one Porsche in the race. They qualified 4th, but didn't race as well as that. Was there absolutely no doubt in your mind when you tested the cars available that it had to be a BMW?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I actually did like a race last week at Suzuka, and I just realized that the Porsche had like no race stint pace. So I knew that it had hot lap pace, but it just does not have race stint pace. So compared to the BMW, I mean, yeah, it was a no-brainer. Even with the extra 10 kg that they put on, there was no.
Right. And how have you enjoyed? We'll finish up now because I know it's late for everybody. It's been a long day. How have you enjoyed these big race series for 2020? Lots of new names this year, lots of new people coming in, not always getting into the top split. But the VCO involvement in these Grand Slam tournaments, have you enjoyed it?
I haven't really kept up on those too much.
But you enjoyed this one at least?
Yeah, absolutely. This one's been great.
Well, we wish you all the best. Phil, Dakota, thank you very much. Say hi to Mikael for us as well. That's a very good second place for the Van der Waal Sim Racing guys. Well done, lads.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
And enjoy the rest of the weekend, of course. Final word from you, Johnny. I don't think we've got anybody else to talk to. Unfortunately, nobody from the top class has popped in for us. Last word from you.
Really fun race. All 3 categories kept us enthralled throughout for different reasons, really. The dominance of the 33 car, and we wondered whether they would be able to keep up those relentless 32-lap stints, and they did, and made everybody else look a little bit average, which isn't the case. This is the top segment of 30-odd that entered this race, and very, very strong LMP2 runners behind the 33. Of course, plenty falling away. I've got some memories of some off driving, mistakes that could have been avoided, definitely. So I don't want to see that too much again in the future. But otherwise, a thoroughly entertaining race, I thought, from start to finish.
And if you enjoyed that, the real version of Petit Le Mans is only a couple of weeks away, and I'm really looking forward to that. We've got 3 Porsche races plus also a Mission Pilot Challenge. We're at Charlotte Roval next weekend, live in sound and vision. Before all of that, we've got DNLS from the Nürburgring, of course, on Tuesday night. And whether it's real, whether it's full metal or full-on action in the virtual world, we'd like to keep you up to date with what's going on. My very great thanks to all who have provided the pictures this year. Today it was Hugo Luis and Arjuna, the brilliant team behind what has been going on all through the year as well. And the VCO as well, of course, plus Tim Gray and everybody else in London. This is John Hindorf for Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon as well, saying thank you very much for joining us. We'll have more online iRacing with the VCO DNLS on Tuesday night, 6:30 UK time. Join us then. Enjoy your weekend.